some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If I've rock bottom, I've hit a new low. watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Welcome everyone to DreamHack Atlanta for the second year already. This large, amazing, incredible digital festival is hosting chess as well. On the main stage, I'm International Master Anna Rudolph, and together with Grandmaster Arthur Nixons, we are here to cover the playoffs. Arthur, how cool is that chess is at the biggest digital festival, and there are four qualification spots for the Esports World Cup today.
Hey Anna and all the chess fans, greetings. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm super pumped because to me the Esports World Cup always has been one of the main events of the year, and this is one of the qualifiers together, as you already said, that there's 4 spots up to grabs, and the event is happening live in Georgia World Congress Center in Atlanta, and we are going to be here delivering the action and expert commentary to you, the viewers.
We will, and as you have mentioned, it's already taking place in Atlanta. There have been group stages before in the earlier days of the event. If we bring on our bracket, this is how we got here to the playoffs. There have been 2 groups of 18 players that started out here at the DreamHack main stage chess event, the qualification road to Esports World Cup. Here we go with what we have today in the playoffs. So we will first see a match between Le Quang Liam and Alexei Serena, who got here through the group stages, as we have mentioned. Arthur, let's break down the format of the tournament on how they got here, because this is quite a peculiar format with a double elimination bracket.
Absolutely. So as you can see, this is 2 groups of 18 players. This was the very first stage. Then from the very beginnings, the players had to qualify to get to the playoffs, which is happening today. And what I really love about this format, Anna, it's a double elimination bracket. So this means that any player who gets a loss, for example, if one of his matches, he has a chance to fight back. And essentially, the time control for each match is 10 minutes with no increment, 2 games to be played, and if necessary, also an Armageddon. And I think also for the viewers, this means just icing on the top of the cake, because we might see a lot of drama in the time scramble.
I bet you're right. We're gonna see so much time scrambles and drama, and the Armageddon will be just an amazing feat if we get to see a tie in the matches, as you have mentioned. Let's bring on our slide also for that explanation, because there's a bid in terms of how many minutes or how much time are you willing to give up to have draw odds with the black pieces. So in each match, if there's a tie, we will see an Armageddon where both players will be bidding on how much time they are going to risk to have draw odds. It's going to be so exciting, and there's so much at stake. The prize fund is $50,000, Arthur, $50,000. But on top of the prizes, the first 4 spots, even more than the prizes themselves, it is the Esports World Cup qualification. The top 4 will make it to the Esports World Cup, where millions of dollars are at stake, representing an esports club and trying to take the crown from Magnus Carlsen, who already has qualified. Of course, he's the reigning champion of the Esports World Cup chess event.
Yeah, so indeed, it's amazing prize fund here. And to be honest, and I wish I was there in Atlanta playing there
Why are you
myself.
not
But
there, Artus?
I
What are you
don't know.
doing here?
I
Go!
don't know.
Go!
I just decided it's better do the commentary from home. Here we see Lim Le, one of the strongest participants of the event against Alexei Sarana, the last year's finalist. He's back in action again in Atlanta. It's just so amazing to see these players back in live action, and also think for the players that are having this type of format where you get to play against each other live, sitting in front against each other and playing those games live. It's fascinating, and the games are starting.
The games have just begun indeed. We will always follow the one game that's on the main stage. This is going to be it. The first match between Le Quangliam and Alexei Sarana. Remember, there's 2 games in each match, and whoever wins will make it through to the finals in the upper bracket here in this crucial matchup. The winner of this match, therefore, will qualify to the Esports World Cup directly.
Yeah, so it's tough to say who is the favorite. I think that Lim Le, who is playing with the black color, he is a slight ELO favorite, but to be honest, here with a third of the time control, I'm not sure that really matters. This is still a speed chess event. And one thing I'm noticing here, Anna, is that both players apparently appear to be welded in the book, because when you are a world-class player, you're essentially spending a lot of time to learn some of the best openings and try to trick your opponent. And I don't really know this particular position, but the players blitz it out it very quickly. Apparently must be some pretty known stuff.
It seems like they are both very well prepared, as you have mentioned, and only this last move by Alexei Sarana took a bit longer of a think. 24 seconds he spent on that queen move, and Le Quangliam also follows up with a bit of time and a bishop development, but both of them very well prepared. And this is not one of those main lines that they probably have expected, maybe not for today. It sometimes is a preparation from a different event or from years ago even. Grandmasters have such a vast knowledge of openings and a huge memory to store all this information in their brains, isn't it?
Absolutely. And what it really amazes me, Anna, is that both players appear to be really within the book of such a rather rare opening. And yeah, the opening phase is passing very quickly. Here you see Lim Le very quickly played a3 because this knight at the queen side was a bit bothering him. I mean, you never know, there might be some fork ideas on c2. Now he retreated back to the safety. And also for the viewers, as you can see, there's the evaluation bar, which is to the left of the board, which signals that according to the modern chess engines, white is slightly better.
White is slightly better indeed. And when it comes to the time management, so far it has been very balanced. Now a bit longer think by Le Quangliam here after the knight retreat by Sarana. I'm curious how he will respond, because now there's a threat of trades in the middle of the board. The knights might be traded either on that central square where the white knight is standing, or white could capture the black knight, and that's what he's going for. He takes the knight and now pushes his pawn to develop the bishop, because as you could see, the white queen was in the way of the development of the white bishop. So he opens a different route. He opens the long diagonal to fianchetto his bishop and then possibly castle king's side.
I really like this move because the white queen in front of the king stands pretty nicely, and you know, chess is all about controlling the vital squares, and when it comes to the bishops, typically you try to give them long, nice, juicy diagonals, and this is what the Vietnamese player is doing. He wants to put the bishop on g2, castle the short side, so he has 2 bishops protecting his king. He might also target this black pawn on c6 if he puts the bishop on g2. I'm sure we are going to get there. And right now, Sarana, as very typically the best players they're doing, he's not thinking about his next move, he's thinking about like a concept. So in which direction should I take the game?
That's exactly what he was contemplating. He castle then defends his weakened pawn on c6 by moving both the bishop there, and now the protection of the queen is also joining that c6 pawn. But at the same time, this queen a6 move is also to pin the white pawn and put some pressure on the queen side. Interesting placement, a bit crammed, I feel like, the queen side of black, and white is gaining even more space now by pushing the b pawn. I really like this position for Lac1Guillem, and the evaluation bar just keeps liking it more and more.
Yeah, and White's position absolutely looks like a complete success after the opening, and the Vietnamese player is a very, very dangerous player, and as you can see, he has managed to get a nice solid advantage after the opening, and typically at this phase, he probably is facing a question: should he try to capitalize on his advantage in some way or improve the position? And Anna, the first thing I'm looking at, can I do some forcing continuation like b4, b5? No, instead, he plays bishop c7, and check this out. I think, Anna, he wants to play b5, push forward and trap the black queen on a6. And by the body language of Sarana, he did not like this move.
Wow, that is a huge move with a brilliant idea. As you have mentioned, the black queen has no spaces, nowhere to go. Once the bishop is controlling the a5 square, you can push the b pawn and basically win a piece, and that piece is the biggest of pieces. You can win the queen. What can Sarana do about this? Maybe he has to give up the rook for the bishop in order to save his queen?
I mean, probably this is the best he can do, like using Gotham Chess's famous expression, "Oh no, my rook!" I mean, he probably has to go because unfortunately it's going to be Eric Strozen's "Oh no, my queen," and queen is simply more valuable, please. He does play rook c8, which means what happens after b5? I suppose we're going to find it out, and I think that there's going to be some sacrifices right now.
He's giving up the queen. He's taking white's bishop, giving up a full queen for that bishop and the rook, but the black bishop will be taken. Good thing for Sarana that also the c7 bishop is hanging. So now white will likely capture this bishop on f1, and then black has a move to capture the other bishop. So we have a queen for white and a rook and a bishop to try to compensate for it. You can see on the evaluation bar that the engine doesn't like it. The engine is saying white's position is winning.
It is winning, but that is according to an engine, while still humans might make some mistakes. And I think what Sarana here with the black color is trying to do, is trying to set up some kind of a fortress. So if we would have this position in classical chess, when players normally get like 90 minutes for the entire game, they can figure out things. But again, this is a 10-minute with no increment game, and that's why for Sarana there might be still a chance. But of course, I think that here Limley is looking really good to capitalize on his advantage and open up the score in the match.
This is huge. A reminder to our viewers that these are matches of 2 games, best of 2. So if Lac1Guillem starts with a win, he is basically very close to that qualification spot. He's halfway through the door to the Esports World Cup, because he would only need to achieve a draw, not lose the second game in order to qualify to the Esports World Cup for this summer. But of course, Sarana will try his best. He's trying to set up some kind of a fortress with the doubled rooks, the knight in the center. They are all very well placed, but what can black do to keep making moves? You need to come up with a plan. You need to come up with a way to put pressure on your opponent. He's pushing his g-pawn to get some space for the king, which now steps up off of the back rank.
And this is what exactly White is doing. He is, what we are saying in the professionals language, simplifying the position. So he registers, okay, black wants to set up a fortress, and fortress, it means get a position where white, even though he is stronger, he has an extra material, he doesn't really have a clear way to crash through. So that's a fortress, and that's what Sarana is trying to do. So Limley here is thinking, he wants definitely to trade the rooks here at the d file, but how does he get to the pawn on a7? And I think here the pawn on a7 is so critical for him to succeed.
I agree with you, Arturs, and I think that's what we are seeing. White is trying to get to that a7 pawn, because if you manage to win that pawn, you basically have a new queen. That pawn of white on a6 is ready to promote once you manage to somehow capture the a7 pawn. So it's crucial for Sarana to keep a hold of that pawn. He is going back with the knight, guarding his rook. So in case of a rook trade on d8, he possibly could take back with the bishop in order to maneuver that bishop toward the pawn in question, this a7 pawn, which is crucial for the defense of black's position to stay solid, to keep everything under defense. 5 minutes left for both players. Reminder, there is no increment.
Yeah, there is no increment, and by the way, Anna, you called it, because this is exactly what happened in the game. Sarana put the bishop on b6, as you can see. Now it guards this weakness on a7, and this is where white immediately seeks to create for black more problems on the king side. Watch out for this queen. It pins the knight on f6, which in return is pinning the king on g7, so white might try to collect the knight on f6 with some kingside pawn pushes. I'm talking about g4, h4, g5, and try to win the knight. And this is what Lim Lei is trying to figure out right now.
That's exactly the way forward, but how will he prepare it? Will he push immediately? Will he go a bit more solid? Black cannot really do much but wait and try to hold everything under the protection of his pieces. This is going to be, I think the next couple of moves, Arthur's, are crucial, whether Le Quangliam is able to put more pressure on that pinned piece, the knight on f6. This is now the new target since the a7 pawn has been so well protected by black's bishop for now.
I mean, it's definitely not easy. I mean, obviously, I see the evaluation bar and I recognize, yes, there must be a win. However, how? And I think that Sarana has managed to set up a pretty good setup. And by the way, did you see he just raised his eyebrow? What is F3? What are you doing?
He was like,
there?
what? What are you doing? He expected a different move. Maybe he expected that pawn to be pushed 2 squares, f4 or h4, something to prevent g5. But since it wasn't prevented, Sarana himself pushes his pawn up to that square, making it a lot harder for white to somehow attack f6 knight. And now he is also securing his pawn chain with a pawn push to h6. It looks so hard to crack this, Arthurs. Yes, we see the evaluation bar showing quite a lot of advantage for white, but that is all considering that white should be playing the most precise, most perfect moves, and he doesn't really have that much time anymore. He is actually a minute lower on the clock. There is no increment, so this game could still be won also by Sarana if he keeps defending well and flex his opponent. It's part of the game.
Exactly, and I really like this move on a queen b2 because I think he's going to prepare to play a5 to relieve the bishop from protecting the pawn on a7, and I don't think that black can take this pawn, because if white wins the a7 pawn, it becomes much easier. So I think here there's only one move. The bishop has to go to c5, or is Sarana looking for some other continuations? Lim Lei is doing a very good job, but I have a feeling, Anna, that this game, it won't be decided by actual position on the board. We might still see the time scramble here.
I think so too. The time scramble is approaching. There is no increment in any of these games. It's 10 minutes, no increment. Mouse skills will matter so much. And after a5, I'm just so surprised that Sarana is thinking for so long, because he doesn't have too many options. He needs to either take the pawn and give up his a7 pawn, which looks terrifying with that white pawn about to promote 2 squares away from the promotion square, or keep the bishop on this same diagonal where it is right now and keep guarding the pawn. He's spending so long here. He cannot afford spending this long.
He's calculating bishop takes on a5 and rook d2 check. I mean, he is sure that he can try to win back the queen. Now, this is a very big moment here, because I think that Lim Lei was planning to collect the pawn on a7, but now you see black can win back the queen by playing rook d2 check, and he walks past it.
He gives a check to get out of that second rank where the queen could be won, and now he takes the pawn on a7. Makes sense, but the check comes regardless. Where will the white king go? There's actually not too many squares available. Black's knight is also coming in. It's almost like a mating threat. There's the rook, the knight, the bishop of black. Wow.
This somehow should be winning, but white has to be very careful, because, I mean, these pieces are so dangerous together. By the way, black can win the queen on the spot. Rook d1 check, queen d1, knight e3. So this will be great news for black, for Sarana, but it's the pawn on a6 which doesn't allow him to carry this idea. So instead, I think he has to go for some desperate counterattack, but as we can see by the evaluation bar, unfortunately, according to an engine, there's none.
Yeah, according to the engine and also according to the expressions by Serena, I think you could see that disappointment and frustration on his face. He drops the bishop back to at least have the chance to sacrifice the bishop for that pawn before it promotes. I think he has to give up the bishop. Instead, actually, he takes the pawn on h2, threatening a check in the corner, which would pick up the white queen. This is a last defensive resource that white has to deal with now. Move the queen, check in the corner. It's still the same threat though, but the new queen will be guarding the old queen in the corner once it promotes.
There's still going to be a lot of tricks, and I don't think that Serrana will resign, so he's going to move away the king. White is going to promote to a second queen, and there's going to be some tricky checks with knight e3. And again, White doesn't have so much time on the clock. I think knight e3 check here looks very tempting, and White is going to slide the king towards the king side because there's all kinds of forks, discovered checks, etc. There you go. This is what's happening right now, but White remains cold-blooded. Knight g4. Wow.
And the knight drops back. I think that was the move that was a crucial defense here in order to avoid perpetual check. It's such a crazy position. 2 queens for white, and now Serena resigns. But that was it. That was huge. The knight coming back to guard the white king. Le Quanglian wins the first game and is one step closer to the qualification to the Esports World Cup, but there will be another game to be played where Serena with the white pieces is in a must-win situation to earn an Armageddon. Can he do it, Arthurs? How did you see the players in this first game of the match?
I just still absolutely love the excitement in Lay's face because he's like, okay, this is the casual business,
excitement.
You know? It's just one game, really. And Serrana is also like, okay, right, I lost this game. Let me concentrate on the next game because these guys are some of the world's best chess professionals. For them, obviously, they're making living out of playing chess at the highest level, and they already have to concentrate for the next game. I just love this commitment of the concentration.
I know, they are in the zone. You cannot tell who won or who lost. They are both very professional and ready for that second game where Serena will have to go all in. I think we can expect a very aggressive attacking game with Serena possibly going for a gambit or some kind of a riskier opening choice because he has to try to win this game and earn an Armageddon. If he doesn't manage with a draw or with a second win, Le Quangliam is already through to the finals and he will earn one of the qualification spots to the Esports World Cup, which is huge. $1 million, more than $1 million actually, on the line in solely the chess event at the Esports World Cup and representing your esports organizations, all the contracts, all the glory, and lots of prizes at stake in this game where Serena, with the white pieces, as we have mentioned, has to try to win. I think Arthur's, in terms of attacking aggressive style, we can see that Serena is going for it, pushing the kingside pawns.
Yeah, this is very modern stuff. So in the chess language, this would be the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. And funnily enough, Anna, I was looking at this line just a couple of days ago. I was analyzing this line pretty deeply. And White often sacrifices this pawn at a king side, bishop takes at h4, to go for some counterattack at a queen side. But I seem to remember that this bishop takes at h4 that was just played by the Vietnamese grandmaster, it was not possible. So what happened really here? Did Serrana mixed up some opening prep, or this is still one big preparation? Either way, I think we're seeing here really exciting battle. G5. I love this. So the game is turning out to be really chaotic right now.
It is going very chaotic with quite some time advantage for Serrana, but that is from this factor of surprise, the opening choice that he went for. And Le Quangliam is calling the bluff. He's saying, I'm gonna take the free pawn that you're giving me, and now I'm gonna push my pawn as well, attack your bishop, guard my one on the edge of the board, as if everything was just very normal in this chess position. Both kings, of course, are still in the middle of the board.
I mean, this is probably anything but normal, but I mean, these guys, they are used to play such kind of very complicated positions because one thing we are not seeing what happened before the match. I'm pretty sure, Anna, these players prepared against each other really, really deeply because there's typically a large database of the games that both players have played against before. So typically a chess professional would spend countless hours trying to predict the game on their computers at home. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it appears to be that Lim Lee got exactly what he wanted.
Yes, he seems to be very happy with the outcome of the opening and very well prepared, as you have mentioned. So the opening surprise might have backfired a little bit because it is one of those risky choices where you're sacrificing material in the hopes of catching your opponent out of preparation. But the Vietnamese Grandmaster is very well prepared, even in this offbeat line. Now we see Sarana retreating his bishop all the way to h2. Looks like such a clumsy square. It's closing the open file of the rook that it is on h1. I'm curious how he's gonna try to develop. Probably a knight jump to attack the bishop of Le Quang Nguyen on h4. Knight to f3 could be a follow-up.
Yeah, I really like this maneuver because the black bishop at h4 is stuck, but it's still an extra pawn for black, and this is also a perfect moment for Lim Lee. Try to trade the queens. He just played queen b6. Without the queens, his exposed king is probably going to be a bit safer, and that's why Sarana, he's hunting this bishop on h4 and try to restore the material balance. However, in terms of the opening, I think that black most likely is still safe. However, I mean, the game is most likely still very, very sharp.
Looks like such a sharp position indeed. And even with the queens off of the board, white is going to have the pair of bishops and the possibility to win that pawn back on h4. So everything is still very much up in the air, a complex position, as that's what Sarana needs. He lost the first game and is in a must-win situation in order to have a chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup. With a draw, Le Quang Nguyen is through and will be the first player to qualify. I think now this is a crucial moment for black to take that pawn, and he chooses. He chooses to take the second pawn. The knight is grabbing the bishop at the edge of the board. Now a queen trade. So temporarily, black is up 2 pawns, but white has the pair of bishops. And once you move that h2 bishop, you will be attacking black's h4 pawn.
I love this strategy, Anna. First take pawns, worry later. I mean, they are extra pawns, and the black with every single trade is getting closer to the desired result. Once again, for black, draw is good. And here's Sarana, instead of grabbing this pawn on h4, I think Anna is looking at the queen side right now. Try to destabilize black's position with a very thematic b4 push. b4, b5, and try to create some weaknesses, because essentially, if we look at the position in grand scheme of things, black's h-pawns are going nowhere. No, he played bishop d6, which also looks to be others quite logical.
It is logical as well, and we see Le Quang Nguyen holding on to that pawn. Of course, why would you give it up if you can push it and guard it? So it is 2 extra pawns for black, and those 2 pawns are also passed pawns, by the way. This h3 pawn, if it remains on the board, is such a scary, dangerous passed pawn.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, it's essentially 10 minutes before the queen, because, I mean, maybe we are going to enter some sort of an endgame. The h3 pawn still lives, and black just might promote this pawn. Of course, everything is still ahead of us, and here, for Sarana, he has to make a pretty big decision. So is it pushing for the b pawn? b4, b5, maybe he should seek some kind of a counter-strike in the center with e4, not to be mixed with another popular computer game, Counter-Strike. In chess, we do get Counter-Strikes of our own. He is going for it. He does play king d2. I think he's looking in this direction.
I think so too, because the black king as well is in the middle of the board, and if you can open up the e5, you will have access to that black king. I think we might see another rook coming to the e5, or the pawn push first. e4 is also tempting. There's certainly counter chances here for why the rook is coming to g1 to attack the bishop, and if that bishop goes to f3, then the pawn will be up for grabs on h3. So you kind of need to hold on to it by either guarding the bishop, pushing your pawn, for instance, to h5, or retreating it to e6, but then you're opening up the g5 for the rook. h5, I think, is the right choice, and Le Quang Nguyen goes for it, keeping everything so far very safe and solid.
I'm not sure I like this idea by Savrana focusing on the king side, but I'm pretty sure that he evaluated all of these things very quickly. And in these positions, you have to make a decision very quickly because, again, there's no increment. You cannot afford yourself to get in a severe time scramble. And having positioned his rooks at the king side, is he, Anna, looking for some sort of a f3 break to get rid of this annoying bishop on g4, or is this a break in the center? I think one thing is pretty clear. There you go, there's f3 on the board. He is no longer playing for the queen side, this break that we're discussing before.
Yeah, it's now all about the king side and the center. Will he push e4? Will he go into black's camp with the rook now that the g file is open? Black is, of course, still holding on to that h3 pawn because it's way more important than white's f3 pawn. Le Quanglem was not interested in trading those pawns off of the board. The knight is maneuvering also toward the king side now, heading toward the f4 square potentially to hit the bishop and the pawn of black. What will Le Quanglem do? He cannot just castle because his knight on e7 would be hanging. So there is a bit of difficulty in finishing black's development here.
And I think also the evaluation bar is a bit misleading because it says that black is slightly better, but I'm looking at the position and I have a feeling that black's position is a bit difficult to play because the king is in the harm's way. You want to protect your extra pawns. Now knight f5, obviously Savrana is not gonna trade, and he does trade. I was about to say that there's no way he's gonna take on f5, and he did. Apparently he has some very concrete idea.
Yeah, he went for it because now if the bishop drops back, then he will jump to f4 with the knight, attacking the bishop and attacking both of black's pawns on the h file. White's pieces are so active, while black is still struggling to finish development. I think it says a lot about the position, as you mentioned, that the evaluation bar is nearly equal when black is up 2 pawns. 2 pawns usually would be quite a lot of advantage for the engine, but white's pieces are so active. There's so much compensation thanks to the activity and the aggressive locations of these pieces that white could actually turn the tables. And white also has a little bit more time. Of course, at this moment, it's still not that big of a factor, but in a game with no increment, time scramble will be approaching too.
I mean, you just gotta admire the incredible positional understanding of Savrana because, like, he's playing position down 2 pawns for a positional compensation. So here, as you could sense, Lim Le with the black color, he was trying to figure out, okay, probably one of my kingside pawns is gonna fall. How do I keep at least one of them? Now, after knight f4, do I protect my king? I go for a long castle, which, by the way, is still a possibility. We should not forget it. But no, he plays f6. He decided to keep the king at a kingside. I love this move.
Yeah, this is quite a move. At the same time, I'm noticing the evaluation bar changing a little bit more in favor of white. Still such a complex and messy position, but now the h3 pawn is finally gone. White has captured that pawn and is still down a pawn, but only 1 pawn at least. And there's pressure on the h file. The rook on g7 is really active and is preventing black from castling.
Knight f8, but what is the next move he is about to do? Is it rook d8? Because he cannot get rid of the rook on g7. And I have to take back what I said, that I love Lim Le's choice. Now I start to feel that his position is a bit dangerous, and it just proves how complicated this position is. White essentially has a very powerful dark square bishop on d6, and because of this bishop for black, he has to solve a lot of practical problems. And essentially, Anna, we're about to enter a time trouble.
It's only 4 minutes left indeed for both players. The bishop drops back to a3 to get out of any kinds of attacks with rook d8 or king to d7, making sure that black's pieces will be tangled up. I think you are right. This is such an unpleasant position for the Vietnamese grandmaster. He could try to trade pieces, but there's tactics everywhere. If you trade knights with knight to e6, after the capture on e6, there is rook e7 check at the very end, winning a piece for white. So there is no easy way out of this. He's pushing his a pawn to try to open up the a5, potentially with a4, or push b5 next and try to shut that bishop's diagonal.
I like this move a5, and immediately Serrana expected this. So here, what Black is trying to do, he's trying to activate his queenside rook with a4, because as you said, Anna, there's all kinds of tricks for white. For example, if Black would try to trade the rooks at a kingside with rook h7, there's bishop takes on a fate. That's a problem, and this is the reason why Limle's kingside is stuck. And again, I think the evaluation bar here is a bit misleading. Black has an extra pawn, white is pushing, but apparently, according to an engine, white has no clear way to crash through. We'll see.
We'll see, and with only 3.5 minutes for white and less than 3 minutes for Lek van Gliam, this is getting into blunder territory as well. A reminder to our viewers who are just joining that there is no increment in this format. It's 10 minutes, no increment. If Lek van Gliam manages to save this game, he's through to the Esports World Cup. If Serrana wins, we'll see an Armageddon between these two players. The knight is coming out now to b6, threatening knight c4 with a knight fork to pick up the bishop on d6. So the white king steps out of that check.
I think there's a very realistic chance that Serrana is going to equalize, because once again, from a human's perspective, he's pushing really hard. He is down a pawn, but also Black is lower on the clock by full minute, and there is no increment. Essentially, they are in a blitz territory. This is a very dangerous combination. Having an unsafe king, little time on the clock, typically this doesn't stack up well.
It does not, and you can tell that Lek van Gliam is very uncomfortable in this position. If you have to drop the rook back into the corner and not have any active play, not have a way to develop your pieces properly, the black king is stuck on e8, guarding the f7 bishop. The rook is also stuck on h8. This is the only active piece of black, and so he's trying to take advantage of it by getting the rook into white's camp with rook a2 just now.
But still, at the same time, white needs to make some sort of a progress. So, okay, black is pretty passive. His kingside is stuck. The knight on b6 is not doing anything. White needs to make a progress. There you go. This is why Serrana is ready to slide the knight at the queenside. And immediately, black played knight c8. He's trying to get rid of this annoying bishop on d6, who has stood there for far too long.
It has been on the diagonal, stopping black's development. Now the bishop retreats to f4, and the knight finally makes it to e7, threatening knight f5 to chase the rook out of the second rank, or in this case, the 7th rank, which has been such a thorn in black's camp, not allowing him to develop the rest of his pieces.
I think we are going into the flagging zone right now, because I think Serrana already has given up on the idea to outplay his opponent by simple, pure positional strength. He's going for a lot of tricks. Black still has to pick up a lot of uneasy moves. I would expect exactly knight e3, knight b4. Black is lacking the coordination between his armies, but again, let's not underestimate the defensive capabilities of Limle. E4, there's the break.
Definitely. Wow, finally we see an immediate pawn break with pawn push e4. The knight is going back to e7. The bishop back to that lovely square on d6. But finally, black's king can also move, attack the bishop, and offer to trade his knight for white's bishop. This is progress for black. Definitely progress.
Knight b4 attacks the rook at a2. Do not blunder the rook. The pawn on c6 for black is also under attack, and this is why the Vietnamese Grandmaster is seeking some counterplay against the white center. The Valencia bar says that black is leading a textbook defense so far, but I have a feeling, Anna, that all of white's pawns, they're probably gonna drop at some point, so there's only 2 of them left, and we might enter a territory where white is not gonna be doing really well. By the way, the Valencia bar just dropped dramatically. I'm not sure that really matters, because essentially black is in the bullet territory.
Bullet territory indeed, and with no increment, Serrana has a really good chance here to try to flag his opponent. He needs to push for a win. Any other result will make Lek van Gliam advance to the finals and qualify to the Esports World Cup. So this is it. 52 seconds left for the Vietnamese Grandmaster. Serrana with a minute and a half. He has to try to play on and not allow any repetition of moves or perpetual checks.
Oh, I wish I could get the heart rate information of both players right now, even though they feel to be quite composed, collected right now. I can sense definitely the tension between all players because they understand the stakes of this game are at the highest level because both of them desperately, they want to win this game. They want to get their spot in the Esports World Cup. And I suppose we're going to find it out in just 2 minutes. Are we going to get an Armageddon or the Vietnamese Grandmaster is going to straight qualify for it?
This is such a complicated position with only seconds left on the clock. There were Night Forks threatening the king. The Black King is being so brave, marching up all the way to the middle of the board to step out of those checks. But now there's a checkmate threat. What?
White is winning.
Oh, goodness me.
It's a fork.
White is
It's a fork,
completely
I think.
winning, but he missed it. He didn't see which rook check was the correct one. And now back to the same position. Will he find the right move here? Will he spot that he is
Rook F4.
suddenly winning with rook f4 check? Knight coming back to c2. I think he has realized.
There must be some sort of a mate. There were so many tricky checks to be watched out for. But I mean, right now, White is attacking with 2 rooks.
Giving
Yes,
up the
you
knight.
gotta take the knight.
You cannot because it's checkmate with the other rook coming to rook coming to f2, and this is still a winning position. The Black King cannot escape from the checkmate net with the rook
lose
coming
on
to
time.
f2.
He's gonna lose on time. I mean, only 10 seconds with a very, very difficult position. Right now, I think Limley realized this, that he is not gonna make it. Sarana has 30 seconds. He's looking for the mate, but essentially he can simply try to flag his opponent, go for tricks, and Black is not gonna hold this position. There's the mate.
Wow, checkmate next move after king a3, rook a1. Alexei Sarana, in a must-win situation, has made the impossible possible in this crucial time scramble. He has now tied the score, and we will see an Armageddon between these two players where both of them will decide how much time are they willing to bid to get the black pieces and have draw odds in Armageddon.
I just love this part, Ada. This is where the mind games really to start. So do you want to play with the white color or you want to play with the black color? Because if you play with the black color, draw is good for you. But white has to play on demand. So how much time do you bid? And we have some very famous cases in the world-class chess tournaments where sometimes the bid difference is like 1 second. So if somebody really knows how to bid it properly, probably it's Magnus Carlsen. There's a very, very famous couple of examples how he has bid in a couple of critical moments. We're going to find it out very shortly. What is the time that both players have chosen?
Yeah, you can tell on the expressions of the players that they're really trying to figure out what's the magical number, how much time are you willing to give up to have draw odds in Armageddon if you want to play with the black pieces, or do you prefer to have white and go all in? I think it has been such an incredible match between these two players, and to witness Alexei Sarana coming back from a really tough situation in the match, they don't have much time to calm themselves down because the Armageddon is about to start, and they are going to make their bids by writing down the amount of time they are willing to play with to have the black pieces. What are your guesses, Arturs? How much time will they give up?
I would bid something random, like let's say 8 minutes and 23 seconds. Like, I don't know.
That sounds like a good bid, yeah.
It's a good bid, yeah. So because I don't really want to go so much low on the clock. To be honest, I'm not even sure if I want to play with the white color because like having a draw odds, it's definitely a very, very big advantage. It's technically easy to play for the win, and they have submitted their potential times, and we are gonna see it very quickly. Can we have a peek? No, I don't think so. We can see what they have written.
I can see a little bit. They were showing it to both players. Just a reminder, by the way, that in this match, both games have been won with the white pieces. That too is part of the psychological battle. Are you just going to try to get the white pieces? Because so far, that what has worked very well. Le Quang Liam had draw odds basically in the match in this second game, but he couldn't hold it. Serena sacrificed 2 pawns, went really aggressive, and got that really crucial win. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen in the Armageddon Tours, and this is only the first match of the day.
Yeah, there's so many more to follow. And also for all the other participants, they're following this right now because all the participants who made it to the playoffs, they are in the Georgia World Congress Center in Atlanta watching it live. They can't wait until the turn is going to come. And all of the attention of all the viewers, the people who have came there to watch the action live, and also all the participants, is to the match of Limle against Sarana. So do we have any information what's the bidding time or who is playing with the white color? I'm very, very eager to find it out, but maybe we're going to get this information very soon.
I think we're about to figure it out indeed as the players are settling in to start this crucial Armageddon game, which will decide which of these two players will qualify to the Esports World Cup. So there is practically millions of dollars on the line. No pressure. No pressure at all, Arturs, right? Wow. Oh, lots of time. Black has given up lots of time. Sarana.
7 minutes and something like 20 seconds? That was his choice? I mean, 70 minutes 20, 70 minutes 30. Okay, so he really, really wanted the black color.
Interesting, since both of the previous games have been won with the white pieces. Lek Wanglian won the first game with white, then Sarana fought back with the white pieces. So this is it. This is the Armageddon, and if it's what we see, it really has been Sarana willing to give up a lot of time to have draw odds and go solid. He does have the psychological advantage of having won the second game. He has just tied the score and is pushing his H pawn, getting ready to castle potentially, or simply stop white from pushing further and chasing his knight away from f6.
And just to have the confirmation, Alexei Sarana chose 7 minutes and 33 seconds. I think actually I was pretty close. I think I said, okay, I think I said 8 minutes and what was it, 20-something seconds. And Sarana's choice of 33 seconds. It's close enough. It's close enough to my
1 minute.
Yeah, it's close enough.
I think Lek Wanglian's choice, if I saw correctly, his handwriting, that was over 8 minutes and a couple of seconds, what he was going to bid for. But Sarana, with his 7.5 minute bid to get draws with the black pieces. So this is it. To our viewers, just to recap, this is Armageddon. White starts with 10 minutes. Sarana chose to have 7 minutes and 33 seconds with the black pieces, but he's got draw odds. So in case of a draw, Alexei Sarana will qualify to the Esports World Cup, but he has to survive this game, not lose it, and also not lose on time. There is no increment, and white's pieces are so active. The knight jumping to f5, the queen coming to f3, and white can still castle on both flanks if he wishes so.
To be honest, I have a feeling that white already has decided to slide his king towards the queen side, because it's like a rule for a very critical game where you desperately try to win the game. You want to position your king on the other side of the board than your opponent, because this will give you a lot of freedom to use the pawns to hunt down this king. And also I think that for black, he's not really interested to castle the short side, because those pawns, they make very easy targets. And that's why here Sarana is going to be very, very careful, keep the king in the center for the time being, and then maybe castle the same direction where the white king is going to go.
I fully agree with your assessment there, Arturs, and I think that's what we are seeing on the board as well. White is pushing the king side pawns, not interested to put the king there. He will castle queen side in any of the upcoming moves to connect his rooks and get ready to open up the position while the black king is still in the middle of the board. But the g4 pawn is hanging right now, and that's something that white has to deal with. He's pushing g5, attacking the knight, but now there's a trade of rooks in the corner. Will he take with the knight or with the queen this rook?
He takes with the queen, and this also means that the pawn on g5 is now dropping. Is this something that Limle missed? Because knight h7 is not your typical move on your bingo card. You would expect that the knight has to retreat someplace else, but now white has problems to defend the pawn. Now that's why he castled the long side. He is willing to give up the pawn on g5 and very quickly try to open the center. In terms of the opening, Anna, I would say that black's position is a success.
I believe so as well, but it's going to be crucial what happens over the next moves after this pawn break. It looks like the computer doesn't like it. The evaluation bar is showing quite some advantage for black, but you still have to be so precise with the black king in the middle of the board, the e file opening up, both the queen and the black king are on the same open file. So if rook comes to e1, you're threatening to win material. Is black going to place his bishop on e6, for instance, try to block that open file? There's potential sacrifices on c6 that black has to calculate. Both the bishop of white and the queen are eyeing that long diagonal.
Which begs the question, Anna, did they miss this? I mean, when he went for these trades, did they miss this bishop takes on c6 idea? Because I'm pretty sure that right now, both players are on the same page, and black made his choice very quickly. I mean, these captures, he still had enough time on the clock to figure it out. Now he gives intermezzo check on g5, and I think his idea is to play bishop f5 should the white king walk away either to c2 or b1. And that's why right now white might play rook d2 to pin his rook against the black queen willingly, but to avoid bishop f5 and another trade.
I think that's what he's considering, and the time advantage of white is evaporating. It's still, of course, substantial, but not as much of a time advantage as at the start. A reminder that Alexei Saranov started with 7.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes less than his opponent in this Armageddon game where black has draw odds. So it's now 6 minutes against 5 minutes and 18 seconds. There is no increment in any of these games.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking. The players are approaching about the same time, both on the clock. So white started with extra, essentially 2.5 minutes. Now this advantage is depleted, but he has to make a pretty big decision. So he goes for king b1, bishop f5, as to be expected, and king a1. For black, the danger is not over because white might still sacrifice the bishop on c6. And that's why Serrana, before he castles the long side, he asks himself the question, am I afraid of the bishop sacrifice on c6, or I should perhaps keep the king in the center for the time being?
That is the main question he needs to answer. Indeed, we have seen the white king marching all the way to the corner in order to threaten that bishop sacrifice on c6. So Serena is calculating if he has to take this bishop, or is it okay to castle, for instance. He's saying, no, I'm going to trade the bishop before it gets sacrificed for my pawns and I get attacked on the queen side. White can take on e4 with the knight or with the queen check. Knight takes, attacks the queen, threatens knight d6 check. The queen from f4 is guarding that crucial square and also eyeing the f6 square. So black is now ready to castle next move.
Yeah, probably black is safe, but he's still one move away from bringing the king to the safer position. And I think here white could try to keep the king somehow in the center, but the question is, how do you do it? Because initially, to be honest, I was thinking about something as ridiculous as queen h3, trying to disconnect the king from castling the long side. And then I remembered the knight on e4 is under attack. So maybe there's no such move for white at all. And that's why here the Vietnamese Grandmaster goes for the d5 push, and black immediately castles the long side. Now his king is safe and the position is about to normalize.
Very, very precise play by Alexei Serena. And now that he has castle, there's pressure on the d5 pawn. In case white takes on c6, the open d5 will lead to further trades. And the more trades, the better it is for Serena with an extra pawn and also the draw odds that he has with the black pieces in Armageddon. Now that the knight has jumped back to c3, black has a bit of a breathing room to decide how to deal with that potential capture on c6. The white queen and the white pawn are attacking that c6 pawn.
Can I take the pawn on f2? I mean, I'm looking at this position and I'm not seeing anything terribly wrong with this. So if I take on f2, white takes on c6, we get the rooks off the board. And I don't think I will blunder something terrific. So most likely white anticipates this and will play, for example, rook f1 and go for some gambit. And now the king's exposed. Or do I not take the pawn on f2 instead? I should maybe activate the knight on f8, but the pawn on c6 is under attack. For black, there's still some practical problems to solve. He does it. He takes the pawn.
Yeah, you could tell by the eye movements that he has been calculating this capture. This is the most straightforward, the most critical variation. He goes for it. And now we will be expecting either the rook move that you have mentioned, Arthur's, rook to f1 to attack the black queen, and then try to take on c6. Because if he had taken the pawn earlier, further trades would have led to a very simplified position, which is favorable for black.
But black is still not out of the woods because this Knight of the Fate doesn't give him any sense of security. What black desperately wants is to simplify the position, get rid of the rooks off the board or the queens off the board. And that's why Limlet just plays chess. He plays a3. He knows that black still has to figure out the proper setup. It's not about the extra pawns that black has. It's about the king's safety. 97 is one way to get there. Of course, Serrana doesn't care about the pawn on d5. All he cares about is to get the queens off the board. And this is why white says, not under my watch.
No. It's still an extra pawn for black, but as you have mentioned, the very active white pieces are compensating for it. This is very similar to how the previous game went, where Serrana was the one sacrificing 2 pawns for very active piece play and compensation. Now Le Quangliam is playing the same kind of strategy. He has to, because in this Armageddon, a reminder that Serrana with the black pieces has draw odds. So in case of a draw, Serrana qualifies to the Esports World Cup. If Le Quangliam wins, and that's the only result that is good for him, he will be the one that makes it to the Esports World Cup for this summer. Crucial final 3 minutes for both players.
So far for Serrana, everything is going to this direction because it seems that he has managed to solve the problems, and right now Limlet is looking for these lost tricks. If everything fails, of course, you can always resort to try to flag your opponent because, again, the time control the viewers is 10 minutes with no increment. We're still getting
wow,
what just happened? He blundered.
He blundered that the
my
knight
goodness.
can be given up and white is down on exchange. He did not see that the knight can be blocking the way, being sacrificed. So now it's a black rook against the knight. Black has draw odds and is up material as well. Up on the clock, up on the board, and with this draw, Alexei Serrana makes it back in a match where he started with a loss. He won on demand, and now the handshake confirms that Alexei Serrana is our first finalist in Atlanta at DreamHack, and he's the first player to qualify to the Esports World Cup. Goodness me, what a game and what a match this has been.
Congratulations to Alexei. You could definitely see the relief and the happiness in his face because this was such a tense match, and of course the sadness in Limlet's face when he blundered this rook. But to be honest, he already was running out of the tricks. He tried to go for some practical ideas, but yeah, it just did not work. And apparently Serrana's choice, choose the black color, make some cold-blooded decisions, it was perfect for this moment.
What an incredible way to start our playoffs at DreamHack Atlanta. This is it. This is the second year that chess is on the main stage at the biggest digital festival in the world. I wish we could be there right now to feel the atmosphere, Arthurs, because there's a live audience watching on the main stage. Chess being part of esports, being part of all the video games as well. And for the Esports World Cup, this is huge. Millions of dollars at stake. This poster next to me, by the way, Arthurs, is some of the qualified players. Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavic, Alireza Firuja. There's also Hikaru and his signature, but he has not qualified yet. Who has qualified today already is Alexei Serrana. What are your thoughts on this match, Arthurs, before we head to our next semifinals?
I mean, it's a really great start, Anna, because, I mean, one thing, it proves that this tournament is very unpredictable. The time control ensures it. I love the format. I love the 10-minute with no increment because it means that in case the game doesn't really go your way, you could always try to get the game to the time scramble, rely on some tricks, and as we could see, it might work. And to be honest, it felt that Serrana deserved it because he played some amazing chess in this match to outplay Limlet. In this critical game like this, choosing black color with 7 minutes and 33 seconds, if that was not the bold choice, I don't know what it was. So it's fascinating, and I can't wait what today's future matches they're going to bring.
I know, and from the corner of my eye, I'm also looking at some of the lower bracket games that are going on. They both went to Armageddon as well. So far, all the matches in Atlanta in the playoffs are being decided in Armageddon. We are getting ready for our next semifinals in the upper bracket for yet another qualification spots, because this event at DreamHack features 4 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup, which is huge, absolutely huge, for the players to get contracts, for esports organizations, for the clubs, for the organizations themselves to fight for the crown, and of course, the reigning champion of the Esports World Cup chess event, Magnus Carlsen, will be there. He already has qualified and is waiting to defend his title again. This is such a feat for us to follow it, whether in person in Atlanta or online. Artus, as we have discussed, why are you not there? But we're going to continue talking about it. For next year, Artus is going to be one of the players. But for now, our current players and the bracket so far is the following. We have just seen the semifinals in the upper bracket between Lek Wangliam and Alexei Serena, which ended in 1.5, as you can see, but that half a point was a qualification for Serena. You see that symbol next to his name. He is already through to the Esports World Cup, but he'll be back to play in the grand final later today. Our next matchup, Artus, let's talk about those players as well. Christopher Yu is going to be playing against Aravind Chittambaram. This is going to be for the next qualification spot to the Esports World Cup, and that final between Serena and the winner of Christopher Yu, Aravind Chittambaram.
Yeah, of course, these are again the 2 world-class players, and Aravind, he was just recently rated about 2750, like about top 20 in the world, and once in an interview said, okay, I got to 2750 or so, I'm going to go for 2800. And Indian chess has been known for producing a lot of chess talents. Right now, the world champion is the Miraj Gukesh. He's coming from India. Then we have so many great players like Arjun Rigaisi, Pragananda, and Aravind, essentially from that generation. So it's really great to see that he's here in Atlanta. But also, let's not underestimate Christopher's chances, because he's been playing in this tournament really very well so far. And with this time control, I think it's going to be really, really hard to predict who's going to take it down.
I fully agree with you. Christopher is the youngest participant who made it this far in the event at DreamHack Atlanta. So with his 19 years old and ready to fight for the qualification spot for the Esports World Cup, I think it's going to be a crucial match that we are about to witness. The players are getting ready for the semifinals. For Christopher, the way to make it to this far, if we bring up the bracket, was against 2 of his compatriots, actually. He beat Ray Robson and he also beat Awander Liang. And for Aravind, he had to take down the reigning champion of this format. Alexander Bortnik won last year at DreamHack and qualified to the Esports World Cup. And this time it was Aravind who managed to beat him and push through to the finals in the upper bracket. It's such a tough tournament. You see all these names, all these grandmasters. Everyone is hungry for the qualification spots to the Esports World Cup, of course, Arturs.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I really love this double elimination format, because, 10-minute time control is quite unpredictable. Sometimes bad things happen in one certain game, but you don't really have a chance to recover. That's why you have another shot at the tournament, and we can see some very good players suffering early losses. For example, I see Guyaro lost against Bortnik early on, and also Awander Liang is another 2700 ELO player. He lost 2 matches. He did not really make it to the playoffs, and the players from the upper bracket, they essentially have a joker up to their sleeve. They still have a chance to recover in case they lose a match, but from the lower bracket, they cannot afford to lose any matches anymore, because that will mean they would lose the second match, and that's it. They're out. So it's fascinating to follow this.
Very fascinating indeed. The double elimination system, the double elimination bracket, and the time control with 10 minutes, no increment. It's producing all these crazy time scrambles where, of course, flagging skills are part of the game. This is it. This is chess as an esport. Chess has been around for so long. It's this ancient board game that has been around for about 1500 years and now is part of the Esports World Cup for this year as well. How cool is that, Arthurs, and how chess has changed over these years, going from a board game played with wooden pieces, oftentimes physical pieces that you can touch, and now we see the players sitting at computers, looking at the screen and having noise-canceling headphones on.
I mean, it's unbelievable because if you remember the times before COVID when things really took off, and we have to say big thank you to the Queen's Gambit and Netflix TV series, this was a completely different time. I mean, back around in 2018, 2019, shortly before the COVID, right? So who was playing serious chess online? I mean, chess online was just pretty much having for fun. But ever since those times, chess online has exploded dramatically, and I think that we are essentially right now at the peak of online chess, and I'm so glad that chess also made its way to the esports where it truly belongs.
It truly belongs there, and it has been now this mix where we see a lot of classical events still, of course, over the board tournaments, but also more and more online events and esports style events. Just like now in Atlanta at DreamHack, where all these grandmasters are fighting it out on a computer screen with noise-canceling headphones. Mouse skills matter a lot too, and they are on the main stage, watched by thousands of people that are present right now at DreamHack Atlanta. It's a feat for us to be covering the event, and we are getting ready for the next semifinal, while, of course, we still have the lower bracket as well, and I'm looking at it from the corner of my eye that still those Armageddon games are being played. Andrei Yesipenko against Alexander Bortnik. It has now been in the Armageddon phase where it is Bortnik who needs to hold with the black pieces, and David Anton against Jules Moussard is in the final seconds of the Armageddon as well. It's incredible to see all these grandmasters. We started out, Arthurs, with 36 participants and only 8 remain.
Yeah, so this means that we are approaching the final phase, and essentially there was a lot of action going on also yesterday, and I'm hoping also with the coming next year's the DreamHack event, the chess part is going to evolve, because so many players, they still do not know about the privileges that DreamHack offers. For example, if we compare to last year's edition in Dallas, DreamHack Dallas had one spot. Was it one spot or was it 2 spots, to be honest? Maybe I'm mixing it up. One spot.
No, you're
yes,
right. One spot. Bortnik won last year and he qualified to the Esports World Cup.
To the last chance qualifier, but this year 4 spots go directly to the Esports World Cup, and chess is part of the Esports World Cup for a second year in a row. We are evolving, we're getting better, bigger, so it's really exciting for the chess fans.
So exciting indeed, and I can confirm that in the lower bracket it has been Jules Moussard who managed to beat the Spanish #1 David Anton in the Armageddon game, while Bortnik and Yesipenko are still fighting it out. Bortnik there has the white pieces in an Armageddon, where Yesipenko, with a draw odds and the better position, has great chances to make it through. So we will be later on seeing these players as well as the brackets merge. You can see that Sarana is already waiting in the finals of the upper bracket with Christopher Yu and Aravind Chittambaram getting ready for that semi-final match that we'll be covering shortly. The winner of that match will qualify to the Esports World Cup and will be facing Sarana in the final. So there is a lot at stake. The players are ready. They are wearing the noise-canceling headphones. They are ready with the mouse skills. They are on the main stage at DreamHack Atlanta for a huge chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup.
All right, what's your hot take, Anna? Who is going to take down this match? Technically, ELO favorite is Aravind, but do you think it's really going to matter in this time control?
I don't think it will matter. I'm going to predict that it's going to an Armageddon. So far, all the matches, every match has seen Armageddon so far. 3 matches going to 3 Armageddons. So I think my hot take will be that we're going to see a lot of Armageddons. Christopher is already listening to his playlist. I wish I could know what music he has chosen. You can see the head banging, getting ready, getting into the zone, while Aravind is really focused as well. I love the reflection of the chessboard in the glasses.
Yeah, I also would love to hear what they're listening right now. This is the one of the things that players are allowed to do. They can bring their favorite playlist, what they're listening to, and it allows you to get in this proper mood. As you can see that Christopher is definitely in the zone. He's getting to start the game, and Aravind instead is very, very much composed, very serious. So it's going to be amazing clash of styles. So we'll see. The games are about to start.
They're about to start indeed. A very different approach, whether you're listening to music or do you prefer white noise? Do you prefer just anything that is not going to be with lyrics? There's so many choices, of course, but in terms of opening choice, what we see on the board is quite a symmetrical pawn structure. But now after the trade on c3, white has the pair of bishops, while black's position is really solid, about to fianchetto the bishop, develop it to b7.
Wow, H3, what is this? I mean, this is again some really top-notch opening theory. To be honest, I would have thought that you have to fight for the center, develop the pieces, but instead, white opts for this quiet king's pawn on H3. But these are just professionals. They really know what they're doing. And what I really love about this position, Anna, is that it's essentially a clash of styles. Black says, I have a beautiful control of the center. All of my pieces are positioned really nicely. And white says, well, I have the bishop here, so I'm going to retract the bishop, put the other bishop probably on b2, grab b4, and I'll play you in the long run. So as you can see, this bishop on b2, it seemingly doesn't do anything, but mark my words, give it a couple of moves, and later this Daxo bishop for white might turn out to be a very, very good piece. And this, once again, just proves how chess can be really rich with the ideas.
Such a rich position indeed. A very classical approach. We see the fight of white having the pair of bishops, but black controlling crucial squares. Now the knight going to the edge of the board to open up the long diagonal for the bishop, and also heading toward the squares in white's camp on c4, for instance. Now with the queen going to e2, white's rooks are connected. Potentially will be coming to d1 and c1.
Yeah, black just completed development, played rook c8, and he's thinking about when is the right moment to capture this pawn on d4. The problem is, if he does it at the wrong moment, it opens up white's Daxo bishop, and if instead he tries to close the queen side with c4, white might grab the center and give the Daxo bishop a different diagonal. Here you see black just play queen d7, targeting the pawn on a4, which at the moment is not enough defended. And Christopher right now is trying to figure out, should he defend it or play for a gambit instead?
Yeah, critical decision here. The rook coming back to the corner. Arthur, so you're the grandmaster here. Please tell us what is going on.
I mean, well, me as a grandmaster, I would say normally this is not what you do. So if you're seeing rook c1, rook a1 after the opening phase, you don't know what you're doing unless you are a chess professional. So sometimes chess professionals, they make exceptions to the rule because they tend to see at the larger scheme of things, and apparently white didn't really have any other choice to protect the pawn on a4, and this is where Aravind immediately tries to trade off white's precious bishop pair. He plays bishop d5, and I think it's safe to say if the bishop pair is traded, black is fine, and there you go. Immediately a lot of things are happening right now. Wow, amazing speed.
Yeah, the speed of these players, and now with the trades of pieces, white is enjoying the pair of bishops, but black has the pair of knights. Right now, the knights are not very well coordinated. One is on the edge of the board on the queen side, and the other is in the classical spot on f6, helping the black king stay safer. But this is still a very solid position. You can see the evaluation bar showing a really balanced situation. So dynamic factors that are different, but essentially about equal the current evaluation of the position.
I mean, typically black probably would be better because he has the better pawn structure, but white does have those bishops, and maybe he already has to give up the pawn on c4 somehow to rely on the dynamics. But I mean, how do you do it? I don't really know. So instead he plays rook d1 and he says, you want to take the pawn on c4? Be my guest, because there might be some tricks like capturing on f6. I think this is what I'm looking at right now. If black collects the pawn on c4 with the knight, what about bishop takes at f6? You can't really capture with a queen because there's going to be multiple trades and the knight on c4 might be hanging. And this is where you have to calculate really, really fast, and you cannot afford to make mistakes.
You cannot afford mistakes. Of course, with such a time situation as well, we have already highlighted how in this format it's 10 minutes, no increment. So far, both players have been playing so fast the opening phase. And you can see the confirmation on our screen as well. It's Aravind with the white pieces. He is the higher seeded player to start the match with the white pieces. And in the next game, it's Christopher who will have the white pieces. Now the pawn has been captured on c4. It is one of those moments where black is up a pawn, but white has the pair of bishops, and the position is opening up for those bishops.
And also, I'm thinking that this is the pattern, Anna, we are seeing in all the previous games, because the players at this caliber, at the GM level, world-class players, they're not really thinking about the material balance on the board. That's the biggest difference between just professionals and, for example, club level players, who very often they really care about the material balance or holding on to the pawn. They always tend to think about the larger picture, because in the grand scheme of things, what is really important, this is dynamics, king safety, and all kinds of tactics. So white gave up the pawn, fine, but here Aravind expects that his bishops, they're going to give him enough compensation for the pawn.
And so far in the previous match as well, we have seen the strategy where white would give up one pawn or even two pawns for activity, for active pieces that can compensate for the lack of material. So it's very much in that style where you are ready to sacrifice material to have the more active pieces. What worries me more is not the lack of pawn for Aravind, but the lack of time. He's slower. He's now below 6 minutes, and there is no increment in this format. So it's crucial for him to speed up and not give this much of a time advantage for Christopher. It's going to be about 2 minutes of a difference already, Arthur's.
Yeah, but how do you continue? I have a feeling that he has to take on f6. No, he takes on c4 and a5. I think it's safe to say that Aravind just decided, let me make a draw here, because I think it's quite clear that he no longer is playing for anything. Because let's imagine ourselves this situation that he manages to win the pawn on b6. Then what? I mean, black is perfectly safe. We have 4 pawns versus 4 pawns at a king side. Black has no weaknesses. And I think that here Christopher right now is thinking, should I be ambitious here, or my match strategy actually allows me to make here a draw with black, which should be a very good result. But then again, will I be able to beat such a good player as Aravind with the white color? Maybe I should just use my opportunity right now when I have this extra pawn.
Yeah, I think these are all the thoughts that are going through Christopher's head, and since he has time advantage, quite a significant time advantage, he will be considering if he can keep the game going and capitalize on that time advantage. He chooses to push his h-pawn to open up a square for the black king. There will be no back rank checkmate threats, not even in the later future. He's giving up that b pawn to now trade the rook. So I think he is happy with just a solid position that is balanced and should be heading toward a draw. But with only 5 minutes and 20 seconds for Aravind and 60 minutes for Christopher, this is still a game, whether they will continue, and they cannot offer a draw before move 40. So we will see how this game unfolds over the next couple of moves.
Right, there's also that, of course. I mean, sometimes in chess tournaments, the organizers are enforcing a rule that you cannot agree to a draw until a certain move to ensure that the players are fighting it out. But to be honest, already with such an amazing prize format, the prize pool of $50,000 for the qualification and millions for the main event. I think they're very much motivated to fight it out. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to keep it trying because you can always flag. And this is something we have seen so many times, Anna, in some world-class online tournaments, for example, like in Tata Tuesdays. There's so many flaggings, even though the position might seem very much balanced.
Yeah, it's so part of esports chess, the flagging skills, the mouse skills, and of course, both of these players are very experienced in online chess. The rook has made it to the second rank for black, putting pressure on
He blunders a
the
pawn.
bishop. Yeah,
He
that
blunders the
pawn
pawn.
has been picked up with a check. That was a really crucial tactical pattern. And even like this, though, look at the evaluation bar. It's still showing slight advantage, but not that much of an advantage for white because black's pieces are really active and there's not much material left on the board.
I mean, this is a major miss for Christopher. I think he just relaxed a bit too early. He simply missed the sneaky check. Queen b8, queen e5. I can definitely tell from his body language, and also, I mean, it just makes no sense for black to give up this pawn. And now comes all the signs. You can sense that he is not happy what he has done, but what to do? The game continues. And I think right now for Aravind, he has to make a big choice. Does he want to trade the rooks? Well, we might enter some drawish territory. Now, white has a realistic chance actually to make something out of this game.
He does have a really good chance with the extra pawn in this endgame, a minor piece and a rook for each, but less time for Aravind, so he definitely has to keep being speedy. There is no increment in any of these matches, so flagging skills will be, of course, part of the strategy. The rook is attacking the knight, the black rook comes back to defend it. So far, Christopher is trying to keep his pieces as active as possible.
This game is going to continue for a very long time. I mean, I was not really sure if we might see something like this after the opening phase where Christopher managed to solve all the opening problems. Now white has every single reason to keep this game as long as it has to. Of course, black also might flag white eventually. Both players are definitely increasing the speed of the game, applying a lot of pressure. What if the other opponent makes a blunder? But ultimately, black is very safe. And there comes the f5 push, because that's what you're supposed to do. When you're down the material, you want to trade as many pawns as you can.
Indeed, this is a really good strategy from black's perspective. Trade as many pawns as possible, and at the end, if you have to, you could even give up the knight for the pawn, for the last pawn of white. But right now, there's this pin over the fourth rank since Aravind has placed his rook there. The check on the back rank makes sure that Christopher can get out of the pin and now guard the knight from c1. That was a very crucial sequence of moves, and you can see that the evaluation bar is showing equal as the evaluation, even though white is up a pawn, but black's pieces are really active.
Great technique by both players so far. I also love Christopher's rook c1. I think he was prepared to play rook c2, but now he has to be a bit careful because white might build some kind of a checkmate web with bishop d4, g4, and the black king is potentially in a mating neck, and this is why rook f7 is necessary. Look at this. Here the Indian grandmaster decided not to trade the rooks because normally he would be very happy about this. He has an extra pawn. You want to trade off the pieces here, but probably black has a very good chance to set up a fortress. And that's why Aravind instantly recognized that if he wants to have any chance to win this game, he has to keep the rooks on the board.
And that's what he did. Both of them are down to their final 3.5 minutes. There is no increment, and the white pawn is now attacked by both of black's pieces. There's a check coming on c6, and now the pawn push to save the pawn.
There comes the e-pawn. Now black's position suddenly becomes really tricky, and watch out for this knight on d2. It might get in trouble, because how do you get it back to the game? You play knight b3, white plays bishop c3, the knight on b3 is going nowhere. You play knight e4, what's the next move? Here, evaluation bar says that black is still very safe, but from a practical standpoint for Christopher, this is a pretty dangerous territory. White is not risking anything, and the extra pawn, it definitely helps.
It does help, of course, and he's still maintaining the pressure. A bit more time on the clock, but for now, what matters the most is that White can continue trying and pushing for a very long time. So it's Christopher who has to defend precisely and keep this endgame going. Not an easy one to defend, but also for White to make progress is not easy.
Yeah, it is not easy. So e6. Okay, that was a very bold decision. I would have thought at first you want to get the king closer to the pawn, but I suppose Arvin has figured out that black cannot attack the pawn on e6 immediately. Then he wants to use the bishop, like bishop b2, bishop a3, attack the black rook on a7, and advance the pawn even further. And now it's essentially 10 minutes before becoming a queen, then it's going to be 5 minutes before becoming a queen, and so on and so forth. But I have a feeling that White should have activated the king on h2 first.
Yeah, I was also expecting that to take it slower, but for now it looks like Aravind is very confident that this was already the right moment to push the pawn because black is not finding ways to get to the pawn. G4 stopping the black king from approaching the e-pawn, but now there's a second pair of pawns being traded. Knight f6 attacking the g4 pawn. The king goes back to g7. Interesting that he's willing to step into that pin because White doesn't have a way to exploit it.
It seems that Christopher believes this is a fortress, so his idea is very clear. I'm just going to shuffle my king. King g6, king g7, king g6, king g7. It's your move. What do you do? The knight at f6 is pinned. It looks really dangerous, but how does White make a progress? There comes bishop c5. White can play e7, and yet the Indian Grandmaster is not doing this. So he goes back, rook e7, and what's your next move?
Yeah, what do you do against this setup? Christopher is saying this is a fortress, you cannot break through. The evaluation bar confirms it, but of course the players have no information on what the evaluation says, and Aravind will try to find a way through. He will try to crack this fortress with 2 minutes left for both players. These are the final minutes of the game. There is no increment in the time scramble. It could also turn out, by the way, in favor of Christopher, of course, because now he has somewhat more time.
Yeah, so king g6, his moves are a bit easier. Rook e8, I think you have to try to play e7. No, he is going to slide back the bishop to d2. Does he want to trade the e-pawn for the g-pawn? I think I know what he wants eventually, Anna. He wants to get the position rook and bishop versus rook, which is a very famous endgame, which theoretically is a draw. But that's the kind of position where so many players, they keep misplaying things, especially in a time scramble. We might get there. White is going to push e7. At some point, black is going to collect this pawn, and then White's going to collect the pawn on g5, and rook and bishop versus rook. I'm having a feeling we're heading there.
We could definitely be heading toward that situation where even though it's a theoretical draw, rook and bishop against a rook, but to defend it with no time on the clock is hard. At the same time, with the speed of Christopher, he is the one who could flag his opponent, so down a pawn, but he has been the one who has somewhat of a time advantage. The rooks are coming off of the board, trade on a7, the king is now approaching the e-pawn, the bishop check stops the king from going to e7.
That was a bit surprising because now I don't see how White is making any progress. Black can just play king e8, and that's it. The White king can never lead f3 square because the pawn on g4 is under attack. So bishop c3 is going to be king e7, and this should be an easy draw.
Yeah, he gave up the e-pawn now for the g-pawn, but this is a king and pawn endgame that is a draw, and now we see two kings remaining on the board. Draw in the first game between Aravind Chidambaram and Christopher Yu. That is a relief for Christopher, who has been on the defensive in the whole game with a pawn down, but he played so precisely and so fast as well. He's going to have now the white pieces, so I think in terms of the match, Arthurs, this is advantage for Christopher, having now the white pieces and also the psychological edge that he has managed to save a difficult game.
Absolutely, I agree. And he essentially survived the scare. I mean, from this totally equal position after the opening where he was having an extra pawn, then he had to defend, blundering the pawn on the spot, and doing it in such a cool manner, it definitely adds to your confidence. But also for Arvind, I think there's a bit some sort of a disappointment because he felt that he could have created more problems for Black. But what to do? The game continues, the match continues. You can't live in the past, and the opening phase has been played out. And this is some sort of a Ryan Lopez. The Morphe defense, modern status, whatever. It's one of those variations where Black is playing easy setup for the Axe for the time control games.
Good setup for a very short time control, I agree, with no increment especially. We see trades in the center. White is about to pick up that pawn, but it will be for the cost of giving up your own e-pawn as well, and many trades happening. We see Arvind pausing for a moment because it's not that straightforward whether you take the pawn on e5 or do you take immediately on e4. He's also, of course, considering what happens after. It's not just the next move, but the whole sequence of trades and this very precise calculation that he needs to remember the line correctly.
And look at the nervousness, look at the body language of both players, because Arvind senses, yes, this is so close, because there's essentially one game away from making to the Esports World Cup. I mean, this is what's at stake here. So they know the game this might be one of their most important games of their career, essentially. And that's the contrast. For example, the previous game, the previous matchup between Lim Le against Sabrana, they were like very much composed, even in the Armageddon. Here we see different kinds of emotions, and it's great. It's really great to see this. But right now, here Christopher has to make pretty big not Christopher, pardon, but Arvind has to make a pretty big decision how to capture the pawn, on e5 or e4.
Yeah, it is a really big decision, and I'm curious if he remembers this line, because this is it. Sometimes in a situation like this, even if you normally know these lines, but as you have mentioned, the Esports World Cup qualification is on the line, the nerves, the emotions, this is such a huge moment, millions of dollars at stake overall for the Esports World Cup, and whoever wins this game is qualifying. So this one single game can change your entire career.
Absolutely, and that's why he's thinking very hard right now, trying to recall. I don't think it's really about recalling the opening theory, because if you spend like 2.5 minutes here, I think it's a good sign you have forgotten it. Knight takes on e4, that's a very brave move, because as you can see, Black willingly walks into potential X-ray. The rook on e1 is targeting not only the knight on e4, but the king on e8. Is Black gonna play short castle? I would expect this to be happening, because accepting the pawn on d6, maybe it's possible, but short castle, give it the pawn on c7 and play for compensation makes more sense, and it's happening.
It's happening indeed, and this has been the story of all the games we have covered so far, that one
Right.
or the other player gives up a pawn or two for activity, for compensation. I love to see this. The fighting spirit, the aggressive dynamic positions, and Aravind has spent quite some time to figure his way out of this, but I think he has chosen the best way to tackle the pressure in the center, giving up a pawn, but he will have really active pieces. Christopher now, with the time advantage, he is considering his options, takes on a c7 to keep the extra pawn.
This was a really great pause, because typically that's the difference again between the pros and club level players. A club level player is going to take the pawn and think later. Pros are thinking more in terms of the long term. Okay, I take the pawn, my opponent has a compensation, I might not like that, what else can I do? So he looked at the other opportunities. There was also an idea to push the d pawn forward to d7. It quite didn't work, and right now White is trying to find a way to get a couple of bishops off the board, because Black's compensation is essentially in the bishop pair. Look at these monstrous bishops. The Black bishop on g7 guarding the king. The bishop on c6 is a light square bishop that White doesn't have. If White gets those bishops off the board, it's just a healthy extra free pawn.
And that's what he'll be trying to do, of course, but for Christopher, sorry, not for Christopher, but for Aravind. I keep confusing who is who right now, because I'm excited and nervous at the same time. There is so much on the line in this game. But for Aravind, of course, he has to keep those bishops. The pair of bishops is what compensates for the lack of the pawn. So one extra pawn for White, but pair of bishops for black, a dynamic dynamic balance, advantage and disadvantage at the same time. We can see the evaluation bar showing this is equal, but it's equal in a very dynamic way.
Yeah, to be honest, I like black's position a bit more because he has this very powerful last square bishop. I would say that both opponents' dark square bishops, they're about equal. They somehow even out. And white has this awkward queen on c1, the knight on d2. Black already is eyeing for some tactical tricks. Watch out for some sacrifice ideas on g2. This is why white immediately plays knight f1, says, no, it's not going to happen because now you can always put the knight on g3 and protect it. But according to an engine, the position is level, and this is something, Anna, that has always amazed me. I mean, I have analyzed so many games with engine in my career, and very often when you have such a position, 3 pawns versus 3 at the king side, 3 pawns versus 2 at the queen side, bishop pair versus bishop and the knight, engine typically says it's equal. There's nothing to see here.
Yeah, it's just crazy to see how the computer always thinks it's equal, but between two human beings with so much on the line, with so much at stake, this is anything but equal. We see the queen now going all the way to c4 after the pawn of white has been pushed, but this h5 pawn I really like. I really like how Aravind is expanding on the king side and is about to chase that knight away with potentially pushing h4 as well.
I just wish somebody would finally teach the engines this parameter. It's easier to play with white or black because that's the thing. That's the thing that the evaluation bar never says. It says according to some parameters, this or that side is better because of some input parameters. But one thing that we chess professionals, we can immediately tell that for one player, it's easier to play. And right now, it's easier to play with black. Yes, he's down the pawn, but his pieces are so active. And white is just, trying to figure out where to position all the pieces, how to get the bishops off the board, how to get the queens off the board. But you could say a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn, but I fully agree with you that black's position is easier to play. As much as I love an extra pawn, I like free stuff, I would pick black here for sure because of the activity and how it's hard for white to make progress. You would need to move the queen off of c1 to connect the rooks, but even then, what's next? What's the follow-up? There's not much space for white's pieces. It's all very crammed and crowded on the back rank and the first 2 ranks of white's position. Also, there's always potential threats. f3 has just been pushed. I was going to say that on the long diagonal, there were potential threats of a checkmate with the queen and the bishop on that diagonal.
I'm pretty sure that here Christopher felt it's a very risky move, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, this black bishop on c6, the last square bishop was so annoying, and I'm pretty sure that Christopher has heard the famous expression by Ben Feingold is never ever don't you dare to touch the f-pawn by f3 or f4 because it weakens your king, it weakens some squares, but sometimes there's nothing better that you can do, and white wants to get some pieces off the board. There comes bishop f6, by the way, and I think that he's preparing to beat bishop f2 with bishop g5, or was it rook d8 actually here? There's so many tricks at this position, and white has to figure them out.
Yeah, it's all up to Christopher now to calculate those variations. It's again that situation where white is up a pawn. White has that advantage of material, but it's harder for him to figure out the right moves, and they're both down to the final 5.5 minutes of the game. There is no increment, so time will be a crucial part of what's going to happen for the second half of the game as time scramble is approaching. I still believe what you also highlighted, Arthur, is that it is easier to play this position from black's perspective, and whoever wins this game is through to the Esports World Cup. That is such a high stake. The nerves, I would love to know the heart rate of the players right now, as you called out for it earlier, Arthur. Maybe we should make it part of the rules for next year.
Absolutely.
I think both of these players are extremely nervous right now for all the stakes that they are playing for in this one single game of chess.
I think Garavind's heart rate is like 150 or so because he looks very, very nervous right now. So he's trying to concentrate, trying to calm down. But even being such a world-class player, you get this feeling that this is one of the most important games you have ever played. By the way, big question here. Can you sacrifice the rook on e3? Can you play that? Rook takes on e3, followed by queen c5. Is this a possibility here? That's what I'm trying to calculate right now. So I'm sacrificing the exchange. White takes on e3. I play queen c5. White probably has to play rook e1. There's all kinds of pins. No, he's not doing this.
He brings the bishop back to f6 instead, and keeping the pressure on the e file on. It's still really hard for Christopher, but now finally his queen makes it to f2, opening up the d file for the rook. Bishop to b5, interesting to place the bishop there. I guess once the pawn has been pushed to f3, the long diagonal bishop of black was no longer that active, but there's nothing to attack on that diagonal now that the knight has jumped to d2.
That's a major miss by Arvind, because now he sees that white wants to play knight e4. And as soon as white puts the knight on e4, I have a feeling that things are changing for the better for him, because the knight protects the king. And that's the big difference. This bishop b5, where Arvind was trying to control this diagonal, I don't know, Anna, what he saw there, but the bishop on c6 was controlling the critical e4 square. If white puts the knight on e4, this pretty much negates the activity of the double rooks at e5.
Yeah, I think he is sensing that he missed a little bit his chance. Not that there was anything concrete for black, but he has made it easier for white to develop. Wow! Instead of moving his queen, he's attacking the white queen, offering a queen trade in the funkiest of ways. Both queens are hanging.
To be honest,
he made his move and then shaking his head. He doesn't like it.
But I love also the expression of Christopher. He's like, I'm gonna play this position for 200 moves. So there you go. I'm gonna take your dogs, my bishop. I'm gonna keep at least one pair of rooks on the board. Let's play this game forever. Because also look at the clock situation. White is ahead on the clock about 30 seconds, which is not insignificant. I mean, with no increment, this is important.
It is a really significant time advantage and the extra pawn for Christopher. So even if this opposite colored bishop endgame should be something defendable, something you can hold with less time on the clock, no increment at all, this is a great practical chance for Christopher. I fully agree with you, Arturs. It was that moment that he missed, Aravind, with the knight jumps, the bishop going away from the long diagonal was an inaccuracy.
Yeah, so definitely black now wants to trade the second pair of rooks, because if he does that, that's a textbook draw. And for Christopher, there's no way he's going to allow the rook trade. And that's why if black here commits to rook e2, white's going to play rook d8, bishop d4, and try to harass the black king. So very often, when you're sitting there from the black perspective, you're already anticipating what's going to be the response of my opponent, and hence f6. Here, the Indian grandmaster tries to secure his king's safety first.
And now he plays rook to e2, getting into the second rank, attacking the pawn on b2, but Christopher doesn't care. He attacks the f6 pawn instead, and it is really looking hard for the black king there, being caught through the 7th rank, and once you take on f6, there's rook g7 check coming as well.
This position is way more dangerous than the evaluation bar indicates, because one thing we can definitely tell you is that white has the extra pawn, and his king is safer. Look at the black king, it's stuck on g8, and I think that white can try to sacrifice the pawn on a3 right now. To be honest, I don't think he even has a choice, and try to march towards the black king. Like, I'm talking about king f2, king g3, king h4, king g5, king g6. Together, the king, the bishop, and the rook, combination with a time scramble, this could be something.
He gives a check. I agree with you that that might be something that he will be considering, the king maneuver. But for now, the check and placing the rook on a7 to attack black's pawn. Now, if the pawn is taken on a3, the bishop will give a check and pick up that rook. This tactical pattern is guarding white's pawn on a3.
Now we are seeing some tactical patterns here, because white can collect the pawn on a6, but watch out, b5, b4. This covered attack, the black bishop on c4 is hitting the rook on a6. If you give a check on a8, black plays king f7. I know it's really hard for you, the viewers, to follow this, but one thing becomes very clear. There's a lot of tricks to calculate, and Christopher senses it's a very big decision to make.
Huge decision. Time advantage still on Christopher's side, but he has to calculate all this through. I think, Arthur, as you said, it's difficult for the viewers, it's difficult for the players, it's difficult for everyone because there's so much at stake. Whoever wins this game is through to the Esports World Cup where millions of dollars are on the line. It's the biggest chance for both of these players in their career, and everything is decided in this one crucial game. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Christopher, 1 minute and 48 seconds left for Aravind.
All right, so apparently the evolution bar quite doesn't like it, but I think that here White made a very good practical choice as long as he manages to keep the rooks on the board. But this also allows Black to finally fix the unfortunate placement of the king. Rook a6, sneaky check. Do you go forward or do you go back? And here Black decided to go back because if you go forward, there might be some unpleasant checks like g4, and again the Black king is in danger. And one thing what really amazes me, how is this position equal, Anna? It must be because of Black's bishop f1 counterattack ideas.
It must be the case, but again, as we mentioned, the computer is cool as a cucumber, but these two players, they're playing the game of their career. So much at stake with the Esports World Cup qualification only available for one player and one player only. Whoever wins this game is qualifying to the Esports World Cup to face Magnus Carlsen, among other grandmasters who have already made it. Now, with the check and the rook coming back to a6, White is guarding the pawn.
This is really difficult for Black because not only he's down a pawn, he's on the defensive, but White has an extra 1 minute on the clock. It's definitely gonna matter a lot because there is no increment. That's it. If the players are gonna flag, that's it, the game ends. And the winner is gonna directly qualify for the Esports World Cup. This is what's at stake here. And one thing what really amazes me, Anna, is that both players now are much more in the zone, because when you're approaching this time scramble, you don't really have to think about your place in the universe. All you care about is this game.
It is crucial indeed, and with the time advantage of Christopher, I think he still has a really good practical chance regardless of the evaluation bar that we see.
So he's trying to figure out, does he get to the pawn on g6 somehow? There's still a lot of tricks here. The pawn on a3 might be dropping. Rook c3 check, king a4. I think the Black is going to drop one of those pawns, either the pawn on g2 or the pawn on a3. And now the clock situation has managed to equalize, and it's safe to say that Black is safe. And now it's Black who is playing for the win. It's just amazing how the situation changes dramatically. And now it's Black who has this outside pass pawn at the b file.
What a turn of events, and both players are below a minute. This is the final segment of the game. Bullet chess, there is no increment. All is at stake with the Esports World Cup on the line. White is sacrificing the bishop for Black's last pawn. Now it's two white pawns that will be trying to promote, but the f3 pawn is hanging.
I had a feeling, Anna, this was coming, that we might get at least one endgame, rook and bishop versus rook. Of course, White has those two pawns at the king side, which makes his defense a bit easier. But this is such a famous endgame that pretty much every tournament features it. I had a feeling we had it coming. But the time scramble is happening here, and it's 32 seconds for White. Again, you can't afford a flag.
You cannot, and this is huge for Aravind, who had significantly less time earlier in the endgame, but has managed to speed up to such extent that now it's Christopher down to 24 seconds.
Aravind's got to continue somehow. So he can, of course, force a draw by taking on h4. Rook g3 is king f4. There's no way to continue. It's going to be a draw. It's going to be a draw, and it's going to be an Armageddon.
Wow. We have seen 3 Armageddons so far, and this is the 4th match that goes to an Armageddon. What an incredible fight between Aravind and Christopher. And now we get to see yet another game, the final game. And both players will have to figure out how much time are they willing to give up to have the black pieces in Armageddon. A reminder to our viewers that since this match has been a tie, we will see a 3rd final game, an Armageddon, where White will have 10 minutes to start with, Black will have less time but draw odds. And what we see right now is this really exciting part of psychological battle. How much time are you going to give up? How much time are you bidding to have the black pieces and have draw odds? What's your guess, Arturs, for this one?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this fairly hard. So, the last time I think I said 8 minutes and 33 seconds on Serrana. In the previous match, he chose 7 minutes and 33 seconds. And that's why in this one, I'm going to say that the player who is going to choose black, he's going to select 7 minutes and 47 seconds. That's my guess.
You think so?
I think so. I'm
We are
going
being
to be wrong.
We are being shown, the players are being shown as well of the numbers that have been written down. If I'm correct from the body language, it did look like Christopher has gotten the bid that he wanted and he is ready to give up time to have the black pieces. The players will now get ready for this final crucial game. Both games have ended in a draw, Arturs, which is actually quite unique. We have seen so many decisive games so far in the playoffs, while in this match, both have been just really solid, unmovable targets.
Yeah, and but it also doesn't mean that there were no chances for both players because at least the second game in the opening phase, Aravind had a fantastic compensation. He was looking for ways to capitalize. Then he survived the scare and he dealt with those problems in a very professional manner. So these are two very equal players, and I don't think, again, it really matters that technically Arvind, according to the ELO rating by the World Chess Federation, he is the favorite, but it doesn't matter. You play a 10-minute blitz game, you're playing an esports qualifier for the World Cup, anything can happen here.
Anything can happen indeed. And you can tell that they are both extremely nervous. There is so much on the line. We cannot emphasize how much it matters that whoever wins this final Armageddon game will make it to the Esports World Cup. Christopher doesn't have an esports organization yet, so for him to get signed would be huge. Aravind is already representing his team at this event, and we just know how much really it matters. Esports organizations signing you, it can be the deal of your lifetime for chess players, a very much needed income.
Yeah, and we got the word that Christopher has chosen with black 7 minutes and 38 seconds. So I was very, very close. I think I said 7 minutes and 47 seconds. So that's like a 9-second difference. This is also the margin where you want to take the black color, but again, you don't want to give too much extra time for white. So Aravind is playing with the white color. He needs to win on demand. For Christopher, draw is good enough. And in this game, we're going to find out who is going to make it to the Esports World Cup.
There is going to be, I think, a crucial battle here, not just on the board, but on the clock, because Christopher has to be so speedy to try to carve out each time more and more of Aravind's time, because starting with 7.5 minutes, that's 2.5 minutes of time advantage for Aravind in a game where there is no increment. So far, we see both players being super speedy with the knight maneuvering to the king side, bishop trade offered now with bishop e6, a very classical opening choice.
Yeah, but white immediately retracts with the bishop. He plays bishop c2. He tries to keep things complicated. And one thing I always thought, which is important about these positions, is whoever pushes the d pawn forward in this quite Italian game immediately gains some edge. If white plays d4 before black, he secures some opening advantage. If black plays d5, this typically means that he has solved opening problems. And Aravind is shaking the head here. This probably gives us some indication that maybe he mixed up something, because you could see that this bishop c2 aura, it was played very, very quickly here. And after black just played e5, there's like, oh wow, did I really mix it up?
Yeah, it does feel like he has been slightly inaccurate, and also the time advantage is getting somewhat less of a problem. Of course, still some more time for Christopher to try to speed up and make back on the clock, but he's doing so far a really good job in making the time disadvantage each time less.
Black plays great move, queen b6, applying pressure against the pawn on b2, and also he's about to complete his development by playing rook d8. So in terms of the opening phase, things are going really in the direction of the youngest participant of the playoffs. Of course, the entire game is still ahead of us because we can't really judge things only after the opening phase. b4, that's a very committal move. You can never put back this pawn on b2. White doesn't really have a choice, and black immediately tries to undermine the placement of this pawn by playing a5. I love this move.
I really like a5, indeed, not allowing white to expand further and also making sure that now white's pawns can become targets on the queen side. It's either going to be the pawns or the squares that they leave around them. So in terms of the trades now, rook takes back on b4, but the queen goes back to c7 to keep guarding the b7 pawn, and black's rook on a8 is a piece that has not been moved but is actually quite active now with this semi-open a file.
Yeah, so black is doing really wonderful job so far. So here, white is trying to apply a lot of pressure against the pawn on e5. As you can see, the knight on f3, the rook on e3, the queen on e1. It's like holy trinity. They're trying to apply some pressure against this pawn on e5, and yet it's defended by three pieces: the knight, the rook, and the queen. Black just played c5, bishop c6. Look at this. We're actually getting a... what was this called? Marazzi bind pawn structure. This is a very, very famous pawn structure in chess, only from the black's perspective. But by every single move, black's position becomes better and better, and the Valetian bar just keep dropping. Oh,
a miss by Aravind, because now his rook is hanging in the pawn on c3, saying, you can tell he's shaking his head. He knows that he has blundered. Christopher, on the other hand, is really confident, and this is his big chance. He has draw odds with the black pieces, and he's about to be up on material. What a moment, Aravind, with the disappointment and frustration.
I mean, this is definitely a very bad situation for the Indian Grandmaster, because the point is not only the pawn on c3 is dropping, but also the knight on f3 will be under attack by the bishop on c6. This is why he decided to give up the exchange. It's a major, major miss. Now the pawn on a4 is gone, and how on earth is white even supposed to win this, because the position is liquidating very quickly. And for Christopher, this is a golden opportunity. Try to capitalize on this and qualify for the Esports World Cup. Again, the big question here is, how about his nerves? Is he going to handle it?
Can he handle it? He's got all the chances here with the extra material and draw odds with the black pieces. I think that's the crucial, really sad truth here for Aravind, that it's not only that he has blundered, but he blundered into a position where he is down on material, and he has to win this somehow. For white, the only result that makes it through to the Esports World Cup is a win. While for Christopher, a draw is enough. He doesn't have to win this position. He has a winning position, but he doesn't even have to win it. He can simply draw and make it through.
I'm really amazed also by his decision speed. Like, he didn't even consider, for example, sacrificing the exchange on c4 to simplify the position. Instead, he very quickly rerouted the knight to e6. Great square for the knight. He applies pressure against the pawn on c5. And all that here Aravind can do from the white's perspective is go for some tricks. There's nothing else to do. Try to keep as many pieces on the board. Bluff if you can, but ultimately white is running out of ideas here.
Yeah, this is such a tough moment for Aravind. Ever since he has stepped into that knight jump and he knew it. Christopher already is celebrating. Oh, goodness me, look at that. He's so excited. Is it too early to celebrate? Is it too early to celebrate?
I mean, obviously he is very excited, but the one thing we have learned from very famous accidents in chess, never celebrate too early. But of course, I mean, he has every reason to be happy because he is a commanding lead. He can even afford to repeat the position 94, 96 and say, you have to play with white. You have to figure things out. The pawn on c5 is under attack. So what do you do if you're playing with white? Go for tricks.
Very, very, very tough for Aravind. He moves the queen to f3. He has to keep the game going. He cannot just repeat moves even if he is in a lost position. It's Armageddon. White is in a must-win situation. While for Christopher, a draw will mean qualification to the Esports World Cup. Capturing the pawn on c5 apparently is a mistake. It allows rook to b7. And suddenly Aravind is winning. He missed it. Christopher has blundered. He celebrated too early.
Oh my goodness! What are you doing?
Huge turn of events. The queen is hanging, and if you move it, queen takes f7 and queen takes g7 is checkmate. Christopher with a huge blunder. Aravind cannot believe it either. Both of them are just realizing what has just happened.
It's just unreal. This never happens. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like call this because you never ever celebrate too early. One was going for some tricks, and just like that, blundering rook b7. I think that here Christopher just hallucinated something. Maybe he was expecting that he can play queen c4, protect the pawn at f7, but you can't do this because the knight on d2 defends the pawn on c4, and now he's down a piece, and the game continues because now it's white who has to figure out how to win this position. Maybe this is a fortress.
Goodness,
unbelievable.
what a turn of events. Now with the extra knight, Aravind has all the chances to play for a win, but there's only a few pawns left on the board. If black manages to trade all the remaining pawns of white, that is a theoretical draw. So that's the biggest danger here for Aravind, that Christopher finds a way to trade the remaining pawns off of the board, and it's a rook and knight versus rook. That would be a draw position to play on.
It's just unreal, and the only thing I can conclude, these are nerves and nothing else. And it's very easy to say for us, if we were in that position and we would be this close to making it to the Esports World Cup for the first time in your career. This is essentially the highlight of your career so far. You're this close. All things can happen, and now Aravind gets rid of the rooks off the board, and right now Christopher, he knows he's beat. He would love to try to trade the remaining kingside pawns, but he can't.
He cannot if Aravind plays this precisely, and he does. He pushes the pawn to f4 to avoid further trades with black pushing g5. This is a king and knight fighting against those three pawns. And look at this move, sacrificing the pawn so that the white king can get in faster, giving up that pawn temporarily. If black takes the pawn, king f4, and you will not be able to hold on to that pawns for much longer.
Now black is done. This was a really great pawn sacrifice. Now white is going to activate the knight. The pawn on f5 pawns falls. The pawn on f6 is going to fall as well. The pawn on h5 is gone. There's nothing the black can do except to hope for some miracle, but it's not happening. He had everything under control, and these are, dear viewers, only nerves and nothing else.
And it's the nerves that decided earlier in the game, the blunder of Aravind, but then Christopher celebrating too early and relaxing too early. He's about to get checkmated, knight f7 checkmate, and Aravind Chittambaram qualifies to the Esports World Cup. What a match this has been.
What did we just see happening in Atlanta? It's just unreal. And I think that normally this stuff is happening like in movies, but we just happened witnessing it live in the qualifier for the Esports World Cup in DreamHack. It's insane. Sometimes chess can be so cruel, but our congratulations to Aravind Chittambaram, who managed to do the unbelievable to come back from a completely dead lost position in the Armageddon and take down one of the spots to the Esports World Cup.
Huge congratulations to Aravind, who had the better nerves in a crucial match where both of them were so excited and nervous with so much on the line. But essentially, the second qualification spot to the Esports World Cup goes to Aravind Chittambaram. He will still play, of course, in the remainder of the playoffs, but he already has secured his qualification spots. And what a heartbreak for 19-year-old Christopher Yu, who had it. He celebrated too early, he relaxed too early, and now he is out of contention for the Esports World Cup that everyone wants to make it to. Millions of dollars on the line at the Esports World Cup, and Magnus Carlsen waiting there as the reigning world champion, of course, the reigning esports champion.
Yeah, but I suppose for the viewers, this was a treat, really, because everybody thought it's over. I mean, the viewers thought it's over. I thought it's over. Anna, you thought it's over. Aravind thought it's over. And definitely also Christopher, you thought it's over. And yet, miracles happen in chess. That's why we love it.
That was a great lesson, I think, to all of us. It's never over until the game is on, no matter how winning your position is. you always need to stay alert, never celebrate too soon. But we still have 2 more qualification spots to the Esports World Cup. So we will see now coming up the lower bracket matches that will feature the next 2 spots for the Esports World Cup. And I'm expecting again the same. There's no increment, lots of nerves, so much drama, time scrambles, and potentially even more Armageddon Arthurs. This is going to be a feat to follow.
I mean, it's such a pleasure, really. And I keep a feeling this is only the beginning, because there's 2 more spots for the Esports World Cup to be fought out. There's more matches to be held. There's still the grand finale to follow later today. So it's just amazing to have the best seats essentially in the house to follow this action live. So the viewers, I'm hoping that you're enjoying this show, and next time also consider yourself watching the event live from DreamHack venue.
Exactly, and we hope to see Arthurs as a player next year, because we are like, what are you doing here, Arthurs? Why are you not fighting for the qualification spot?
Nah, probably not. I better do the commentary.
I don't agree, but we're gonna take a short break and bring on another incredible commentator, International Master Tanya Saj, that will be joining us, because it's a long day. There are going to be many more matches to follow, so do not go anywhere. We're gonna take a short break, and when we are back, there will be another 2 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. So much drama, so much nerves, and lots at stake. The prize pool is $50,000 for this event only, but at the Esports World Cup, it's millions of dollars. So huge moment for all of these grandmasters, the biggest moment of their career potentially to qualify. We will see you in a few minutes for the rest of the matches. This is DreamHack Atlanta, and so much more is coming up next.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. This is DreamHack Atlanta, and I am now joined by international Tanya Sajda for the remainder of the qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. Tanya, like, how huge of a deal is this? I'm already like too excited to even talk because we have seen all the matches going into Armageddon. Everyone wants to be at the Esports World Cup. Everyone wants to face Magnus Carlsen, and millions of dollars are on the line. So how big of a deal is this?
This is absolutely massive, Anna. So I completely understand the excitement and the hype around it. I mean, Chess is going to be at the Esports World Cup for the second time in a row. And, you know, today in Atlanta, 4 players, the entire 2026 calendar will be around. What happens? 2 have already made it through, and 2 more spots remain. I mean, yes, there's a $50,000 prize fund as well. But you know what? What really matters is the big invitation to the Esports World Cup. Potentially a career-defining moment.
It is a huge moment indeed. And for those players that haven't been signed yet, if you make it to the Esports World Cup, you are also expecting a huge contract deal from an esports organization. As you have mentioned, career-defining moment. And who are the players who are still fighting for those spots? Let's bring on our bracket and show all our dear viewers what is happening in the remainder of the playoffs here at DreamHack Atlanta. Before, though, I forgot that I wanted to ask for your predictions, Tanya, before we show what we have at stake, because so far all the matches have gone to Armageddon, and I would love to have your call on that, Tanya. Is this going to be the script for the rest of the day? Because we loved it with Artus, you know, the more chess the better. Like, this is a match of 2 games. Will we see the next match decided in those 2 games, or are we gonna get to see Armageddon? What's your call on that?
I mean, I want to say one thing, Anna. There really isn't anything such as too much chess. So I want more Armageddons. I want this to go down to the wire. I mean, the kind of stuff that we've seen today happen at the DreamHack in Atlanta. It's been a fantastic day. I've been watching from the sidelines. You and Arthur's call on the incredible action. It's been so much fun. But what we just witnessed in that last game between Christopher Yu and Arvind Chidambaram, I think that just had us all at the edge of our seat. And so far, it's going to be Alexei Sarana and Chidambaram who've made it all the way into the Esports World Cup. And Anna, the big difference this time, it's not that they'll play a last chance qualifier there. They are in for the big ticket, the main event. And there we've got French Grandmaster Jules Moussard, who's getting ready for his chance. 2 tickets remain.
Only 2 tickets remain, and both for Jules Moussard and Le Quanguiem. The road hasn't been an easy one because they already lost a match. This is their final chance, but one of them will make it through. So whoever wins this match is going to qualify to the Esports World Cup. We see a solid approach, a very classical approach in the opening so far.
And so much rides on this, right? Like you said, you win it, you book your ticket. And we see right now that white does have that space in the center with the 2 pawns that have moved forward. The knight comes out threatening a 3rd pawn, the e1, to go 2 steps ahead as well, putting maximum tension in the center of the board. Jules Moussard, who recently has been signed on by Team Vitality. I think he is very excited for this one and really looking to make it there. This is the elimination bracket. This is the losers bracket, as we call it. And a 1 mistake and you're out. No margins for error for these 2 players.
No margins at all, and La Quanguiem is still waiting to be signed. So if he makes it to the Esports World Cup, that's potentially a huge contract, and lots of organizations knocking on his door to represent at the Esports World Cup. For the Vietnamese Grandmaster, that could be a really big deal in terms of his annual income, while Jules Moussard, as you mentioned, is already representing his organization in Atlanta right now. This is happening live on the main stage at DreamHack Atlanta in front of a live audience. And oh boy, with the center exploding right now, all those pawns are being pushed. Who's gonna capture and where and when?
I love it. It's maximum tension with the 4-pawn face-off that we're seeing. The bishop comes out now, eyeing the longest diagonal on the board. And as you mentioned, it's all happening at a completely different arena. This is part of the esports stage. You know, the oldest game known to humanity playing in a modern arena. It's not going to be just about the chess skills and the speed skills, but which player has it in them to keep their nerves, to play under the spotlight, with the crowds cheering, with the fans there, with the esports light on them. I think that's what's going to count at the end of the day.
It does count so much, and we have seen really big moments being spoiled because of the nerves, including the previous match of Christopher Yu, where he celebrated too early. He had a winning position and a winning moment, but he celebrated too early, and he got too nervous or relaxed too soon. You can never tell. With so much on the line, it's millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars at the Esports World Cup, and one of these players will qualify today.
Absolutely, Anna. And I think one organization that can start celebrating perhaps a little early has to be Arvind Chidambaram's Ace SATUL. They've already got Nihal into the Esports World Cup, and Arvind, with that turnaround, that massive comeback in the game, showing Christopher Yu that in chess, the game is not over till the king is not down. He's going to be the second player from SATUL to actually make it through to the Esports World Cup arena. And right now, we see the first trades in the center, the bishop recaptured, which has been now blunted by Jules Moussad. Last move, the pawn moving forward. Are we expecting more trades at the center of the board, Anna?
That's a great question. Will black keep the tension or capture on c4? I'm also expecting that remaining black rook to get into the game and be placed on d8 at some point on that potentially open file, soon to be open file. But he retreats with the bishop to make sure that once the pawns are traded, there would be a pin. You cannot take on d5 because the queen and the rook of black are eyeing the white queen on c2.
And just because of that, the queen does move back and black might do the same. And he does it. Liam Lay also steps away from the rook facing that queen. I am expecting at some point that d5 pawn will also be captured. We might see a bunch of trades. But Jules Moussad, for now, he does keep the tension on the board. The knight jumps forward. It might even be landing on that square on b5 to blunt the bishop further. And another plan that Jules is eyeing, bring that other knight to the center of the board via f3 and then try to put pressure on the king side.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit tricky here for black. So Lac Wangliam with the white pieces, even though it's a slight advantage according to the evaluation bar, I think he is putting quite some practical tests up to his French opponent. Jules here needs to be precise on how to tackle those ideas that you have mentioned, Tanya, with the knight coming potentially to b5. The c6 square is a juicy one if the d pawn disappears from the board. So knight e5 guards that square, but it's also a bit of a tricky situation now with all those knights on the long diagonal and white's bishop on b2 eyeing that whole diagonal with the e5 knight. Somewhat of a sensible target. Can there be any tactics later?
Ooh, big questions there as the knight does jump in. And let's just remind everyone that Jules Moussad is in fact playing with the black pieces in this. So ignore the camera setting for just now as we see Lei Quang Liam. He's the one fighting with the white pieces. The bishop on b2, eyeing that knight on e5. And right now that knight is defended with the queen that's supporting it. So maybe so far everything is protected. I won't be surprised if white is also planning to line up a battery with the queen sliding to a1 at the right moment. But watch out for the knight d3 jump.
Yeah, knight d3 is a very important idea, and that's the reason why Lac Wangliam offers a knight trade instead. After bishop takes, the black bishop went back immediately to b7, but this is the moment when the Vietnamese grandmaster chooses to capture on d5, open up the c file. All of his pieces are ready to be activated while black is slightly behind on development.
And finally, we do see that trade that we've been waiting for at the center of the board. And now a big decisions for Jules right here. He does take it with the knight. Makes a lot of sense. He wants to keep the pieces on the board. Also vacates that square from where the knight just came for his own bishop. Bishop to f6 to challenge the longest diagonal bishop that Liam has.
This is looking like a solid situation when it comes to the pawn structure, but it's not solid at all because white's pieces are more active and black still needs to be really careful to not step into any tactical patterns. I'm very curious on the next move of Lac Wangliam. Knight to f5. He's going for it. He's going for it because the knight on d5 is only defended by the pawn and the bishop of black. So if you capture on f5, your knight in the center will be hanging too. Now this knight of white is attacking the g7 pawn and is targeting the bishop as well. Lac Wangliam takes a sip of water and puts all the pressure on his French opponent.
And we all know that when you drink your water on the board, well, in this case, on the screen, that is a bit of a power statement. Knight f5, beautiful move there, taking advantage of the overloaded e6 pawn. But and I did see the question mark been given to it. I think Liam had a better move order, should have first traded the rooks on the c line and then gone for this move, which would have given him a big advantage. But now Jules does find the right way ahead. He captures, forcing the only way to take that rook back with the queen as he does it. And now next, Black can bring over the rook on that open c line and actually win the open file, attacking the white queen just in time.
Yeah, it was a bit of a missed chance now that you mentioned that this was the right idea, but not executed in the best way, since Jules has capitalized on it by capturing on c1, and now he has to find the right way to proceed. But it is not that big of a deal because of what you already highlighted, Tanya. There was a better, a more accurate, more precise move order for Lek Wang Liam. He missed it, and it could have been the nerves.
Exactly. He needed that queen on the square from where it just came. Liam did, because then it would have eyed more threats along that diagonal. And now Jules, he's just thinking, does he capture that knight? Does he slide his rook over? Maybe even thinking about a potential bishop trade on f6 right now. And while, you know, our bar says the position's level to handle these options with the black pieces, you see your opponent's knight on f5, your knight on d5 attack, potential pawn formation destructions. It's not easy to be Jules right now.
It's not easy to be him, and at the same time, I'm looking at his body language and he's cool as a cucumber. How does he do it? He's cool as a cucumber, but he doesn't find the best move. So maybe on the inside there's a storm, because bishop f6 apparently is not the best defense, and he also takes a sip of water.
And that's exactly what we were talking about, right? The position from a human perspective, so incredibly difficult to handle right now. Too many options, too little time. There's absolutely no increment for the player, so the pressure is on. The clock has to be used as a weapon. And Liam, I think he's going to try to do just that. He does take the knight on d5, a trade on b2. You could not pick up that bishop on d5 because the f6 bishop was hanging. I'm expecting him to take the bishop back with his queen, and watch out for that g7 tender spot. After queen takes bishop, there's a checkmate in one being threatened. But he pauses. Is he thinking about throwing in a check on e7?
I think so. I think that's a tempting check, because if you do give the check and then take the bishop, then d5 is overprotected. So he could end up with that tactical pattern working out well for him. Now with the intermediate move of giving a check with the knight, and that's, I believe, very much the reason why he's pausing, and he's using his time advantage really well in this crucial moment.
Just the realization, Anna, that this is that critical point where you need to slow down and not make the hand move, or the mouse move as we'd call it at the Esports World Cup, of just grabbing that bishop. Huge moment. He goes for that check on e7. Liam keeps the advantage in the position. If he grabs the bishop first, Musad is back in the balance. And he does give a check, picks up the bishop.
He does. He realized how critical of a moment that was to invest more time there. And now for Jules, this is going to be a really difficult one to defend. If you take on d5, white will capture as well with all his pieces and be up a pawn in a heavy piece endgame.
Incredibly tricky. I'm also going to point out, if you capture that bishop on a d5 with your pawn, white will have the option to jump back to that knight on f5, putting so much pressure on the black king side. Notice how most of Jules' army is on the left flank of the board. So defending that king side, knight and queen, a deadly combo for Liam potentially here to put pressure right now. I think pawn takes bishop, knight jumping back, threatening a checkmate in one on g7. Could be hugely disastrous, and that's exactly why Jules takes a pause.
He does take a very much needed pause, and he plays queen to d6 to attack both the knight and also that bishop on d5. I think you are very right, Tanya, that taking with the pawn was too risky, giving up the f5 square. Now the knight on e7 is trapped, but at the moment, white is up a piece.
And you could think that you'd be up a second piece, but do not grab that bishop on b7, because black is threatening to pick up the rook on d1 with a check and then slide back with the queen, putting pressure on both the white bishop and the knight. But look at the tension on the board right now. Liam doesn't touch any of the pieces that are hanging, instead centralizes his own queen, picks up the knight potentially here. As he does, lots of trades. Queen comes in. He's going for a rook pawn endgame here, Anna. Basically making a statement that my rook is more active than yours, my king will be more active than yours, I'm going to be coming after your pawns. Advantage Liam in the endgame.
It is an advantage, and I think for Jules, the big question here is, am I going to accept that rook endgame where I am worse, or should I try to keep the queen on the board?
Well, if you decide to keep the queen on the board, be careful where you move it. For example, a square like a6 or e4 trying to centralize it looks extremely tempting, but there are tactics on the board, back rank weaknesses that you need to watch out for. Liam has also set up a potential f7 pawn being picked up by the queen, deflecting the black rook and the white rook swooping in with a checkmate.
All of those ideas are things that Jules needs to take into account, and he's not really doing well on the clock. This is a 10-minute game with no increment, and he's down to his final 2 minutes and 43 seconds. So big time advantage for Lekwang Liam, and also pressure on the board.
And that's the most important part, right? He's got it going on all aspects here. He's got the better queen, the better rook, Liam does. He's got more time on the clock. Jules Moussad is only defending his position. The black rook cannot move because the pawns in front of the king are hanging. The black queen, not so much play either. You get that out, suddenly back rank troubles for black in this position. Essentially, Jules Moussad is running out of useful moves here.
He's running out of useful moves, and that h-pawn is running as well, and oh boy, that is looking scary. If you manage to march that pawn all the way up to h6, the black king would have been really in danger. So Jules pushes h5 correctly to stop white from that idea.
Absolutely, Anna. Another big question is, right, Liam has maximized everything in the position. The queen and the rook lined up on the 7th rank, making sure that the black rook remains a big defender in this position. He's sort of clamped down, but where's the progress? Let's remind everyone, the material's still in balance. So where will Liam find the knockout blow?
Yes, how can he increase the pressure? Because this is looking really beautiful with the queen and the rook on the 7th rank. Very active pieces, very passive pieces for black, but everything is defended.
Absolutely. And you pointed out the last move that Jules plays, it not only stops the white h-pawn from moving forward, but creates breathing space for Jules' king. Now there's no back rank weaknesses. So actually on the next few moves, Jules can attempt to bring his own queen out into the game finally. And Liam makes a decision to put pressure on that h5 pawn right now. Black's queen needs to start getting active.
It does need to take this moment to get active. You could attack that rook on d7 or push g6 first to guard the pawn. a4 by Lekwang Liam, that is a symmetrical structure on the queen side. And finally, Jules' queen is making it back into a more active position, attacking white's rook.
And as the clocks are leveling out as well, my feeling is that Jules is out of almost all difficulties in the position. The queen's getting active. You could start giving a few checks. You could also place your queen on a nice light square diagonal. He does start with a check in the position, comes back. We might even see a repetition right now.
There could be a repetition. I have a feeling that even though Lekwang Liam's advantage is not really there anymore on the board, there's not much more pressure, but he does have time advantage. So I would think, oh, actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is going for the repetition unless he wants to play king to h2 right now.
Well, someone before we just started was asking about maybe Armageddon, so there feels like it's a theme happening here. First game draw, second game draw, bring on the Armageddons. I'm all here for it. But Liam really felt like he had chances in this game. He was up on the clock, putting pressure, and now he's about to take a decision. If he moves the king to the light square, he goes to g2, that's an immediate draw. The clocks, the games, everything stops. And look at that, Liam wants more. He switches it up.
He keeps the game going. The evaluation bar says it's equal, but it's not equal when it's two human beings with so much on the line. One of these players will make it to the Esports World Cup, the biggest chance in their career to make it to the biggest stage in esports and face Magnus Carlsen among the rest of the players.
And this is getting super spicy now. You could essentially pick up a pawn if you're Jules Moussad, but what Liam has set up is a complete thrashing on the king side. He's going to throw that g-pawn forward. He's going to throw that h-pawn forward. He's coming for Jules' king, but this is big risk because Liam has just sacrificed a big pawn on the left flank.
Can you sacrifice the rook and just take the pawn and push h6, threaten checkmate?
Oh
Am I crazy?
Goodness.
Am I crazy?
That is insane,
Sacrifice the rook! He didn't.
Well, he didn't, but that looked super tempting the moment you mentioned it. I'm not sure if it was working or did he just miss it? It looked very powerful to me. I actually cannot find a way to stop that checkmating idea, but so easy to miss. Instead, Liam plays it safe, picks up the pawn, and Jules says, I want to get your queens off the board. But look at the pawns that Jules is left with at the end. Too many weaknesses. Can Liam make the most of it?
I think he is capitalizing on both of those weaknesses on the 6th rank, and then the G6 and G4 pawns are also about to be picked up. So it's at the moment the pawn advantage for Jules, but he will be losing pawn after the other. What can he do in the meantime? He's low on the clock, only 47 seconds left.
And no increment. This is absolutely turned around one more time in Liam's favor. You know, that entire gamble of continuing, not agreeing for a repetition, it's paying off so far. He picks up the first pawn on that left flank, and Jules is looking for activity on the other side of the board. White can simply start going for the other pawns. That A5 pawn, Liam can start targeting that. He's going to lose one on the other side as well. But it feels like Black's rook is completely offside, and at some point, the White king has an easy path forward towards the remaining black pawns.
It is the case indeed. An extra pawn now in the rook endgame for Liam, and also a minute of time advantage. It's huge. The time pressure, the positional pressure. Can Jules somehow survive this?
You know, that shake of his head that I just saw on the camera, it seems to imply Jules is not finding the way to believe in his defensive chances, but he's going to keep fighting. 24 seconds now, Anna. You switch up the clock timings and you'd suddenly feel that Liam has to be careful, but the clock is against Jules, and that's not even his biggest problem right now. He's down a pawn on the board as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
15
is both...
seconds, Anna.
Oh God, this is going to be, I think, the final moves of the game, because no time on the clock, and he's pushing e5 as a last chance, a last trick to try to get something. Rook check now, and then White picks up the pawn. 2 extra pawns, 2 pass pawns marching forward.
Absolutely, he gives a check. Jules does, but it's only a check. The White king can move pretty much in any direction right now. You're up 2 pawns. You've got the passes. They're coming in. The White rook beautifully placed as well. The White king will find a path forward eventually to come and start picking up the only remaining pawn that Jules has. But you know what? Who cares about the pawns? It's the 8 seconds on the clock.
It's 8 seconds, but it feels like Wang Liam just wants to win this rook endgame on the board. He keeps playing the best moves, keeps putting on a lot of pressure on his opponent. And now if you push a7, that pawn cannot be picked up because of the rook check on h7. That's an option, but he could also just take his time. He goes for it. He pushes a7. Apparently it wasn't the best move, but still White's position is 2 extra pawns.
Anna, this is a theoretical draw. The black king is perfectly placed, but Jules Musat has no time.
3 seconds, no. He achieved the defensive setup he needs. He achieved it, but he has no time. He has no time to hold.
He's going to be flagged. He's about to lose. That's it. And just like that, Jules Musat, he gets flagged. He lost this absolutely crazy roller coaster of a game, and Lei Kwang Liam takes a lead in the best of 2.
Wow, what a game this has been. Wang Liam was winning both on the board and on the clock, and in the end, it's the time situation, the flagging skills that decided the game. It was so much pressure on Jules, though, to try to hold that lost rook endgame, and also to try to keep playing moves with no time on the clock. He will now have the white pieces in this mini match where he has to win. He's in a must-win situation if he wants to make it to an Armageddon. For Wang Liam, huge moment. He is halfway through to the Esports World Cup, but I said this before and I jinxed it. I feel like he was winning his match earlier in the day and then he lost.
Well, the good news on that is then you're battle hardened. You know, Liam knows that it's not over till it's over here. He's half a point away from booking that ticket to the Esports World Cup, and he does start the game with the black pieces. So for Jules, that is something that might give him a chance. You know, playing with white, he's going to try to dictate the terms in this one, rerouting the knight right now towards the king side. Jules Musat is.
We have seen this opening before and we will see it many more times. It's such a classical approach with the knights maneuvering to the king side. The bishop drops back to c2, ready to push the d pawn to d4.
And very often, Black would want to counter that with moving their own pawn to that c5 square for Liam. A way to challenge the center, immediately played. And now a bit of a decision for White. Do you block the center with the d pawn moving forward? But that would give a free hand to Liam on the queen's side. Instead, Jules' match situation, must win, keeps the tension on the board.
He needs to. He will try everything he can and potentially also take all the risks that he can. We have seen so many games with a pawn sacrifice or even 2 pawns being sacrificed for activity. I think that is something that he would definitely be willing to do because he has to try to win this game for a chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup. But for Wang Liam, having won the first game in this match, a draw will be the qualification ticket he needs.
All right, but look at this last move. A little bit of a battery setup there by Jules. Now always in the air. Watch out for a sacrifice on that 8-6 square, which could then just blow open Black's king side. It needs to be timed well. But Jules hinting on it. And Liam says, I'm going for the liquidation in the center, making sure that Jules has no chances to give up that bishop on 8-6.
I think that was the right call to go for the trades, and now Jules can decide whether to take on d4 with the bishop or with the knight, depending on whether he wants to trade the dark squared bishops.
You'd be tempted to keep as many pieces on the board, but instead Jules does say that I'm not looking for the imbalance just yet. He does offer the bishop trade right now. I will point out that Liam does have a long-term weakness. Jules has the healthier pawn structure here. That d6 pawn is a bit of an eyesore in Liam's camp right now. And I do think it gives white something to play for. Pick up that bishop with your knight. Land that knight on f5. And I think Jules Moussad is going to be asking some big questions here.
I think that's exactly his plan, and that's why he offered the bishop trade to capitalize on his positional advantage. I love the knight maneuver you're pointing out after knight takes d4, heading to f5. He's also considering not taking with the queen because that will immediately attack this weak spot on d6. But knight takes is such a beautiful move, and knight f5 next move.
I love it. Anna, the more I look at this position, the more I'm liking it for white. Healthier pawn formation, a really nice spot on f5, a direct target on that d6 square. The only toy remaining for Jules Moussad, which is not in the nursery, is the rook on a1, but that's about to slide over to that central line as well. And you know, in a must-win game, with absolutely nothing else, but you need to throw your kitchen sink at your opponent, I think Jules has done pretty well so far.
I think he's doing that exactly. And that would mean we get to see an Armageddon. So I think we are all rooting for it. The more chess, the better. It is Jules Moussad in a must-win situation to earn the right to an Armageddon and have a chance still at that qualification spot for the Esports World Cup. Queen to b6 by Le Quang Liam, freeing the d8 square potentially for his rook and also activating the queen at the same time. It's a smart move, but knight f5 will be still difficult to meet.
And that's always in the air. First, Jules just makes sure that every single piece is in fact playing. Knight f5, a massive threat. I'm expecting Liam to go with your idea. He needs to defend that d6 pawn, bring your own rook onto that d file. I'll also point out that that white bishop at the right moment can actually slide over to b3, putting a lot of pressure on a tender f7 square. Just, you know, building up slowly and steadily the advantages in the position.
I do love that idea. The bishop now is a lot more active on the a2 g8 diagonal, and I think we will see those moves. I think it's now Jules considering what's the right move order. Will I jump to f5 first? Will I place my bishop on b3? How to execute this correctly, because he also needs to make sure that the e4 pawn will never be a big deal. It's not going to be captured. At the moment it's overprotected, but both the knight and the bishop will be moving away from that pawn.
Jules Moussad has to know that he's got the opening advantage right now, but how much is it? Is it going to be enough to give him something real? And also, there is such little margin to go wrong. You know, the clocks are ticking. It's going down. There's no increment. He's reaching that 7-minute mark. A spot on the line. A draw will not be enough for Jules to stay in the race. He has to win this game. Make a move, Jules. You have to put pressure on Liam's clock.
Exactly. The first game ended in that time scramble and Jules losing on time. He needs to definitely take that into account, that no matter the position, he will have to be a lot closer in terms of the time situation. He cannot allow to go low on time again.
Great point there. And it's already a 1-minute deficit right now. And it's not the kind of moment where, you know, one move is that much better than the other. He does eventually decide to start with the improvement of the bishop. And now where is Liam going to find his counterplay? How does he create threats? And I think that is the biggest problem in Black's position. You know, while White has these obvious targets, knight on f5, eyeing d6, the bishop on b3, putting pressure on f7, it's not easy to do the same for Liam's position.
It is not. It's quite a passive position, just waiting and making sure that everything is guarded. I agree with you that it is a lot more pleasant to play from White's perspective. But so far, Le Quang Liam has found some really precise moves and is holding as best as he can. A5 I like that he's gaining space on the queen side and threatening to push that bishop away. A3 makes sure that there is a square still available on the diagonal in case of A4, bishop to A2.
Cool, calm, and collected is Jules Moussard right now. He just takes a pause, doesn't jump in with knight to f5, instead just making sure, as you mentioned, that the bishop stays on the diagonal. And the problem is, yes, a5 looks cool, Anna, but once that threat is taken care of, the problems still remain in Liam's position. Questions still to be answered. It's kind of hard to find a way for Black to coordinate pieces into an attack. What I would love as Black is to reroute my light squared bishop and put it on that b7 square and try to attack that central pawn on e4. Bishop c8, bishop b7 is a very thematic idea in such positions. But first, Liam brings the knight to the center of the board, also eyeing the c4 square, trying to trade off White's bishop.
It's a natural move to improve the knight, but I really like your bishop maneuver. I think that was perhaps even more of an accurate defense, keeping the pressure through the e-file. King to h2 now by Jules Moussard, stepping out of the diagonal, getting ready to push the f-pawn and chase that knight away from e5.
And you know what they say, f4 for the score. That knight would be attacked, the pawns would move forward. But I just wonder if Liam anyway wants to put his knight on c4 right now. Was that the idea all along? And we see that happen on the board now. A big question for Moussard in this position. Does he keep the bishop alive? Does he move the queen? He does go for the trade. c4 is weak. But guess what? Liam now has a clear target on b2 as well.
There's a clear target, and I think this is what Liam needed. I feel like he is happy that he has gotten some more active of a counter chance. Still, of course, Jules Moussard's position is more comfortable, slight advantage, but finally Black also has something to say about targets, and he's doing that. He is bringing his rook to the b file, attacking White's pawn on b2.
Defended, and now Black has to find a way to do the same for his c4 pawn, brings the queen into the front, making sure no pawns can be grabbed right now. I like the way Liam has defended his position, and I like that now he's got his rooks ready to double up on the b line as well if needed. Anna, to me it looks like that it's become slightly easier to play for Black than a couple of moves ago.
I definitely think so. I feel like it's a lot of progress for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, while for Jules it's a bit of a disappointment. It's, of course, still a 3 results possible game, but he had the pressure, he had the slight advantage earlier, and now it's already not that much of a plus, his position. Also, not as easy anymore for White to figure out what's the right way to continue.
And there's a sneaky little idea that Liam has in this position. Notice the pin along the E line. The Black knight at the right moment can jump onto d5, taking advantage of that pin and actually attack the White queen, opening up the path to the c pawn moving forward. And that's exactly why Jules moves his rook up, making sure that it stays defended, fighting against the idea of knight d5. A well-timed rook lift. He's eyeing threats of knight to f5, rook g3, rook and knight lining against the Black king.
I really like that setup. The rook coming over to the king side through the third rank after knight f5, as you mentioned. And it is now, again, the question to the Vietnamese Grandmaster here with the black pieces. I'm like, how do you proceed? Do you prepare to do anything about this idea of White? How can you prevent knight f5 and rook g3? What will you do about the Black king?
I think right now, if you rush with it, it might be too soon, Anna, because at the end of those trades, Black will have a sneaky check on e5, trading off the queens as well. The queens are off the board. You get closer to that draw that Liam needs to book his ticket into the Esports World Cup. So Jules needs to time it well. He takes a pause. He puts pressure on the c4 pawn.
It makes perfect sense indeed, and now Black will be either defending that pawn or counter-attacking. He chooses counter-attacking on the b file, so if the pawn on c4 is captured, Black will trade the queens and then take the pawn on b2.
Things look like they've just gotten into control for Lei Kwang Liam right now. Anna, if you had to make a prediction, do you see a way in this position with the imbalances that exist right now? You know, there is a knight versus bishop imbalance. There are these pawns which are not symmetrical, weaknesses to fight for. What are the chances that this goes into an Armageddon? Or do you think Liam gets it done in the 10+0?
I feel like Liam has a great chance. He has been so good at the defensive side of this not easy position in the middle game, and he also is keeping his time advantage, which is crucial in a 10-minute game where there is no increment. So it has been the story of this match that even though there's a lot of fight and complications on the board, Jules has been the slower player and he lost the previous game on the clock. It's not looking good that he is now again with over a minute of time disadvantage.
That's exactly what you don't want in this match situation, where there are essentially no respawns for Jules Moussad. He needs to win to keep the match alive. Otherwise, he's just out of the race to make it to the Esports World Cup. He comes back with his rook to make sure that the pawn on B2 remains defended and he can free up his queen eventually. The one thing that Jules is dreaming of is the right moment to land a knight on F5. But he needs to do that only when Black cannot force a queen trade via the check on E5. And look at that, Liam preempting it, already plants his queen on the square.
Yeah, that's going to be so hard to deal with. It's pinning the knight on d4, so Jules moves his queen out and wants to probably push f4 to chase that queen away in the right moment.
And now exactly, he wants to go f4, but I'm just thinking that the knight on g3, Anna, that is pinned as well. Black can double down, Liam can double down, but look at that. Instead, he pins the other knight with his own queen, offering a repetition, but there's just no way that Jules will put his queen back. A draw is just not good enough for white here.
Absolutely. Lek Wangliam, having won the first game in this match, has the draw odds in this game, and Jules will have to continue. Even though he's below on time, already less than 3 minutes on the clock, he needs to find ways to keep the game going. He puts his rook on the d file, guarding his knight.
So Jules is making his intentions clear that I'm playing for the win in this one because I just about need to. It's the only way to keep my chances alive. Rook attacked now. I see only 2 squares for it. Anna, you could move forward or back, but you do lose control of the b2 pawn regardless of your decision. Is Jules about to lose that b2 pawn no matter where he moves the rook?
It does seem to be the case with the double rooks of Black here, ready to capture on b2. So what can Jules do in this situation?
I just think he panicked absolutely with that last move. And this is also panic by Jules Moussad.
b4! b4! So the rook is hanging, but he says instead, I'm gonna attack your queen, but this is giving up a pawn.
For essentially nothing in the position. White hasn't gained anything. The rook is still under attack. Black's queen was hanging, so you couldn't pick up the rook just yet. But this is Liam, up a pawn, needing only a draw. The c pawn, an absolute monster, ready to march up the board as well. He shifts his focus to the central e pawn right now.
It's crazy how the evaluation bar is still about level, even though Black has won that pawn on the queen side. Goes to show how complex this position is.
But my guess is it's not easy to keep that level for too long. There's probably a computer line or a path that gives white just enough counterplay, and I would have to guess that that would be on the king side, on the right flank, to try to create some chances there. I generally don't see it, Anna. If I'm white here, I'm already getting the feeling that I'm just trying to delay the inevitable. And look at that move, f3, and immediately we see the bar going down, just showing how difficult it is to find that path to equality here.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough, and Jules down to his final minute and a half. There is no increment. This is all the time left for the French Grandmaster. He's in a must-win situation, low on time, down a pawn. How is he gonna find some miracle? He needs a miracle to somehow turn the tables in this match.
And I generally feel that this is such a big moment for Liam to make it to the Esports World Cup. If he's able to get that job done, well, right now, Jules Moussad just moved the bishop back and, Liam moved the bishop back and Jules lines up the queen against the c-pawn. It's still a great position for Liam. But Anna, Liam has been so vocal about how heartbroken he's been about the Webster University chess program now coming to a close, and what a legacy that was for Liam. I think
It's definitely what he needs, and he still hasn't been signed by any of the esports teams, so it would be a huge contract for him, a huge opportunity in his career. If he qualifies to the Esports World Cup, there will be a lot of clubs trying to get his attention and sign him.
Is this the moment? Is this the moment for Lek Wangliam to trade the queens off? There is a potential threat on d6 and h6, and he does it. He gives a check, forcing the queens off the board right now.
Will he take on c3 or is he going to go for something else? It's up a pawn for black, but white has really active pieces and the d6 pawn is hanging. He's pushing that pawn before it gets captured. d5, what a great moment to capitalize on the idea that the f5 knight is depending on this e4 pawn.
Fantastic play. Just absolutely precise. And I think this was the exact moment that Liam could get that d5 break in, essentially saying, I'm putting all the pressure, but I've solved the problem of my weak d pawn now, not giving Jules the opportunity to attack it anymore. That pawn's off the board. e4 is hanging as well. And right now, Liam is up 2 pawns in the position.
2 pawns up, also big time advantage, a minute extra on the clock for Liam. Huge chance. All he needs is a draw. Essentially, he has won the first game in this match. He's halfway through to that qualification spot, but it's not over until it's over. We have seen players celebrating too early. The game is still on.
You never celebrate too early, but I have to say that right now, needing only a draw, he's being very professional. He's not thinking about just getting that win in. He's trying to just liquidate the position to as much as possible. For Jules Moussad, the best chance is to keep both the rooks alive, and that's exactly what Liam does not allow. Anna, I don't think this is too early to celebrate now for Liam. He's up on the clock by almost a minute. He's up a pawn in the position. Where are the miracles here for Jules?
It will have to be a mouse slip at this point, because having only 34 seconds left in a rook endgame where you're defending, it's a rook endgame that you can hold, but holding is not enough. Jules Moussad has lost the first game in this match and is about to go down overall and lose his chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup.
Gives a check, gives a check. And look at that, the black king moves forward and now the king is going to start assisting that d pawn. If you're Liam, you just keep marching up the board right now. He does come in for the attack.
It's already winning on the board as well. He just promotes and then grabs the rest of the pawns on the king's side. What a play, offering a rook trade now, and it's a king and pawn game that is winning for Lac Vang Liam 2-0 in this match. And Lac Vang Liam, the #1 player of Vietnam, qualifies to the Esports World Cup after a really bumpy road, earlier losing a match, but now securing his spot. What a match this has been, and heartbreak for Jules Moussad.
Absolutely fantastic. And I think the moment does belong to Grandmaster Liam. For Jules, he just never got going in game 1 as well. You know, always on the defense, had those chances at the end, but it wasn't enough, playing just on seconds. Liam capitalizing on that as well. And then the second game, complete control here with the black pieces. Liam books his ticket to the Esports World Cup. Anna, that means you got 3 qualifiers out of the 4.
3 already, and we see the Vietnamese Grandmaster packing his gear. He has his own mouse, of course, and Jules is still reviewing the game. You know, he's still in the game. He's trying to see where he missed his chances, because, of course, for him, this was a huge moment too. He was so close to making it to the Esports World Cup. So close, yet he couldn't.
And this is what I love about the double elimination bracket. You know, it has an inbuilt comeback story arc to it, and that's what we saw from Liam right now. For Jules Moussad, it's also about just accepting the reality of everything that has just happened, and he is definitely checking what went wrong, where he could have tried, but it's too little, too late.
Too little, too late. I'm sure that he will try again next year, but for now, for the French Grandmaster, this is it. There is no longer a chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup, but we still have one more spot remaining. This is DreamHack Atlanta, and we are getting ready for our next match. Tanya, so far, how do you feel about the atmosphere, the tension, the nerves? It's so much at stake, and one more spot for the Esports World Cup up for grabs.
I absolutely love it. I mean, the last final few shots that we just saw there off the venue, off the arena right there, you know, this is what happens when chess meets gaming culture. This isn't your traditional venue. This is all about playing under the esports spotlight. And this is all about getting to the Esports World Cup. This is where we stand with our bracket right now. Arvind Chidambaram and Alexi Serrano are already through to the EWC. They will be in the finals of the upper bracket. In our lower bracket, the fight does continue, but Liam Le knocks out Jules Moussad 2-2.
That was an incredible fight, but in the end, Liam had the better nerves and kept his time advantage in both of the games as well. Time is part of the game, and I wonder how much of that will play a role in our next matchup between Christopher Yu and Andrei Yesipenko. Yesipenko beat Alexander Bortnik, who is the defending champion of this format at DreamHack. Bortnik won last year and qualified to the Esports World Cup, but for now, his dreams of making through are gone because of that Armageddon game that Yesipenko won. Like Christopher, he was so close to making it. He was celebrating already against Arvind Chidambaram, but he celebrated too soon, relaxed a bit too early, and essentially blundered his way into now the loser's bracket. So how much that will play a role is a big question, I think. Tanya, can he put that behind him and forget what has happened not long ago in his match for Christopher?
That's going to be the absolute mental battle that Christopher Yu is fighting. He's not only going to play against Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko, who's had a fantastic 2025. He was also in the candidates this year, an extremely strong, talented player. But Christopher Yu isn't only facing him, he's also facing his own mindset after what happened to Arvind Chidambaram, where he was punished for celebrating too soon. Anna, there's been such a big difference in this year and last year's qualification processes. In Dallas DreamHack, there was only one spot to make it to the last chance qualifiers. This time, chess has just grown so much bigger on the esports stage. The prize fund, a very cool $50,000, but the paycheck isn't as big as the invitation. 4 direct spots to the main event. We know 3 of those spots have been taken. Sarana is in, Chidambaram is in, and just the most recent one as well, Lei Kwang is in as well. And the next match decides our 4th player.
Our final spot, and then the games will continue, of course, because we will still have a grand finale deciding who will take the $15,000 first prize. But you're right, Tanya, that even though it's $50,000 at DreamHack Atlanta, the prize fund, it's only gonna get even bigger and better at the Esports World Cup. So of course, that's the ticket everyone is seeking here. And once you have qualified, it's a bonus, the paycheck. Will you get the trophy as well? Will you get $15,000 to go home with?
It's absolutely double-led, right? You're thinking about the big chunk of money, but I think for all these players, that's at the back of their mind. The big goal, the big story is to make it to the World Cup, where all the stakes just go through the roof. It's essentially something that can decide your entire 2026 calendars for all these extremely strong grandmasters who are right now in Atlanta at DreamHack playing online, and that's what they're looking at, the big ticket. What are our predictions for this next match coming up? Anna, how do you think this one goes?
Oh, that's a tough one. Let's take a look at their road to making it to this match so we can see who were the players they had to beat to get here. And then we're gonna, I think, both take our turns to predict the match. So far, I think my only safe prediction has been that every match goes into Armageddon, yet the last one, Lei Kwang Liam's one, did not need an Armageddon. We have seen so many insane, incredible ups and downs moments in this event so far, with the lower bracket featuring some of these clashes that you see on the screen. Yesipenko made it to the lower bracket because he lost earlier, so that wasn't what he of course wished for, but he lost to Sarana in the semifinals of Group A. And also when it comes to Christopher Yu and his path, well, he was doing so well. He could have made it to the finals directly in the upper bracket if it wasn't for that early celebration against Arvind Chidambaram that we mentioned. He had a winning position. He only needed a draw. And yet, because he celebrated too soon, relaxed too soon, he blundered into a losing move. It's a heartbreak for Christopher, but he now has a second chance. I think that's the great thing about this format, Tanya, the double elimination system. You still have one more chance to make it.
You get one more life, but it's your absolute last one. And I think for Andrei Yesipenko, I have to say that there is a psychological edge right now. It wasn't the same kind of storyline, the same kind of fall that you had. For Christopher Yu, one move away from making it to the ultimate goal of making it to the Esports World Cup, and you just sort of gift back your opponent an entire point with a one move blunder, just simply because you let your eye off the ball for that one split second. For Andrei Asipenko, it almost feels like, he lost a hard fought match and he's battle hardened right now. He's ready to go. He also knows that what Christopher Yu has gone through. Of course, whether it translates into points or not remains to be seen. But Anna, I'm going to say it's advantage Yasipenko.
I agree with you. Definitely the psychological edges on Yasipenko's side. And also in terms of how the matches went, even though he lost earlier in the event, that was yesterday. So he had some time to recover and he won his match today against Alexander Bortnik, which was a crucial match. Bortnik being the defending champion at DreamHack. So this so far is looking good for Yasipenko with the psychological edge. But when it comes to this format, 10 minutes, no increment, anything can happen. And Christopher, he's only 19 years old. I think he will have the confidence to be the faster player since it's online chess. Even though it's in person in Atlanta, they're playing with computers, with noise cancelling headphones, and the better mouse skills will matter too.
Absolutely. And the other side of that coin is that with everything that's happened, that can actually make you more hungry, more motivated to redeem yourself, a wounded beast is even more dangerous than a beast. And we know just exactly what Christopher Yu is capable of. I mean, he did outplay Arvind Chidambaram in that game, but then let it slip. It's going to be a fascinating battle. And with so much on the line, it comes down to what happens in that very first game. Incredibly important for the players to at least keep it under control. I think whoever takes the point, it's incredibly hard in a best of two, playing in the lower bracket. You know that there is no time to return into the match to actually make a comeback. So Anna, I think if either of these two players are able to get an early win, the first game win, I don't see them being stopped.
That's a great point. Although we have seen some miraculous comebacks, but you are right that it does get a lot harder in a best of two where the first game matters so much. I would predict Yasipenko with the better chances, but I would just love to see Armageddon and Christopher recovering from that heartbreak moment where he was in already. He was like halfway through into that Esports World Cup door, but then he blundered, a huge blunder for the American Grandmaster. They are getting ready now on the main stage. Christopher here on the left side and Yasipenko on the far end. At the event where there has been so much going on and chess is now on the main stage. I think the visitors, all the spectators will be coming back shortly as soon as the match is about to begin.
We can also see the cosplayers right there behind us. I mean, this is a stage that chess shares with Tekken, with Street Fighters, with all these amazing esports games right now, and the game is on between Andrei Asipenko and Christopher Yu. It is Yasipenko playing with the white pieces, Anna, and we've got a Gaico panel. We've got the Italian. Of course, we've seen this position so many times, these last two pawn moves, just making sure that the bishops have retreating squares on A2 and A7, making sure that the bishops don't get traded off with any knight jumps.
Yeah, we have seen this opening so many times in this event as well. I feel like it's one of the go-to choices of Grandmasters in general. And now with Bishop E3 offering a bishop trade, White is ready to double his pawns because that will open up the 5 for the rook and also strengthen the center of White.
Absolutely. And he does go for that trade, which now means that you have to always watch out for a potential sacrifice on that f6 knight. So you don't want to, as black, make that queen to d7 move. It can get extremely tricky if white gives up the rook. This is the first imbalance. And of course, Christopher Yu strikes in the center with the d pawn. It's the whole idea.
It is the idea. And now the question is, how will Yasipenko react? Do you take that pawn on d5 or do you retreat the bishop?
He does trade in the center of the board. Knight takes pawn. And it is very tempting for white now with the e3 pawn under attack as well to perhaps continue with the liquidation. And he does it. Christopher, you looking pretty relaxed. And I have to say, Anna, with the black pieces, in these openings, once you get that d5 break in successfully, you've solved majority of your opening problems. You're actually starting to feel very comfortable about your position.
Yeah, I feel like Christopher is happy, definitely happy with the outcome of the opening after having pushed d5 in the right moment, traded the right pieces, and now it's a really comfortable position. I feel like this is for a moment for Yesipenko to try to see how do I keep the situation somewhat more complicated. And queen to g4, I like that he is saying, okay, maybe the central battle was not won by me, but I still have a queen facing your king. I still have a semi-open file for my rook, and I might try to put pressure on the king. Knight e4, knight f6 would be a great maneuver in the right moment if it's possible.
I like that Christopher Yu is making his intentions very clear. He just wants to get everything off the board, trade off everything, simplify the position, say I'm playing with the black pieces, and I'll go for more when I'm white in that final of the best of two. The queen moves forward, connecting the two rooks, trying to line them up on the E and the D line next. Watch out for that f7 tender spot if you're black right now. And for Yesipenko, I think the most natural move in this position would be to jump the knight forward, hit the black queen on d6 via the e4 square.
I like a lot that move, and it will be a question now for Christopher. Where do you place the queen? He's offering a queen trade with queen b4.
And the speed with which Christopher is playing as well, very impressive. I will point out that Andrei Yesipenko was in the 2025 Esports World Cup. I saw that Fortnite was being played just behind the chess arena earlier at the DreamHack Atlanta venue that we just witnessed. So somewhere, Yesipenko knows the maps of how to get into the Esports World Cup. I wonder if experience will play a bit of a role here as well in this mini best of two.
That's a great question, and he already has an esports team. Like for Christopher, this could be his huge chance to get signed by an organization if he qualifies to the Esports World Cup. And this is our final spot of qualification. 3 players are already through. Wow, knight to b4. The evaluation board doesn't like it. Yeah, it seems to be a mistake.
And I have to point out, it was the most natural looking move in the position, right? What can be more natural than jumping the knight, attacking your opponent's queen? But for some reason, this has given Yesipenko the chance perhaps to get his last remaining rook into the game. We've been talking about that f7 point. And I wonder if rook a f1, how difficult is it after the white rook does double up on that open f line? How does Christopher Yu actually defend that pawn in a successful way? You bring your queen to g6, the white rook can continue chasing it on the g line. c7 under fire as well.
That's a great point, Tanya. I think there's a lot of pressure now after doubling the rooks on the f5. I'm expecting Yesipenko that's what he is considering, bringing that final piece into the game, activating his rook. Huge pressure on Christopher after rook f1, and what can he do to deal with that pressure? It seems to be that knight b4, as natural as it was an inaccuracy, and now Yesipenko has a great chance to put a lot of pressure on the black king.
And will he capitalize on it is the big question. As Yesipenko, he does lean forward. He can feel it, that there should be something in the position. All the majors can start targeting that tender F spot. And if Yesipenko finds it, it's big pressure on Christopher Yu, who right now is bobbing his head. I wonder if he's listening to some tunes or what's going on there. He looks pretty relaxed, but I think if the rooks do double up, I don't think that's going to be the case for too long.
Yeah, we have been trying to guess what each player is listening to. It definitely seems that Christopher has some really upbeat playlist. While Yesipenko is in the zone, he's spending quite a lot of time on this decision. It's a critical moment.
But I'd be worried. I mean, there's almost a 2.5 to 3 minute gap that's about to happen, a deficit on the clock. And again, there's no increment for the players. And to me, rook sliding over feels like an extremely natural move. I wonder what it is that's
spending so long. He does
eventually go for it.
He spent over 2 minutes on the decision. I agree that was too slow for a natural move.
Another big question is that can you actually take that f7 pawn? You need to calculate all the tactics that are possible. It almost feels like Yu was ready for the response. You know, he was saying, you want to go rook f1? I am ready with my queen trade offer. That's what I'm going to play. So he puts pressure on the clock for Yesipenko. I think rook takes pawn would lead to a bunch of trades that works in Christopher Yu's favor at the end. Notice that knight on b4 also attacking the c2 pawn. So after all the trades that would happen, the dust would settle, material would get equalized. So he still needs to find a way forward, Yesipenko does.
And there is not much time. It seems that he has to be calculating sacrifices to attack the Black King. Knight f6 is one of the potential huge moves here for when he finds the knight sacrifice.
And
Wow.
that's what Yasipenko was calculating, forcing the black pawn to take that knight on f6. Well, if you move your king away, the queen can slide over anyway to the king side. Anna, if you take that knight, white will give a check on g4, hide away from the trades, and then pick up the f-pawn, and the queen and rook will be there with almost a checkmating attack. And I'm surprised that Christopher Yu hasn't reacted to this move, because I'd be terrified if I'm black.
I would also be terrified, and this is the reason why Yasipenko apparently spent so long on that rook move. He already was calculating this tactical pattern where you sacrifice a knight to get to the Black King. Black cannot take this knight because the king will be so vulnerable. Queen g4 check, rook takes f6, and even though it's a piece up for black, all the white pieces are attacking the Black King. There is no defense. The knight on b4, the queen on c6, and the rooks on the back rank for black cannot do anything about the defense. They cannot help the Black King.
And that is the biggest problem in black's position here for Christopher Yu. All your pieces are offside, the queen, knight, and the rook. And beautifully timed there by Yasipenko, doubling up on the F line, finding this check. And now we can be sure the queen's about to slide over, get out of the way of any trades. He's coming for Christopher's king right now. The Black King forced sideways. And now you can simply pick up the pawn on F6. You're not only threatening the Black Queen, but a checkmate in one by picking up the pawn on H6 next. I don't see Christopher Yu surviving this for too long. He counterattacks the white queen, moves back, centralizes. You can pick up the pawn on H6.
This is huge. The knight sacrifice to get to the Black King. There was a counter threat by Christopher threatening g2 with a checkmate. That's why the queen went back all the way to e2. Yasipenko playing really precisely. He knows that he's winning.
I'd be very tempted to pick up that pawn on h6, and I'm sure Yasipenko is as well, but he's just trying to figure out what's next. The Black King will slide up, attacking the rook. That's only one move that Christopher has. And now let's just do the math really quickly. It's 7 pawns for black's 5 pawns. So that's 2 pawns for a piece, but you've got so much incredible attack. And I love this move, Anna, bringing the major into the attack. Rook h7, a killer threat. Potentially a check on g5, dangerous at certain points as well. And let's not forget, yes, you can hide away with the king, but white can also push that e-pawn forward, dislodging the black's queen from the center of the board, defending g2, and basically seeing that you don't have any good squares with your queen to defend f7.
This is such an instructive game, an extra piece for black, but that knight is so far from the action. Everything is happening on the king side, and the knight is such a slow piece in cases like this. e4 will be coming as well, as you have mentioned. Rook h7 check, queen g5 check, e4, and black cannot hold everything.
I won't be surprised if Christopher Yu just resigns this move or maybe the next couple of moves, but I don't see him surviving for too long. You mentioned the Black Knight. Christopher Yu's rook hasn't made a single move in the game. That rook on a8 hasn't stepped anywhere. And there we see the reaction as he realizes the whole position has fallen apart.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I think Yasipenko might be singing. I feel like he was mumbling something, and maybe he also has an incredible playlist that he is listening to, enjoying a winning position after an incredible knight sacrifice. He calculated it all. That's why he's paused and took so long on that rook move. He knows he's winning and takes a sip of water. He is halfway through. If he wins this, he will be halfway through to the Esports World Cup, but nothing is over until it's over. There will be a second game, and Christopher will have to find a way back somehow. e4 is being played now. Black can give a check, but the king will just step out to h2 possibly, and the threats are still the same. f7 is hanging with a checkmate.
And the problem is that Black's army is so overloaded. You can't keep everything defended because 2 of your pieces, the knight and the rook, are not participating in that defense. You know, they say 3 is the magic number when it comes to a killer attack, to a devastating attack. And Yasipenko has the best pieces for that, 2 rooks and a queen. He does slide the queen back, and white can triple down on that pawn, either sliding the rook to f6 or to h7, putting even more pressure on f7. And I think Yasipenko decides on one of them. And the problem is you can't even slide your rook up. He does it, but I thought queen h6. Isn't that game over, Anna?
It does look like game over. He gives a check instead. I think it's the same idea. Now queen h6 or queen h7 even would have been threatening the rook and checkmate. So it is a win for Yesipenko. Resignation by Christopher Yu. This has been an incredible start for Andrei Yesipenko. What a night sacrifice, a killer attack. But there will be another game starting straight away where Christopher Yu has to win to earn the right to an Armageddon and still have a chance to qualify to the Esports World Cup.
And these are the hardest moments for a chess player, right? Because it has to be going on in Christopher Yu's mind right now that he was one move away. Just if he kept everything defended against Arvind Chidambaram, this would not be the situation that he would be in. He would have already booked his ticket into that Esports World Cup. And here he is on the other end of that journey right now, down a point in this match, having to make a comeback to play for a must-win, and that too, Anna, with the black pieces. I apologize, Christopher Yu starts with the white pieces. That's the good news for you fans.
He's got the white pieces, so yeah, that is good news. But the bad news is all that you mentioned, that he had it. He already had that ticket in his hand in a previous match against Arvind Chidambaram, celebrated too soon, relaxed too early, and blundered into a losing position. Now this is his second chance, but for it to be a real chance, he has to win somehow against Yesipenko. Any other result will mean that Andrei Yesipenko books the final ticket to the Esports World Cup.
And the game that we have is from the Petrov opening. The Russian defense here was the opening of choice. Slightly surprising, when you're playing, or maybe I should say not surprising at all, actually. When you're playing with the black pieces and you need only a draw, makes a lot of sense. In fact, to keep it as solid as possible, we will adjust those players' cameras. Christopher Yu playing with the white pieces. Anna, opposite side castling in the Russian defense, in the Petrov opening. It's got to give white some chances, already setting up a big threat of a discovered bishop takes pawn and winning the black queen.
Yeah, and when it comes to this opening, yeah, it's a very solid choice. But you're right, white is trying his best to keep it as complicated as possible with the opposite side castling and threatening now the discovered attack. So what will Yesipenko do about this in order to keep his queen alive and also keep his king safe?
And I think he's also asking himself exactly that question right now. Notice how the queen doesn't have any squares to move to, so it feels like you need to block the diagonal. Bishop to d7 feels a bit loose, Anna. It could get potentially pinned. I think bishop d6 has to be the most natural move in the position. You attack the white queen. You stop the threat that we've been talking about. But something about it Yesipenko does not like.
Yeah, he is calculating a lot, but it feels like he's not certain what's the best way to proceed. He does play bishop to d6, blocking the d file and attacking the white queen at the same time.
And now if you're Christopher Yu, you don't want to trade queens, right? So you're not thinking about moving it to h4 or g5, which would then just go into an endgame, getting Andrei Yesipenko closer to that half point he needs for the Esports World Cup. Bishop to d6, and I'm expecting you to move the queen away to a square where they still remain on the board.
Great question. And I wonder what will Christopher find as his best practical chance, because this is, again, a mini-match, best of two. Yesipenko, having won the first game, only needs a draw to book his ticket to the Esports World Cup, while for Christopher, a win is the only result that matters. He has to go all in this game, even if it's with something crazy, even if it's giving up a pawn or two, or even like half of your army, but you have to go and fight for that win somehow.
Whoa! Christopher Yu does not care about the queen. He's gone for the sacrifice. And did you see that Andrei Yesipenko suddenly locked in, leaned in? Anna, is this going to be the Greek gift? Is the idea you take that bishop, the white knight jumps forward with a check, the white queen lining up with the attack? The big question, does that all work for white right now?
Yeah, I wonder. The evaluation bar is saying, no, this definitely doesn't work. But these are two human beings with a lot at stake, the nerves, the pressure. So Christopher, with the piece sacrifice, he wants to checkmate that black king.
Unbelievable. This move was not on my radar. Was
It
only
wasn't
looking...
on my radar either. Yeah, he just goes for it, but can it work?
And that's the big question running, not just in our minds, not just in the minds of everyone following this very crucial high-stakes match, but also In the minds of these two players, Christopher Yu showing incredible confidence with the speed with which he's giving up that bishop. Now, Anna, let's make it clear that you have to pick that bishop up would be my feeling. If you slide the king away, the white queen moves out of the way, and you're not really gaining anything. The big question, king takes bishop, the white knight will jump forward with a check. And this is what Yasipenko is trying to calculate. Where will he move the king? I look at him, I don't think he's mumbling lines and variations. I think he's still lip syncing to his favorite song right now. Not sure which one that is. Maybe it's Anna
I'm gonna guess Taylor Swift. I'm gonna guess Taylor Swift. Probably an unlikely pick, but still, who knows?
Do we know if Yasipenko is a Swiftie?
I think I would be a bit surprised, but some of the other grandmasters are, so maybe it's not that wide of a guess. I agree with you, though. It doesn't look like they are the variations on the chessboard. It's more some of his favorite songs. It might give you extra powers, you need that focus and attention, and music can really get you into the flow. He calculates for sure capturing that bishop and what happens after the knight jump.
Well, maybe it is the right moment for him to put on a Taylor Swift song, because you really want to shake it off right now with bishop takes pawn, get that grip into the position and get back into calculation mode.
I love that. I certainly hope that that's what's going to happen. But he's not decided. He's also considering what happens if he just doesn't capture the bishop, maybe. But in the end, he says, you know what? I don't believe you. This is a bluff. Give me the bishop. He doesn't take the knight. The knight was also up for grabs, but he just says the king is safe on h6.
And did you see the speed with which he played? He calculated the entire sequence. He didn't go back with the king. That would have been incredibly dangerous for him. So he saw the ideas there. And I think he found the right path, Anna. He first slides up and then hides on that h6 square once the knight cannot jump to f7. Another point is that you can start chasing that white queen away, right? The rook can line up. The black queen can move forward, offering a queen trade in this position. And maybe white's attack just doesn't have enough firepower.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be enough. But for Christopher, this is his only chance. He has gone all in. He has given up a bishop for this attack, and he's in a must-win situation. His final chance for the qualification to the Esports World Cup. Yasipenko cools a cucumber. He attacks the queen with rook to f8, and now is pondering what's the best follow-up, how to develop his pieces and keep that king safe.
He's going to try to put pressure on the clock. I think the clock is Christopher Yu's best friend right now, with Yasipenko touching the 4-minute mark and the black king still unsafe. The game definitely goes on. It's one of those positions where you completely ignore the evaluation bar. Notice how white's king is not in trouble at all. As long as the queens stay on the board, Christopher Yu has everything to set up tricks for. But can the queen stay on the board? He does fall back to the b3 square. It feels like the queen's going a bit offside, Anna.
It does feel very far from the action, but that was one of the few ways in which he could keep the queen on the board. I think Yasipenko has been playing really well, but you are right. The time factor here, having twice as much time, Christopher with 8 minutes, Yasipenko 4 minutes, there is no increment. So flagging skills are definitely part of the game, very much part of the esports scene. And this is the best chance for Christopher to continue with a complex position, keep putting pressure on black, even if the evaluation bar says it's a lost position. There's still a lot of pieces on the board, lots to play for, and he has to somehow turn the tables.
The big question if you're Christopher Yu is, how do you bring another piece into the attack? That H pawn that he has is sort of coming in his own way, right? Stopping the rooks from getting towards the black king. And also the two bishops that Yasipenko is playing with controls a lot of great squares to defend the black king. E6 is not an entry point. And I think that's where the struggle lies. You're not able to find an inroad for the rook, so instead Christopher Yu turns his attention to the white queen, trying to bring it in, but where is it even going?
That is a great point, Tanya. He's trying to maneuver the queen back, but how and where is still yet to be seen. While for Yasipenko, he now has a chance to continue his development. That bishop could finally get out and connect the rooks, bishop to f5.
I love it. Great call there. Everything under control. You want to continue getting your pieces into the game. And finally, Christopher Yu makes a move with the rook. He attacks that black queen. And I'd be scared to pick up the G pawn. You simply don't want to open up the lines close to the king. So, oh, wow, scared is not in Andrei Yasipenko's dictionary at all. He says, I'm ready for everything. I've got everything under control. Picks up that pawn. Now the queen's chase. But do you think this gives you just a little bit of hope on the G line?
Maybe so, but the big problem for Christopher is that he cannot just play rook f1, rook g1. Maybe that's the best move here for white to keep to make the best engine moves, so to say, but he cannot make a draw. He cannot repeat moves. He lost the first game, so he needs to find something else to play. But what is the something else?
Well, he's done it once. He can't do it thrice for sure now. And the queen comes back to g2 because Andrei Yasipenko could be completely winning, but a draw is good enough for him. A repetition gets him in. He needs only half a point. And that's exactly why Christopher Yu lines up the rook on the other line now. I'm still not seeing the long-term plan or even the short-term plan to build pressure against the black king. I actually don't see a single check landing on that king.
And b5, huge move. I was just gonna say that it's black who has now a huge moment because the c2 pawn is attacked by the black queen and the bishop, and only the white queen is holding on to it. If you take the pawn on b5, c2 falls and black is completely winning. If you go to b3 to try to hold on to it, c4, and the queen will have to leave the c2 square no matter what. Andrei Yasipenko in a completely winning position.
This is absolutely busted. There's nothing that you can do to defend that pawn, and now it's about to be picked up. He takes it with the queen. The rook lands up against the white queen. The b2 pawn being x-rayed. There's checkmate being threatened. Christopher Yu is about to resign and go down. Andrei Yasipenko moments away from punching his ticket to the Esports World Cup.
What a game this has been, and maybe the last trick that Christopher has is to give a check on f7 with the knight, because that rook is the one that's guarding the b8 rook, but I'm guessing Yasipenko will just move his king.
Oh, he does it, Anna. Do not pick up that knight. Queen takes rook would be the problem. Yasipenko ready with his response. Yes, you can repeat the position, but guess what? Yasipenko still wins the match.
What an incredible game this has been, and the nerves of Yasipenko just holding on to everything. Christopher went for a bit of a gamble, sacrificing his bishop, and now has to settle for a draw, meaning that Andrei Yasipenko takes the final qualification spot to the Esports World Cup by eliminating Christopher Yu in this crucial match. I would love to know what was that winning playlist, because the moves were on fire on the board.
And Andrei Yasipenko is the man on fire. He does it so convincingly, and I'm finding that knight sacrifice, winning that game one, and finally in that game two as well, everything under control from a position of strength, getting that draw in, the match winner. He's done the big work. He's punched his ticket now. And for Christopher Yu, you have to save a moment of thought here, just seconds away from booking his own ticket. And here he is hoping for another shot, another year.
I think this was a huge lesson for Christopher, because he had it. Just for those of you who weren't here before, it was a match earlier in the day. Christopher against Arvind Chidambaram, he had it. He literally had it in his hands. He was in a winning position, and with more time on the clock, he celebrated too soon. You could see him on the camera celebrating, relaxed too early, and essentially blundered into a losing move, meaning that it's Arvind Chidambaram who won that qualification ticket in that match. And now the second chance of Christopher against Andrei Yasipenko didn't go well. Yasipenko, I think, had it under control in both games and qualifies to the Esports World Cup. But the event continues. We will still have plenty of action, Tanya.
We do, and the action that's coming up is going to be Andrei Yasipenko will take on Lei Kwang Liam. Meanwhile, Arvind Chidambaram will take on Alexei Sarana, and it continues over to the grand finals, where Arvind Chidambaram already beat Alexei Sarana 2-1, and he's waiting for his opponent, Anna, who will come out of the lower bracket. The big battle, the big war for the top four is done, and now it's about who gets the biggest paycheck of the day.
There's still plenty of action to be played for, but you are right. The main prize here has been the qualification spot, the 4 spots to the Esports World Cup. So we know who are the 4 grandmasters who made it, but there's still $50,000 as a bonus, to play for. Why not?
Absolutely, Anna. I believe the last year's top prize was $6,000, a total chunk of $20,000, and today it's gone down to $15K, and $50,000 is the full prize. And the best part is that now these players can play without any stress, any tension. They've done the big work already. But now, of course, it's going to be all about the money and pride and glory of taking the Atlanta DreamHack. We'll be back in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
And we are back with all the action from DreamHack Atlanta. We've had fantastic chess so far, and joining me for our next battle of the elimination bracket semi-finals matchup between Andrei Yasipenko and Lei Kwang Liam is none other than our very own Grandmaster Arthurs Nixons. Arthurs, it's been so much fun. We've got our top four players who are making it to the Esports World Cup, but there's still plenty left to play for.
Hey Tanya, and of course, welcome back, dear viewers. I missed you. I didn't really go anywhere because I was having my lunch and I was still following your commentary and the action. So it was super exciting to follow it as a viewer. And you're right. Yes, so all the spots for the Esports World Cup there are determined. We already know who they are, but it means that there's still more fights coming because we need to figure out who is going to win this amazing event, DreamHack Atlanta, and there's more matches coming.
Absolutely. And I have to say, once you've done all the hard job and you know that you booked your ticket already to the Esports World Cup, now you want more. Just human nature, right? Artists, we all get greedier as we go on. Now you want the big chunk of the $50,000 prize fund.
Absolutely. I think it's also a matter of principle. So you have secured a spot in the Esports World Cup. Great. Okay, fantastic. They're very happy. And now you can show you what you are really capable of when there's no stress, because we have to remember there's a pretty large purse for the players to fight out. The total prize fund of the qualifier is 50,000 US dollars combined, and the winner is going to walk away with 15,000. So it does matter a lot.
And of course, principle, like you said, pride and glory as well of winning the DreamHack Atlanta, the gateway to the Esports World Cup. And that puts you in very good spirits for the big fight later on in the year. And artists coming up next, we've got a big match against Andrei Yasipenko taking on Lei Kuang Liam. And I want to dive a little bit into that, talk a bit about that with you right now. What do you see as the two players, their strengths and the path that they've had so far in the esports qualifiers?
Yeah, so both of them, they have lost one match. They are coming back after losing this. And once again, the viewers, in case you just joined it, it's a double elimination bracket. So this means you lose once, you still have a chance to climb back. Both players just did that, and they managed still to qualify for the esports. Now, as you can see, the players are getting ready for the matches. They're pretty relaxed, and that's also quite an amazing contrast, Tanya. We would compare, for example, the matchup between Arwind and Crest for you. They were very, very visibly nervous. There was a lot of body language, shaking, etc. But Andrei Yasipenko and Limle, on the contrary, they were very much composed.
Absolutely. And these two players already have esport teams backing them. So making it to the World Cup is really what they wanted to do today. Now with the pressure off, they're definitely looking a lot more relaxed. I think for Andrei Yasipenko, his match against Christopher Yu, he did it in dominating fashion. And I want to say the same for Lei Kuang Liam as well, after getting a loss and then moving on ahead. These two, they are extremely powerful, strong names when it comes to speed chess, very fast speed players. They're perfect control over the mouse. And for me, I have to say it's hard to pick a favorite in this one.
Yeah, it's really hard because, both of the players are participants of the 2700 ELO club. Maybe actually Yasipenko has slightly dropped out of it, but he's been always there. He is... Recently, he just participated in the FIDE Candidates Tournament, which is the cycle to challenge the world champion, the Mirage Gukesh. Lim Lei, he was the head coach of the Webster University. I think this is what you already mentioned with Anna, but unfortunately this program university shut down just recently. But maybe this is also a very good opportunity for the Vietnamese Grandmaster to focus more on playing, and by the looks of it, he's doing pretty great. I mean, he's about to play in the Esports World Cup.
All the reasons to be happy right now for these two players. But I look at them and I have a feeling that, at least as far as the arena is concerned of DreamHack Atlanta right now, I wonder if Andrei Yasipenko, I know that he's a bit of a gamer as well. I'm not just talking about chess. I think he feels more at home under the spotlight, also having played in the Esports World Cup in 2025. The games are underway right now. And what we have is a Catalan opening with the bishop on the long diagonal. Black has an extra pawn currently, with a lot of pressure, and this is all so far theory authors.
Yeah, I mean, these are the wonders of the modern opening theory. Black collects the pawn, then he gives up 2 pawns in a row, and in the end he claims some kind of equality. As you can see, both players are still within the book. I think that one of the main principal considerations for white was to take the pawn on a6, because right now you cannot take the pawn on c4 because black's going to take on b5 and the rook on a1 is undefended. Knight c3. Maybe I am mixing some lines, but white in the end ends up winning this pawn on c4, and black says, well, according to an engine, I'm doing just fine.
And the speed with which the two players are blitzing out, I want to say almost bulleting out their moves right now. It feels like they know exactly what they're doing. I will point out, though, that it feels that Lei Kwang Liam is ahead in development. More pieces are active. The Black Knight still stuck on b8. Also, with a better pawn structure is Liam right now. The double c pawns, there's a target, direct threat on that c7 square right now with the white bishop and the knight landed up against it. Potential e4 later on in the air. To my eyes, Arthurs, it feels like advantage Liam out of the opening. But is it enough?
And it also seems that Yesipenko was a bit surprised by this move, where he was trying to recall what was the opening theory, because, I mean, you can never really know for sure when the opponent is out of the prep. Maybe they try to recall stuff, and this is the one thing that really defines the best players in the world. They know so much, and what they very often try to do in a game is to recall whatever the line they analyzed, let's say 2 or 3 years ago in some sort of a training camp, or they have these amazing huge files with analysis with pretty much every single line written down, and then it comes down to the memory. Do you remember it or not? And we're looking right now at both players, for example, Yesipenko's body language. Tanya, what does it say to you? Is he still in the book? Is he trying to recall?
That's a great question, and I sure hope for Yesipenko that he is still in book, because he just couldn't pick up that pawn which was traded right now. There were ideas of b3 using that pin along the c line. So instead, Yesipenko, he kind of had that recollecting face, looking left and right and trying to just remember the details. And I think he found the right response. Instead, attacks the knight, forcing it to retreat, and then finally picks up the pawn with his own queen. And next, the Black Knight about to come into the game. Why a c6 at the right time? Slight edge to white, because white's about to go up a bishop pair. But again, it just feels like it's closer to equality right now, Arthurs.
Yeah, I completely agree, Tanya. So white is eyeballing for the spot on c4, but this is one of the big themes of this line, that black very often even gives it up. And whatever was the plan for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, I think that it quite did not work. The pawn on c4 is still alive. Black is about to complete his development with knight a6, knight b4, and have a very solid position. But at least it's really great to see that both players are quite relaxed. And yeah, the games are slowly heating up.
And as always, if you're able to neutralize the white edge out of the opening as black in your game one, that's just a slight moral victory, right? Because you go into that final best of two with the white pieces. And I have to say, Andrei Yesipenko wasn't in too much trouble in this game so far. Knight c6, threatening the knight jumps to attack the queen. And now a big decision. Is this the moment that you create that first imbalance by trading the knight for the bishop? Or do you want to keep the tension? Maybe try to chase that black queen away by sliding your bishop back. But overall, I see our bar says that Liam has the edge, but it still feels with b2 attacked, the development complete, Andrei Yesipenko should be fine.
I think he is definitely fine. And I think you're right, Tanya, that white has some choices here. So he does slide the bishop on e3, attacking the queen. And I have a feeling that he will take black's bishop on d5 at some point. And this is going to leave Yesipenko in a situation where he has to decide how does he recapture on d5. The most natural response would be to take with a pawn, but then again, the pawn structure changes, and this is not a decision you want to take lightly. I think that he wants to take with the knight to be able to recapture white's bishop on e3, but this is going to cost him the pawn. So from a strategical standpoint, the Vietnamese Grandmaster's position is risk-free. He's asking some questions, but he doesn't really have a lot of time.
I love that point that you just made, that even if it's equal, it's more equal for white. White is still dictating the terms in the position, and knight takes bishop looks extremely tempting at this moment, leaving some questions. And to me, the fact that we've got our top 4 players punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup, we're talking about that now they can play pressure-free because they can focus on just sort of playing their hearts out. But you think there will also be a question of how motivated they are at this point? It's been a long day of chess for these players.
I mean, that's a very good question because, yeah, it seems that the mission has been accomplished. They are there, but there's a pretty big difference between prize money of, for example, the fourth place and the first place. That's about like 10,000 US dollars. And of course, you are just professional. You're there to make something, and ultimately, they're gonna focus on it and go for it. Rook B8, by the way. What I find it really puzzling, Tanya, is that Lim Lei included H3, a move before, not to rush with the capture on D5. The Valation bar says that the position is equal, but I would say it's still quite complicated. And White is apparently still pushing.
I completely agree with you because there are some dynamics going on here. The bishop on d5 can be captured at any moment. There's really no good way to hide that bishop away, at least not yet. The rook under attacks, you could slide it over and he does it. He does line it up against the white queen, and again, always in the air. Is this the moment you capture the bishop? Or maybe play another waiting move. Speaking about motivation, wow, did you just see that reaction that Esipenko just had? He put his hand in the air like he's slightly surprised with what's going on. Although to me, this last move looks absolutely normal.
Yeah, I didn't really notice it, but I'm just seeing is that he looks very comfortable. But to be honest, I mean, he looked like this also in the previous match. There's no stress, and it seems that he has some sort of very good mental balance entering this tournament. So having a psychological balance at such a high stakes tournament, of course, is very important. And I suppose this is also where his experience in the esports definitely helps because he played there last year. He knows how it feels. He's a professional. And yeah, by the way, Queen A4 played by Lim Lei. Apparently
I want to point out, in the last moment, you could not have trapped that bishop at the center of the board by pushing the e-pawn forward to e4 because black had a nasty jump with knight b4 hitting the queen. But now that the queen is out of the way, you have to watch out for moves like e4 at the right moment, trapping that bishop. Big question for Andrei Yesipenko right now. Does he trade the queens? Or will he decide to keep the tension on the board? He attacks that b2 pawn instead. Yesipenko keeping the game going.
Yeah, and here the Vietnamese grandmaster is hunting down the black queen. So ultimately, do you keep retreating? Queen a7, go away, because you do need to watch out for this e4 break. And what I think that White is trying to accomplish here, he's looking for this perfect moment to take on d5. So if here Yesipenko wants to trade the queens, I don't think he's going to find a better moment, because after queen takes on b5 and knight takes on b5, White's e4 no longer is happening, but most likely Yesipenko is already like 3 moves ahead. He plays knight e4, and I think, Tanya, he's gonna attack the pawn on b2 with bishop f6.
I love that idea. You're pointing out bishop f6. I'll point out another diagonal that's possible. Bishop c5, f2 is a tender spot as well. And suddenly it feels like black's pieces are jumping forward. At the right time, you might even be thinking about pushing the g-pawn, chasing down that white bishop on f4 by playing a g5. If I had to pick a color right now to play with others, I would take black in this position.
Ah, all right. Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that black indeed has made some progress. Like, this is really high-level stuff, because White, it seems that deliberately chose not to win the pawn on c4, because, like, if I'm not terribly mistaken, the pawn on c4 is dropping in some opening lines, and then black is still claiming the equality, and apparently Lim Lei is toying with this idea to win the pawn on c4, but you're right, Tanya. I think that black has solved all the opening problems. Knight c3 doesn't attack the pawn on c4 anymore, and perhaps it's the black player who is here being a bit ambitious, even though probably it's most likely balanced.
Look at that juicy outpost on b3 that the black knight can land on immediately if you wanted to, with knight a5, knight b3 coming in right now as a potential plan. I also want to point out that c3 pawn, an idea that you mentioned earlier, Arthurs, putting that bishop on f6 becomes a tender spot as well. I feel like the position is shifting gears right now. It's sort of turning around to be slightly more pleasant for black in this endgame.
It could be. I think that everything will be decided in the next couple of moves. A pretty big decision for black to make. And also we have to pay attention to the situation that he's down at the clock. He's only having 4 minutes left. And the viewers, in case you just joined, this is a 10-minute blitz game, or is it technically a rapid game? A rapid blitz game, doesn't really matter. But there's no increment. And this is the new official esports time control for chess. You can't afford to think for too much because in the end, you might just flag. And this is the thing we already saw happening today.
Well, it's definitely gone into blitz territory now, and before we know it, we might even be in bullet territory with no increment on the clock and still so many minors on the board, and the plan that we were discussing now arriving. Some questions for Lei Kwang Liam to answer. How does he want to counter the threat of knight jumping to b3, dislodging that white rook, and then the black bishop coming after that c3 pawn?
I mean, you called it, Tanya, this knight b3 move. You mentioned that black has this b3 square. This is exactly what Yesipenko is trying to do. And this prompts white to defend it. Knight d2 looks a bit passive move. Knight b3, and of course, white is not interested to take on b3 because this would create black this very strong pass pawn on b3. Now, white is quite passive. He's trying to hold on.
He is, and that's quite a bit of a turnaround for Lei Kwang Liam, who was on the push. At least that's what it seemed right out of the opening there. He does put pressure on that knight on b3 with the threat of taking that d5 bishop and then doubling down on that knight. So instead, Yesipenko goes for the trade. And now there's a bit of a threat, right? Because you're also attacking the c4 pawn as well as the knight on b3, and a mistake there, or error by black, bishop to f6. Could you go for tactics here? Knight takes pawn. Knight takes pawn.
Exactly.
Get rid of the defender, others.
I think he blundered this, and I think he realized it like in a microsecond. I mean, this is how it goes. Rook takes on c4, white plays rook takes on b3, you cannot take on c3. It's a back rank issue. Out of the blue, suddenly Lim Lei has realistic chances to look at the body language of Yesipenko. He just realized, what I'm doing here, just one small misstep. You relax a bit too early. This is the price you pay, and now you have to defend for a very long time.
I love what you just said. You didn't even need to take a look at the board. Just the cameras on the two players tells the full story. The moment Liam picked up that pawn, he reached out for that bottle sip right now, and we saw Andrei Yesipenko looking away from the board, pretty much in disgust with what he's just missed right now. You pick up the knight, white's going to pick up the knight as well, and it will be all about the king's safety. There's a back rank checkmate threat. Rook b8 just not giving enough time for black to pick up the pawn. He does create air for the black king, but this gives Liam enough time to retreat and defend the c3 pawn. It's an extra pawn in the endgame for Lei Kwang Liam.
I mean, so far, Tanya, this game is like deja vu. One of the other matchups we had, I believe it was Aravind Chittambaram against Christopher Yu. They also had pretty much the same structure earlier today. 4 pawns against 4 pawns at the king side. So Christopher was playing with a black color. He relaxed a bit too early. That's it. We're heading to a draw with black. For match situation, this is great. One small misstep, that's it. You blunder a pawn. Exactly the same thing happened here. So, of course, black is still within the drawing range. There's not so much material left on the board. The c-pawn is going nowhere, but white has essentially what we call a free roll. He can play for free this position. Look at the clock situation. The 2 minutes for black in this situation doesn't really help.
And that's the defining characteristic right now, right? That's the biggest weapon that Liam is going to use. 2 minutes for Andrei Yesipenko, a position that Liam can play for the next 100 moves risk-free. He's going to start threatening moving up the pawn on the C line, slowly, step by step, assisted with his own king, the rook and the bishop, and basically make Andrei Yesipenko sweat for the next 100 moves here. Will he have enough time? He's now under 2 minutes.
It's going to be really tough. So he had to address the c-pawn's advancement. That's why he puts the bishop on e7. He's going to meet c4 with bishop c5 check, put the pieces on active squares, probably push his pawns as far as they go. And typically the principle here for the defender is try to trade as many pawns as you can. Of course, activate the king, push maybe f5, g4, because with every pawn traded, at least according to some defensive theory, your task becomes easier. I'm pretty sure he's going to take on g4 right now. No, he doesn't. Okay.
But he will eventually, or at least he's forcing white's hand to do exactly what you mentioned, Arthur, is to force more trades on the board. I like this idea of g4 that Liam employed, fixing black's g5 pawn to a dark square, potentially making it a weakness for his own bishop eventually in the game. And Andrei Yesipenko, he can't take too much time. He needs to respond quickly. So f5, asking some questions, closer to a draw than a Liam win, but still work to be done by Andrei.
That is absolutely correct. And I think that if I'm playing with the white color, I want to get this bishop from c5 out of the way. I want to play bishop e3, trade the bishops, push the c pawn forward. But the problem is bishop e3 is met by black's rook a3, and the spin is very unpleasant. And I'm pretty sure that Limley right now is looking how to improve this idea. Can I play rook c3 and then bishop e3? No, he goes for it. What about rook a3 here?
Great call there. And I think he's about to play it, and he does it. He does spin that bishop, forcing the black king to fall back right now. And the point is, you can win that e3 pawn, but notice how Liam's rook is beautifully placed behind the passer. He's gonna push it up the board. He doesn't care about losing that pawn. The c pawn's ready to go up, c5, c6, c7, and hopefully become a queen soon enough.
And before capture on e3, the Vietnamese grandmaster is considering, should I include g takes on h5? Possibly to put the black king a bit further away from the c pawn. It's not an easy decision to make. This is where you have to calculate things very quickly. He does this exactly. F takes on e3 to be followed. Here the big question, can black take on e3? No. Yespenko decides not to test it.
Great call there. I think this was very important to defend that c-pawn from moving forward and not get greedy in this position. And with that decision, Andrew Yasipenko keeps things under control. And look at that, Liam is trying to blast open the position, disconnect the black pawns. Andrew Yasipenko declines that gambit right now at the center of the board. The black king active, the black rook doing a fantastic job of stopping the c5 pawn, the king about to come to e5. I think Yasipenko's done the hard job.
Yeah, it seems that black is figuring things out. King d5, the final trick for white is to play rook g1. I suppose try to target black's weaknesses at the king side. Rook h6, look at this defensive resource for Yasipenko. He doesn't really stop the c pawn. Instead, he attacks the pawn on h3, and now he rearranges the pieces. And it's amazing that DreamHack, he figured these things out on seconds. Which piece belongs where, and at the same time, make no mistakes calculating things.
And what he's figured out is that if the c-pawn moves forward, that king-pawn endgame, it holds for black. He would have just simply picked it up. So with that not in the agenda, white rook starts to attack the black pawn. Black king continues to chase that white pawn. Another trade at the side of the board. It's about to be picked up right now. The black king can march forward towards that e2 pawn as well. And I just feel that Andrew Yasipenko has done a fantastic job holding this endgame. King to e4. It's coming forward to pick up the e2 pawn next.
Yeah, but now he didn't really get to eliminate the pawn on c5. It lives, because then he would enter a losing pawn endgame, and the clock is ticking. The players are down to the last 43 seconds each. This essentially might go to some flagging.
You might be right. We might not even see a draw. The players might play this on just to flag each other. And if anyone has an advantage on that, it's a few more extra seconds for Liam. And that might be the decisive factor. The position is a draw at this level for these two players. But look at that, and how much time Andrew Yasipenko just spent. He's down to 25 seconds now.
This is going to be really difficult for him to hold. I mean, white can play this position forever. Rook d3, king f3. I mean, black probably is drawing this, but you need to show very precise technique, and it's so difficult to do it having only 20 seconds on the clock.
Forever and ever he can play on, and now just 18 seconds. How many moves can you get in this much time? And look at that white rook cutting off the black king, making sure it doesn't come onto the defense. And now the white pawn starts moving forward, and Andrew Yasipenko, he is panicking.
I think he thought that he's actually losing, but this was very, very fortunate blunder that he is still safe. 10 seconds only for black. Now white is winning. Obviously, it doesn't really matter if he's winning or not. I mean, it's about the time.
He's winning on the board, on the clock, and Andrew Yasipenko cannot believe it. He's down to 4 seconds. I think he's about to resign in this position. White now winning on the board as well. Lei Kwang Liam about to do it and take the lead, and there it is. Andrew Yasipenko gets flagged.
Yeah, this is what happens. So that is essentially the time control, 10 minutes with no increment. You could not relax too early. Having no increment makes such a big difference, because I'm pretty sure that Yasipenko would easily hold this endgame. For example, having 10 minutes plus 1 second per move, which is a pretty standard increment, maybe not for this time control, but any time controls in general. But this is what really makes the Esports World Cup exciting, because there is no increment. In case you can't figure things out in a game, you can always flag your opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, flagging is not a side mission here. It's often the final boss in these games right now with a 10 plus score time control. You have to be as good on the board as you are with your clock management right now. And Andrei Yasipenko has to win on demand this final game of the mini matches. He goes for a very dynamic opening, authors.
Yeah, so now he is, what is this? Some kind of central classical Ray Lopez. Bishop c5. It's quite a rare continuation that, Tanya, I don't immediately even recall if this is legal. Probably it is legal because it's happening on the board, but it's quite a rare continuation, and most likely Lim Le has prepared it for exactly this encounter.
I'm actually very surprised with the way this has gone because to me it just looks like white has such a pleasant position. Look at the space advantage at the center of the board. The white knight about to come into development. That e5 pawn will make sure that you have play and attack on the king side, potential batteries on the b1 to h7 diagonal as well. In a must-win game, it does feel that Andrei Yasipenko has reasons to be happy with all the pieces still on the board and a pawn all the way across towards enemy lines.
Yeah, Engine doesn't really like white's last move h3, but I think from a human's perspective, it makes perfect sense. He secures his knight on f3 against any bishop slides to g4, and the knight on f3 is instrumental piece to protect the white center. White does enjoy some pawn majority at the king side, and I think you're right, Tanya. This gives him some very good practical chances to go for some kingside attack, and this is precisely the reason why black plays f6 to open up the kingside and make sure that white is not in time to build a very powerful battery by the last square bishop and a queen targeting the black pawn on h7.
And especially because both of black's knights are on the other flank, right? On b6 and c6, far away from defending that black king. And look at the way Andrei Yasipenko makes sure that he will have a pawn on that e5 square. He has to do everything to create as many imbalances as possible in the position. And right now he takes a pause. He doesn't automatically captures on e5. In a must-win, I would be surprised if he decides to trade more pieces by taking it with a knight. I'm expecting the pawn to move forward. It does. Bishop, a blockade, as well as defending the d5 pawn.
In terms of the opening, I think that white got exactly what he wanted. That's why I'm quite surprised by the Vietnamese Grandmaster's choice. White got exactly the kind of unbalanced position he wanted, and there you go, knight e2. I mean, I love this move, even though the evaluation bar, as usual, tends to disagree with the commentators. He just brings more pieces to the king side. This is where he's feeling the strongest. He has more pawns, he has more pieces. He's also ready to slide over the last square bishop to c2, and literally every single white piece and pawn will be looking at the black monarch.
You know, the one thing that I would be very worried about with white here, and this last move, Andrei Yasipenko, it surprises me. Is there a potential for a sacrifice on f3 right now, Arthurs, is my question. Rook takes knight was the move that I would be terrified for, but Liam disagrees. He says he wants to play safe, puts the king on the corner.
Yeah, Tanya, I would say this is the kind of move I would always recommend as a commentator, but I'm not sure I would do it as a player in a situation where I'm playing from the black's perspective and I need to make a draw. But you're totally right. I mean, this rook takes on f3, it definitely triggers some kind of pattern recognition since we are professional players, because you want to expose the white king. It's a minimal material sacrifice, but okay, this moment is gone. I'm pretty sure that Lim Le was not even seriously considering this, given the match situation, of course.
But I wonder if this will come back to haunt him, because suddenly now white's knights are in the play. You know, the bishop's lined up against the black king. There is a little bit of a discomfort situation with potential knight jumping onto g6, giving a check if it's allowed to at any moment. But Liam Le is not bothered. He pushes the d pawn, and now he wants to bring his own knight to the center of the board, trying to get pieces off the board.
You know what really puzzles me, Tarna, is that black is playing so quickly. Because he is in a really great situation in terms of the match. He just won the first game, and now he's just playing the opening really, really fast. I mean, he entered this rather tricky opening with almost no spent time. Also, this position where white has clearly some very good prospect for a kingside attack, and now finally he takes a pause. Could this be fatigue from the tournament? Because once again, I mean, you're battling every single game against world-class players. It's really hard.
Well, let's not forget that Liam Lei is a former World Blitz champion. So him playing fast has stopped surprising me in the chess world completely, Artis. But it's not just about playing fast, right? He's also playing so incredibly good. Although I do see that the knight did jump forward, and apparently it wasn't the best move. The evaluation bar now says that Andrei Yasipenko is playing for the edge. He uses his knight to block that pawn on d4, and to follow it up, I think his ideas eventually is going to be about moving that knight from f3 and getting the queen to g4, trying to put an attack on the black king.
Oh, I really love that. That's a great idea, because there's one secret ingredient missing to White's attack. That's the queen. But first and foremost, this is where Andrei shows why he's such a world-class player. Of course, he was to lift the knight away and then allow the queen to join the attack. But what do? Before you carry out your ideas, you remember about prophylactic chess. What is it? First, you deal about your opponent's ideas to trade off some pieces. At this tiny move a3, it takes away the b4 square for black knight to get rid of the knight on d3, which so amazingly blocks the entire center. Such a world-class performance by Yasipenko here.
Absolutely. That is a beautiful monster knight. It's not an attacking piece just yet, but it just keeps the position completely in control. And we were talking about the plan, right? The white knight has gotten out of the way. It's moved forward, clearing the path for the queen to come out into the game, asking some big questions. And my big question to you, Arthurs, right now is, do you believe in Andrei Yasipenko's position? Do you think he makes a comeback in this match and takes it to the tie breaks, the Armageddon?
I think it looks really good. That was, of course, before I saw knight e3. Because I'm pretty sure that this is not the move that Andrei expected at all. And continuing your question, like, obviously he was building up this king set attack, but knight e3, Tanya, dramatically changes things, because now suddenly the situation completely changes. And the point is, if white takes this knight on e3, this knight on g5, one of the key instrumental piece for the attack, it's gone.
So it's just disconnecting the white bishop from defending that g5 knight. And a move out of nowhere, right? It was a bit of a thunderbolt and has to have a shock factor for sure right now. The big question here is, do you have to think about trading that knight on e3? Can you actually just continue with your plan instead? Bring that queen to h5. But I have to say that would involve a lot of calculation, because it's not just the knight on g5. Black's knight is also threatening to land on c2. And look at that, he goes for it. I thought this wasn't possible. Bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, knight c2.
You know, it's only an exchange, Tanya, but it's not our exchange, right? So we could easily sacrifice it, and I really love it, because Yasipenko really has nothing to lose, and I think that he is the best hope he has for this game to be saved, and so that he can stay in the match, he has to go for this attack. And the thing here is that he's about to sacrifice the exchange. Bishop takes on g5 seems to be necessary for black, because the knight on g5 cannot be tolerated. And you see there's a fork on c2, but Yasipenko is ready to give up the rook, because sometimes some minor pieces can be stronger than the rook, and that's why the evaluation bar says that what is even better.
Incredible stuff. And again, the speed with which Yasipenko took this decision to give up material, to go for the attack on that black king if Liam was about to get greedy. One of Liam's best quality is that he knows when to pull the brakes, and he does exactly that. He doesn't get greedy. Instead, he wants nothing of the attack that Yasipenko was building. He offers a queen trade.
Wow. I mean, this is such a world-class move, queen e8. So I definitely would have thought that he's going to take on g5 and go for the exchange, but I think he realizes here the exchange is not so important. It's much more important to kill off white's attack, and if white doesn't have the queen, maybe there's no attack at all. And that's why for Yasipenko, the big question is, the million-dollar question essentially is, should he trade the queens or retreat? Because is queen h4, Tanya, even an opportunity, because it does put the queen in the crosshairs of the blacks ducks with bishop on e7.
Well, technically the $15,000 question right now for Yasipenko to keep his chances alive, Arthurs. But it is a big one indeed, and needing to go for that win. You know, you are so tempted to keep the queens on the board, but queen h4, would that be the moment that then black can go hunting for the exchange? And he says, you know what? I have to win. The only thing that can make that happen is keeping the queens on for the attack. So your move on the board.
There you go, queen h4. I mean, given the match situation, it makes perfect sense. If this was the very first game, I'm pretty sure that Yasipenko wouldn't really mind a queen trade. Now he has to gamble. So how does black continue? I have a feeling that h6 is still the move here, and I'm a bit puzzled to figure out what is Yesipenko planning to do after this move. Is he going to take the knight on e3, which has been hanging there for like already 5 moves or so? Everything is under attack literally in this position.
The house is falling right now. White's knight pin, black's knight hanging in the position, a potential knight jumping and forking the 2 rooks as well. I don't see an alternative to finally picking up that knight. You move your queen away, black can then jump to c2 or at least pick up the knight anyway. I'm expecting him to finally pick up this piece on e3 with his own pawn. Pawn takes knight as Andrei Yesipenko touches the 4-minute mark.
How about f4 instead? I mean, bishop takes on g5, this would be one way to stop it. Maybe you're right, maybe it's bishop takes on e3, d takes on e3, rook e3, but this would probably cost you an exchange. And I'm thinking that if I have any chances for the attack, I have to keep the knight, and Andre does it, but the evolution bar says, this is not how you play chess.
But I love it. I love this move. And I think Andrei Yesipenko, and look at that, it wasn't an easy move to answer because he plays the most natural move Liam does, and eventually the bar does go up. But now Liam is getting greedy. He's saying, I don't see an attack. After f4, the white knight cannot jump to that square anymore and start targeting the black king. It's been taken away. So he's taken away a key square from the white knight, and now he's gone for that extra exchange, asking, where's your attack? Show me the money.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of tricks, and I love this cold-blooded move, bishop d5, because also the bishop on e4 is one of the instrumental pieces to go for the attack. Black essentially needs to trade every single attacking piece he can get. The bishop on e4, it needs to be gone. The knight on g5, traded. The bishop on d2, knight on d3 somehow need to be swept off the board because black simply has the extra exchange, and this means you want to simplify the position. Yesipenko needs to show something very quickly right now, otherwise this match is going to be over.
It's been such a controlled, cold-blooded performance by Liam after getting that material advantage, just neutralizing White's attack piece by piece, move by move. You're saying that Yesipenko needs to do something. The one plan that comes to mind is throw the pawns at your opponent's kings. You want to go f5, you want to go f6. But is there enough time to do that? And I'm not talking about the time on the clock. Even with moves right now, it just feels like Liam will have enough resources to defend his king.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe f5 is the move, but this will allow black to take on e4, take on g5, and white might be running out of material to attack. And I'm also thinking that Limle's idea here is to take on e4 and play queen g6. And I don't think that Yesipenko can allow the black queen to land on g6. So where is this move? Maybe he should take on d5 just to gain this tempo, but then what? And I feel you're right, Anya, about this f5, but how and when? And that is the question.
Whoa!
What?
And Andrei Yesipenko just resigns. Just like that. With the clock ticking down, nothing left to fight for, nothing left to play for in this position. He sees that Liam has neutralized all the attack, and Liam takes the match to continue his run in the DreamHack Atlanta, beats Andrei Yesipenko 2-0. What a performance.
Okay, this I didn't really expect because I thought that he still researched some chances, but I think he was just really, after this painful loss in a time scramble in the first game, he was so gone. And then knight e3 was such an amazing shot by the Vietnamese Grandmaster. So congratulations to Lim Le. And for Yesipenko, I mean, he's been playing a great tournament. He has made it to the Esports World Cup. So both of these players are winners, essentially.
I'll give you my hot take on this. I believe that Others, if the Esports World Cup qualification was still on the line, there was no way that Yesipenko would have resigned in this moment. But knowing that he's done the hard work, knowing that this position, you're basically hoping and praying for a miracle right now, you just feel like, I've done what I came for. Liam deserves this. He's done it. I'm done with my day. This is my sign-off if I'm Andrei Yesipenko.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, probably. But, okay. Of course, as you can see, the players are in good spirits. They're discussing what happened before. This is really amazing to see that they are rivalries over the board, but off the board, they're always professionals, colleagues, they're chit-chatting. And it's really amazing to see that even after some painful losses, they find the time to joke a bit and being gentlemen of the game.
And it feels like they're discussing about the arena, the headphones, at least that what it feels like with the action, and something that perhaps Andrei Yasipenko missed because he was slightly distracted. Because let's remind everyone, this is not your traditional chess stage. It's still the game with 64 squares, but in a brand new arena. This is where chess meets esports. There are other games happening. There are cosplayers there. It's the lights, it's the drama, it's the fans cheering. And under all of that, the players have to keep their focus. But amazing to see both these players in good mood. And they've earned it, right, Artez? Because the big battle has been won by both of them today.
Absolutely, they have earned it. And once again, congratulations to Limle for winning the match and advancing further. But we have definitely more matches coming. So the question is, what's next coming? Because we have these two brackets. We have the winners bracket, we have the losers bracket, and at the end of the day, there's of course going to be the grand finale when the two brackets are going to collide. So this is what we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. This is DreamHack Atlanta, road to the Esports World Cup. And we've just had Liam Lay take down Andrei Yasipenko. Next up, you asked the question. Let's tell everyone. It is going to be Liam Lay taking on Alexei Sarana, who went down to Arvind Chidambaram in our upper bracket in the winners final right there. Arvind Chidambaram taking it to the Armageddon and then defeating Sarana, pushing him down to the elimination bracket. And that's the big one. And guess what? Arthurs, whoever wins this gets into the grand final. That's the player that Arvind Chidambaram is waiting for.
All right, so I suppose the games are about to start very soon. It's been a very long day for all the players, but what will be, Tanya, your prediction? What is the favorite of this matchup? Your hot take?
I will say one thing that, Sarana has had a fantastic run today, as has Liam, both players showing incredible form. I'm looking at their styles, I'm thinking about it. Both players incredibly universal in my viewpoint, Arthurs, but Sarana the Piranha, as he's called, he's always razor sharp, looking for those moments to make positions complicated. Meanwhile, Liam, a more controlled player, a player who likes those positional strategic fights. And I wonder in a 10+0, I'll go with 51-49 to Alexis Sarana. What about you?
That's a very good call. It's really hard to tell, but I'm very impressed the way Lim Lake has handled his last couple of matches. We didn't really get to see Sarana's match against Chidambaram, which happened off screen because we're focusing on the qualification for the Esports World Cup. I would say that a small favorite, I'm afraid to name a number, maybe, okay, fine, 55 against 45. The Vietnamese Grandmaster is a small favorite in my eyes, but ultimately these are very equal opponents.
I love it, Arthur, that you and I are both on sort of almost the same side, but yet different. So maybe chat can tell us, what do they think? Who plays Arvind Chidambaram in the grand final? Will it be Liam Lay or will it be Sarana the Piranha? That's the big one coming up. Of course, the format remains the same. It will be a best of two, 10+0, no increment on the clock right there. It's going to be a fascinating battle. And I wonder if this goes to the Armageddon. I did keep my eye out in the match between Sarana and Arvind Chidambaram. It was an absolute epic fight. Arthurs went down to the wire, eventually decided in that Armageddon. And you know what? I'd love to see this also play out till the end.
Absolutely. I mean, so far, pretty much most of the matches until the qualification to the Esports World Cup, they were decided in the Armageddon. This once again proves that the stakes were the highest and everybody's so focused and tuned in. And now that they have qualified for the Esports World Cup, the concentration has gone down a bit. But again, there's more prize money to be thought of. And I have a feeling, to be honest, Tanya, that we might see more Armageddon. Or maybe I would say I'm wishing is happening, because it's really a treat for us, for commentators, and also for the fans.
Well, from the player side, be careful what you wish for, because they've had such a long day of chess. And I wonder how much endurance and fatigue will play out as well at this point of the tournament. But there's also this adrenaline, right, running through the players at this moment, because they know the grand finals is just one step away.
Yeah. So I can only imagine how it feels. And we're discussing this with Anna earlier today that maybe next year I should book myself the ticket to the DreamHack and try to participate myself in the event. And this is also an invitation to all the viewers who are watching this. This is still quite a new thing for chess. We're only the second year in esports, part of the Esports World Cup qualifier. Last year, as you already know, this was debut for chess. Magnus Carlsen won the inaugural event, and players are still only figuring things out that this is where chess belongs. And I would love to see this, to be honest, next year on site. Follow the action, because there's so much action happening at the same time. There's the casual fans, there's the gamers, there's the serious esports professionals who are making a living from playing games. And being myself as a former gamer, like not at the very competitive level, I can relate to this. It feels really special to be in that atmosphere where all of the participants, everyone shares the same passion for gaming.
It is absolutely fantastic, right? It's just evolving into an esport. And Artis, I was in Riyadh in 2025 for the Esports World Cup. And I will tell you, chess didn't just belong there, it owned the stage. It was such a fantastic experience to be there every day. The entire arena would be filled with fans. You know, you have the best players in the world fighting it out for their teams, for their organizations. And the format, super exciting, prize money incredibly high, so much at stake, and so many career defining moments in the Esports World Cup. And I think it just means so much to these grandmasters to be able to make it to that as chess evolves into its second year in a row. It will be back there. And in DreamHack Atlanta as well, we can see just how forward the game has gone. And like you're saying, it's not played in a traditional chess arena. This is not your usual average Sunday tournament hall. This is an esports arena. You're under the lights, you're under the music, there's loud fans, there's cheering going on, there's Fortnite being played, there's Tekken being played, there's Street Fighters on, everything. You've got cosplayers, you've got your gamers. And then you have to keep your focus and your skill intact with all this drama around you. It's a whole new level of skill, authors.
Yeah, I can only really imagine. But I think this is also the future for the online chess, and I'm very glad we have made it this far. So yeah, looks pretty amazing.
It really does. And I think as we are getting ready to go into our elimination bracket finals, we have to go back and talk a little bit more about the match that's just about to come up. Liam Lay, with a dominating performance against Andrei Yasipenko, takes him down, and then will be fighting against Alexis Sarana, who lost in the winner's bracket to Arvind Chidambaram. We did speak about that it would be amazing to have an Armageddon, but at this stage, I have a feeling that we're seeing a bit of a narrative being played out. With most matches, now that the top four have been decided, players are taking a little bit more risk. They're making it more exciting for the fans. We're having those sacrifices a lot more. So I'm going to predict that while I would love an Armageddon, I think this gets decided in the mini match of best of two.
All right. I accept that. I'm going to say that it's going to be Armageddon just because I want to see more games. But yeah, I think it also depends really on the player, because some players are being a bit more cautious. This is what I really love about chess, because players are coming with their own playing style. So there's essentially two styles. There's the positional player and there's the creative player. And when you pull, for example, these two styles together, it's really amazing. And for example, I think Sarana himself is a bit more like a dynamic player. For example, we also saw Christopher Yu, who was like not really shying away from some complications, even though they were not always completely sound. And then we have such solid positional grinders like Lim Lei, who is super calm, pretty much doesn't really take unnecessary risk, calculates things very clearly, defense really good. It just creates this amazing clash of styles. And the setting, the Esports World Cup, the qualifier to it makes the perfect stage where it happens.
I couldn't agree more with the clash of styles that you said. And one thing that's very impressive about Liam is that, yes, he's more drawn to strategic and positional fight, but when it demands to it, he's also able to switch up that manner of play and go into complicated battles. But this is why, exactly the reason why I chose Sarana as just the tiniest bit of a favorite in this match, because I believe that when it's a 10+0, when you've got no increment, when speed matters so much about mouse skills as well, the player who has a natural instinct to go for the attack or combative play might just have that much little bit of an edge. It's hard to defend with little time on the clock.
Yeah, so this is why most of the players, when they're approaching the time scramble, are trying to have at least some sort of an attack, and this is what we're seeing. So you can take some more risks than usual.
And Arthurs, I can tell that you've taken quite a few risks in quite a few games, because I see your wonderful trophy cabinet at the back, very shiny, very, very cool. Do you have a favorite trophy there? Because this has got to be inspiring.
I do. It's not even a trophy, because I got this plaque. I could show it to you, actually. Just a second. I'm going to show it.
Let's do it. Let's bring it on. As the players get ready, they're fighting for glory, they're fighting for pride, they're fighting for the $15,000, and we can see that Arthur has got his own cabinet of trophies, and that is
I'm sure you have
very
it.
Cool.
Yeah.
2025, the year in chess.
You don't have it? You don't have it?
No, I'm feeling bad now. Where? How? Who do I need to write to for this?
I think all the content creators in chess, they have it. This was a gift by chess.com back in 2025. I am not there, obviously, but you're also.
I don't
not
think
there.
I'll be there either. I'm not much of a content creator.
Right.
But maybe
you're
because we're
only a commentator, right? But it features all the major commentators.
Only.
Yeah, and. Yeah, so this is a very nice Christmas gift. So I have all kinds of cups. Like, these are mostly from some national championships, but yeah.
Let's raise that up one more time, and then let's see how much of our chat can actually recognize the amazing chess players that are there, and how many of them will be at the Esports World Cup as well. I do see Magnus there, so he's going to be at the Esports World Cup. I can see Gukesh with his arms raised. I'm not sure if he has his team yet. And of course, we are waiting for the games, and there it is. Who else do we have there? This is some incredible art. I see Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess. That's the top left corner, and I wonder how many chat has got right.
Yeah, so maybe the viewers, you can type in the chat. So pardon me that I'm showing off all of these trophies. This is not really a trophy, it's a plaque, but I put it on the center of the stage. So I like to show off all the shiny things.
I think I need to write to chess.com for one of my own, one of these plaques that we've got. And it is show time as the players are getting ready with their headphones to block out all the distraction as they get ready for game one in this battle of the elimination bracket. One of these two will go on to fight in the grand final against Arvind Chidambaram.
All right, so we're going to see who is going to take this down. So you're saying that Sarana is 59-49 favorite. I'm saying that it's the Vietnamese Grandmaster 55 versus 45. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. They're equal opponents. Both of them are in the 2700 ELO club. By the way, Sarana is the last year's finalist. He lost last year in the final against Alexander Bortnik. This was the inaugural event for chess at DreamHack. The games are starting. This is some sort of a classical Catalan.
It indeed is. And this time the c4 pawn has been picked up almost immediately. And we see an opening that we've seen plenty of times. All of this last move by Sarana, it forces Liam to think. And again, I think we're going to switch up our cameras very soon as Lei Kwang Liam is playing with the white pieces, and it's Alexei Sarana who's playing with the black pieces right now.
So White has some pressure. One thing I really like about White and the Catalan itself, that White has what we call the long-term pressure because of this light square bishop on g2. So you see Black's bishop, the only bishop remaining on c8, it's a bit passive, and White very often doesn't really mind entering some sort of a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, but because of this stronger light square bishop, White ends up often having some pressure. But anyway, I mean, both players are still apparently well within the book. Look at the clock situation, Tanya. 9 minutes and 44 seconds. What does it tell you?
That Sarana is the one who's perhaps more comfortable in this position, as Lei Kwang Liam now touches the 8-minute mark. I know that there's one thematic plan that Black has in these structures, which is to strike in the center with the e-pawn moving forward. You want to get e5 as quickly as possible, also opening up your own bishop, trying to develop it. Meanwhile, Lei Kuangli, I'm in a bit of a think tank right now on how to proceed. Early days, though, to use up this much time.
And the black is also at the moment applying some pressure against the pawn on d4 and thinking about the e5 push, because if he manages to play e5, this is going to free the bishop on c8 from the prison. And this is why also white just played queen c3 knight e5. Did you notice something? Sorry?
This is the second time. This is the second time that we're seeing queen c3 knight d5. If queen b3 happens, I mean, this game could just end right now in a repetition. But instead, Lei Kuang, he wants more. He does fall back with the queen to c1. And look at Sarana, the speed with which he retreats the knight to another square this time.
And the Vietnamese Grandmaster says, not under my watch. You're not going to get the draw so easily with the black color. Let's keep playing. By the way, according to the tournament regulations, the players could not agree to a draw without the fight. And there is one exception to this rule, which is the position repeats itself 3 times. So normally when you would be playing over the board chess, you would have to pause the clock, you would call the arbiter, you would explain, I have made a draw. But when you're playing online chess, the system does it for you and the game is ended. I'm just glad it continues.
The fight does go on. In fact, if Liam would have put his queen on c3 instead of the knight jump, it would have been a 3-fold repetition right there. But instead, we are heading towards an endgame with an asymmetrical pawn structure. White has got more control on the center. Meanwhile, black just side shifts the rook to push that b pawn forward, aiming to line up the bishop to fight against white's Catalan bishop on g2. b5, bishop b7 coming up.
Or even b6. Yeah, but you might be right. Maybe b5 is a bit more direct, but the point is black wants to solve the problem of the light square bishop. I would say that white still has some pleasant pressure. a4, great move by white. He stops black's b5 and also is gaining some space advantage at the king side. So the big question here for black, can he play b6? And while I was asking it, Sarana already delivered the answer. Yes, you can. But what about the weakness on c6? Because the knight trade is inevitable. But white is about to park his knight on c6, and it's not going to move.
That's a great point. You know, one might feel that after knight takes knight, you get the trades in, you put the bishop on b7, you get the bishop trades in, you shake hands and go into the next game. But actually, white will plant a knight on c6, stopping the trade of the light squared bishop. And it just feels like white has this little bit more edge, a little bit more pressure. I'll also point out, great news for white that you haven't castled yet. Your king is flexible. You have the option to actually put it on d2. Whoa. And he does it just as I was saying, Arthurs. He connects the rooks in a way that centralizes the white king. A great plan in the endgame.
Yeah, I love it because this also shows that the white is preparing for an endgame, because very often when you think about the king and castling, we do it for 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is bring the king to the safety. Reason number 2 is we connect the rooks. Right now, white doesn't need to protect the king. It's already safe. That's why he prepares for the potential endgame. And king essentially is a full piece that you can use in the endgame. That's why here the white king on d2 is so closer to the black king. And here Sarana just played a5 to make sure that white doesn't have any a4, a5 breaks himself at the queen side.
And there was a threat with that last move, rook to b1, pinning that b6 pawn. The a5 pawn was tender. Of course, Sarana super sharp. He moves the bishop, develops it, connects it to rook. So now there's absolutely no pin. I think eventually white can start thinking about expanding in the center as well. Get that e pawn forward, get that f pawn forward, get all your pawns forward and make some progress.
Yeah, looks a really great plan, and that's why black is seeking some counterplay against the white pawn on d4. e3 prepares to most likely push c4 and gain even more space. Slowly but carefully, white is applying a lot of pressure, and also I think that he could do some damage with the kingside pawns. I mean, watch out for these pawns, Tanya. Like, I'm talking about stuff like g4, f4, g5, h4, h5. White is calling the shots here.
I love it, because let's point out that it almost feels like a queenless middle game right now, right? You could start thinking about making a potential pawn storm and creating weakness on the right flank and maybe even an attack against that black king. But first, Liam takes a pause. He improves the position of his knight. He blocks out that bishop on a6. A decision to be made. I will not be tempted to give up my bishop if I'm black here. The bishop on g2 would be strong for the rest of the game. But if not, that knight on b5 ties down the black knight on e8 as well, stopping knight d6.
Yeah, but this is really unpleasant for black. I think he has to take it, otherwise white might play knight a7, knight c6. And this is what Serrano expects right now. So does he take on b5 or does he play bishop b7? Either way, he doesn't solve the problems fully with either of the moves. And as you can see, the valuation bar pretty much confirms it that white firmly has an opening advantage. f6, black tries to start to push back white's pieces, but there are weaknesses now.
There are, and the move that you pointed out about 5 years ago, knight to c6, incredibly tempting, but instead, Lei Kwang Liam chooses another path. I think he just wants to keep pieces on the board. He doesn't want to trade off, and he's saying, I'll come back with my knight to d3, eventually push the c pawn forward. If you're able to get c4, c5, and create some weaknesses on the queen side, you get something tangible to fight against.
I agree. Yeah, this looks really great plan, and that's the difference between essentially engines and us, because the valuation bar, the viewers you're seeing, this is essentially a chess engine that is telling that both players are sometimes making some inaccuracies or not, but from a human standpoint, I think that the Vietnamese Grandmaster is doing everything he's supposed to. He wants to play at the queen side. He still keeps some flexibility to do things at the king side, and right now it's black who has to figure out what kind of setup he wants to do. c6, that's a very big decision there.
It is, because pawns don't move backwards and you've left a b6 weakness, a potential target. But the last two moves, Serrano's pushed both of white's knights back. The e5 knight got to d3, the other one's gone to a3. But you have to have a good follow-up, because white has a clear plan now. Double up on the b line, come for the b6 pawn.
And I really like that you mentioned, Tanya, this weakness on b6, because that's a drawback. So you push back white's knights. For example, the first one was f6, now c6. The white knights have retreated, but what black has done, he has left weaknesses behind. For example, the pawn on b6. White can double the rooks at the b file. I'm talking about rook b2, rook b1. That's weakness number one, and this is exactly what white does. Weakness number two is the pawn on e6, because after black pushed back white central knight from e5. Now the pawn on e6 can be targeted with moves like knight f4 or bishop h3. There's so many questions that white can keep asking to black.
Completely agree. When you make these moves, you have to know exactly what you're doing after that. Yes, it's tempting to make your opponent force them to move backwards, but you've kind of created holes in your position right now, clear targets right now, which makes it easier for Liam to play his next few moves. Incredibly important in this time control. And I'm just wondering if at some point Serrano might try to break in the center here, Artes. He first says, I'm going to double up on the B line as well and make sure everything's defended, but it feels like black's getting super passive.
Very passive, and he didn't really do it out of the good life. The position was already pretty difficult. That's the big difference. As you can see, we have two rooks for each players lined up against each other, but white is attacking the pawn on b6 and black is defending, and also white is having more space. But it's still not enough, and white needs to make some kind of a progress. So what do you do when you have one weakness on b6? This is when you remember some old teachings by Aaron Nemtsovich, who pretty much said it about 100 years ago. When your opponent has one weakness, what do? You need to create another weakness. Even though, to be honest, Tanya, my very good friend Igor Kovalenko once said, you don't really need a second weakness, because the second weakness is your opponent.
I love that. It is the principle of two weaknesses. And I think what Kovalenko also implies is that it's a difficult position to defend. So your opponent is going to be struggling in their own minds, and that can become a weakness that plays out as well. By the way, I love this last move by Serrano here, Artes. You can't really, maybe you can pick up that bishop on c4, but that just plants a beautiful knight on c4. And if you don't do that, black wants to go bishop d5 next and offer the trade of the most active minor piece in the position, the light squared bishop on g2.
Yeah, but this rook c2, I think it was a small miss by Lemle, and now he realizes it, and he can't take it. That's the problem, because if he now collects this bishop on c4, which normally he would be very happy to do so, black takes it and delivers a fork on a3, and that's why he's going to try to repeat the position, but I don't think that Serrano has to retreat to a6. Instead, he can put the bishop on d5, where it does a much better job.
Exactly. I think what Liam is relying on after bishop to d5 If you trade, black is super happy. But Liam will start setting up ideas of f3, e4 as well, pushing the pawns on the center of the board. And perhaps that's the reason why Serrana waits. He doesn't need to rush with it. Now knight takes bishop, knight takes knight comes with a fork on the king and the rook. So that's not even an option. But look at this. Instead, Liam jumps in with a knight, taking advantage of the black knight on d6 being overloaded, defending the bishop on c4 and the rook on b7. I love this move.
That's a great move. So he's about to simplify the position and completely missed this move. And by the looks of the body language of Serrana, it looks like he also quite didn't expect this. I think we are about to simplify the position and enter quite a favorable endgame for white. Even though according to an engine, it's about equal, but black has two weaknesses while white has none.
Well, someone said something about the principle of two weaknesses just a while ago. It was you, Arthurs. So there it is,
Probably.
the pawn on c6 and the pawn on a5. For Lei Kwang Liam, he has a beautiful bishop and a healthier pawn structure. The only thing you need to watch out is that a4 pawn if you're white to make sure there are no attacks against it. But currently, Serrana's knights have no clear path to start putting pressure on that weakness.
Oh, this is so difficult for black because if he would play knight b4, white could march with the king closer and there will be some sacrifice ideas on a5, and this is the exact reason why black retreats with the knight on c7. It looks very passive, the position might be callable, and I think at this point, Tanya, white finally might try to use his pawn majority to the king side, as this is something he hasn't yet done. There you go, f4 is on the board.
It's going to be g4, h4, everything 4 in the next few moves. I think the pawns are coming up right now. Black just needs to stay defended for Alexei Serrana. He's playing against Lei Kwang Liam's clock. And I will say that's not to be underestimated because it's not even easy to be white in this position and find a clear plan. Yes, you can get g4. Yes, you can get h4. But you're going to burn clock thinking about your next moves. In fact, I'll say this is an endgame for all three results, authors.
Considering the clock situation, I completely agree. Yes, so definitely Serrana still has his chances while white is trying to figure out things. We have to remember once again that there is no increment. What I find it to be rather interesting is that he does not play g4. He's hesitant to put the pawns on the color of his own bishop to make sure that he doesn't overstretch his pawns. But where's the break? He needs to get to the knight on b7 somehow, attack him with his last bishop so that he can collect the pawn on a5. But how? How do you do it?
It's just so incredibly passive disposition for black. You know, the knight now wants to get to d6. You really want to trade one set of minor pieces if you're Serrana to ease off the pressure right now. See that the bar jumped and jumped pretty high up there on that last move, knight to e8. It's hard to think of a knockout move here. But apparently white has something super strong.
I mean, I'm not seeing it, at least. Okay, so Limle decides to rearrange his pieces. He's going to put the knight on b3. I love this move because he keeps attacking the pawn on a5, and now the knight on b3 also controls the c5 square and potentially opens up path for the white king.
Well, you didn't see it. Liam Lei didn't see it, as we see that the bar sort of settles down around the middle again. So feels like getting closer to that equality. Serrana brings the knight forward to d6, now making it slightly more active. Again, where is the break for Liam? He clamps down on the right flank.
I think he's getting ready for the e5 push. So h5, he just makes sure that black's knight f5 is not going to be a double attack on the pawn on g3 and h4. No. Okay, so he is going to prepare e5 the next move. So g4, he takes away the f5 square, and white's e4, e5 is incoming next. Unless Serrana is going to do something about it.
I don't really see a way to fight against e5. I mean, if you're black and you play it yourself, you lose a pawn because white's got two attackers on that square. So I think Serrana's strategy is to just hold, to just sit and wait and say, get your e5 in, do what you want, but at the end of it, where are you striking from? The black knight now finally gets to attack that a4 pawn that we were talking about. And hold up, how are you defending it if you're Lei Kwang Liam?
He forgot. He forgot about the pawn on a4. He was so focused on his ideas, he forgot to take care of black's counterplay. Now the pawn on a4 is gone. And if suddenly somebody is playing this for the win, maybe it's actually black. Because now the weakness on a5 will be gone, so he can focus on the king side. And the clock situation, Tanya, it's going to be very, very important because suddenly Serrana is up so much time on the clock.
I told you, Arthur, it's a game for all three results. And that's exactly what it remains to be. Yes, Liam is lucky that he picks up that a5 pawn, but with the weaknesses gone on the left flank, knights are powerful as the pawns go towards a single flank on the board. Right now, the black knight can fall back. You could jump forward with it. But Serrana's got to be sensing and smelling the blood here with about a minute on the clock for Liam. Will he go for the win in this endgame?
Yeah, the evaluation bar says it's still about equal. Look at this, he's not even taking the pawn. Was it the right choice? Knight x on c4, king takes on c4, a4 is going to be knight c5 check. White is safe, black going to keep the pawn, and right now, absolutely Serrana is thinking, can I be ambitious? And this is exactly what he does. He goes for the pawn on g4.
But he's about to lose the pawn on e6, which can be picked up with the bishop, which defends that g4 pawn. Right now, this is a time scramble. This has gone into bullet territory for Lei Kuangli. And the black knight on f2, watch out. Be careful. Don't let it get trapped. It is far away from home, has a square on h3, g5. He immediately trades it off, picks up the bishop instead. There's an a5 pawn, which is an outside passer. Liam has to be incredibly careful right now, Arturs.
Yeah, I think if somebody's playing this for the win already, it's quite clear that it is black because, as you said, it's an outside pass pawn. It's more time on the clock, but the time is ticking. The advantage he had on the clock is evaporating as we speak. He needs to make a move, but where is it? Where is it? He doesn't really see it. The clock's ticking.
Find it quickly, Serrana. TikTok goes the clock right now, and he keeps thinking. Is he thinking of some crazy ideas of sacrificing the knight? He says none of that centralizes the king on that square. But now Liam can repeat. Does Liam want to draw? Will he go knight e4, offering a repetition? That will tell us everything we need to know about Liam's mindset. And look at that, he's going for the win.
I think actually could have sacrificed the knight on e5 already. It felt like this could be a draw, but this also proves that here black is still hoping for the win. Because if black would eliminate all the white pawns, this would be a textbook draw. Can you push forward the a pawn, by the way? No. Knight c5 check. Not yet. But this is something that black would love to do.
Knights are the trickiest
50 seconds
pieces.
for black.
Watch out now. Both players under a minute right now. Checks being given. I think both of them are playing for a win at this point. You know, it's about the clock as much as it's about the board right now. The black pawn moves forward, deflecting white's pieces towards the king side. Eventually, the black knight will start attacking the king side pawns as well. Knight goes back to g3, threatening a check on f5.
Oh, what a move! Preparing to play knight f5 to defend the pawn on d4 so that the king can take care of the a pawn. 30 seconds for both players. This is not going to be a draw. This is going to be a dramatic end of the game.
Get a heart rate monitor on both these players right now. They are playing on seconds, so much on the line now. Black has another passed pawn, the h pawn up the board. White gives up the knight for it. The white king is about to move forward. Now it's Serrana who needs to be careful. The pawn falls and there it is. King versus king. What a fight this was.
It is going to be a draw. It is going to be a draw after all. All right. But it was probably well deserved. What a game. What a game, really. I mean, both players were playing for the win until the very end.
An absolute roller coaster this one was, Arthurs, and what a mammoth struggle for both these players. One on the attack, the other on the defense, things turning around. And now it's time to get ready for the second game. And if the first one's anything to go by for, we are in for an absolute treat. And I have to say, it almost feels like draw. Felt like a fair result after what we just witnessed.
It definitely was, even though the Vietnamese Grandmaster was pushing a bit, and now it is going to be Serrana who has the one move advantage, and he definitely really likes this exchange variation in the Queen's Gambit decline, because we already saw him playing this a couple of times earlier today. Now the pawn structure has changed quite a bit because, as you can see, White has double pawns at the king side, which normally you would think it's a pretty bad thing for White, but this also gives him the easy kingside attack initiative, like push all the pawns at the king side and good things are gonna happen.
I love it. I love the optimism of just going all out for it. Well, he has created some hooks as well for exactly that, right? G6 already there, so maybe you can start thinking about pushing those pawns. Maybe you can even go with an idea of going G3, H4, H5 eventually. He first brings all the pieces into development. Knight H5 attacking the pawn. I'm expecting G3 to defend it.
And I think f6 is a move here, because if you do that, you need to watch out for the sacrifice on g6. Clearly, he is thinking about f6 at some point, because you simply cannot tolerate such a white knight on e5. Knight g7 is a very classical move for this position. Black prepares to trade off white's most active piece with bishop f5. I think you can do it right now. or start with f6, then play bishop f5. And I'm pretty sure that Lim Lake here is going to spend like 30 seconds to figure out what's the right move order.
I completely agree with you. I think we're going to see one of these two in a switched up way, one or the other. And there it is, f6. Great call there by you, Arthurs, forcing the knight back. And you could still take a breather right now because you have to watch out. If you play bishop f5 after the trade, there is this e6 tender spot. So for now, Liam stops. He first pins that knight on f3, even threatening ideas like queen to d7, doubling up with checks on h3 eventually.
But what I find it really interesting, Tanya, is that he didn't play bishop f5, he played bishop g4. So this means that he must be really good familiar with this setup, because normally I think that black is very happy with a trade, but now he is about to be quite ambitious, and ultimately white is left with this weakness. I think we can already say it's a weakness, double pawn on f4, there's no kings to attack, and black would be very happy to trade off as many pieces as he can and then try to rely on his pawn majority at the queen side.
And that pawn majority on the queen side that you're talking about is known as the Carlsbad structure, as we call it in the chess world. The 4 pawns that we're seeing that black has right now on the left flank. And Lei Kwang Liam is an absolute expert of the Carlsbad structure. He's been playing it since he was a kid. It's been his bread and butter. He totally understands these positions. And I think that's why we're seeing the kind of speed that we are. In fact, he's also now eyeing a potential c5 break at the right moment. He pushes that b pawn. He first brings the rook to the open line, keeps everything under control, and white always has to watch out for the c5 break.
Yeah, c5 break is definitely in the cards, so black is ready to execute it. Maybe not just yet, because it might run into some bishop b5 attacks. As you can see, black has lined up the queen on d7, the rook on e8, but black has nowhere to rush. He's about to consolidate his position, double the rooks at the e file. He can always play bishop f5. And I have a feeling, Tanya, is that here Serrano is a bit running out of ideas because his king's attack is going nowhere. So he has set up some kind of a position, but if somebody is calling the shots here, it feels like it's black, to be honest.
And I'm going to follow up on that thought. One of the very key plans for white in such Carlsbad positions is to push the b pawn, what we call the minority attack, to get b4, b5 going. But that's never going to be successful for Serrano, because the moment the b pawn lands on b5 is when black goes c5. Incredibly happy doing that. So with that key plan out of the board, it almost feels like Liam's dictating his terms. The bishop pair remains. He still hasn't traded. The black knight can jump to f5 any moment. I'll be surprised if he goes bishop f5. I'm still predicting bishop e6 to keep the tension on the board.
Great call. And he does it. And I think already by now here, black has decided that he's going to keep the bishop on e6, even though you would think that white's let's go bishop is better than black's. But black is thinking ahead. He's thinking about his bishop pair. And most likely his big grandiose idea is going to be the c5 push. And how about a better moment to play than now? I think c5 makes perfect sense to play right now, because the white knight on g1 does not control the center, but it's such a big decision. Again, you want to invest some time, but I have a feeling, Tanya, that c4, it's happening right now.
Pawn moves, we
C5.
spoke about them. You have to be incredibly careful when you plan it. c5 is a plan we've been advocating for a while. I still believe we'll see it at some point. Meanwhile, Serrano has gone for h4 right now. h5, not a big threat. The knight on g7 doing a fantastic job. Question c5, and it's on the board. Fight is on.
And it's also quite a big decision for white to make. I don't think he wants to take on c5 himself, because black would recapture with a b pawn and form himself what we call a small center, which is backed by 2 bishops. It's a pretty deadly combination. By the way, also noticed the evaluation bar kind of changed its mind and says that now white is apparently slightly better, which is not something I fully understand. It must be something concrete. Queen a4. There you go. Bishop c6 is a threat.
And I wonder if Liam is regretting all the possibilities and the chances he had to trade off that light squared bishop. Now, bishop c6 attacks the queen and the tender spot on d5 as well. It would win a pawn. So it might be forcing Liam's hand to move that queen away, because I don't see a way to fight against bishop to c6. You could take the pawn on d4, but then you're basically landing up with a weakness on d5 for the rest of the game.
And also c-takes on d4 might be intermezzo move bishop c6 anyway, so it's a threat you have to address in some way. And I have a feeling that white's going to play bishop c6 pretty much against anything. So you're right, Tanya. I think he might be regretting that c5 had to be done, but perhaps the timing could have been better. But that's the story of any chess professional. I mean, yeah, we have all been in this situation so many times. We know what needs to be done, but understanding when is the right moment can be hard, especially when you're playing a 10+0 time control and you're in the Esports World Cup qualifier. It's really hard.
Absolutely. Just everything's on the stake. And I also want to point out that Queen A4 is such an easy miss. And you have to give it to Alexei Sarana for the full board awareness that he showed of lining up this battery, turning the tables around. And Liam, meanwhile, he does move the queen away against the threat of bishop to c6. Will Sarana continue with the idea anyway? Or he does instead bring the knight that kind of was on its starting square. We had completely forgotten about that piece. Artist, he brings it to e2. If pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn will be the most beautiful knight I've seen today.
Yeah, it's quite amazing how tables have turned, and I think that black's position is a bit more dangerous than the evaluation bar suggests, because the pawn on d5 is a weakness. The last move that Sarana played was a really great move because everything is kind of connected. Look at this. The knight on d2 defends the knight on c3, which in return defends the bishop on b5, which in return defends the queen on a4. When we look at black's position, everything is kind of scattered. The king is a bit weak. The dark-square bishop protects the pawn on c5, but the big problem is the pawn on d5. I think that white already can now play bishop c6 and simply attack the pawn. How do you defend it?
Absolutely. I love the move. I love the idea. Black might be forced. The only way I see to keep that pawn defended is bring your queen into the defense. But I'll also point out that the a7 pawn is very tender. So the black queen might end up getting overloaded in a lot of these lines right now as Sarana sits down to figure out what is the way forward, where he wants to take this to. Another very tempting idea in this position could be to try and offer a bishop trade, bishop to d7. I'd love it if you take that bishop. It just feels like black's position would fall apart without the light squared bishop.
Now that you're saying this move, this looks like a really great move, because if you get to trade those bishops off the board, the pawn on d5 is definitely falling. So bishop d7 would most likely suggest that black is going to retreat it. Okay, Sarana responds with bishop c6 instead. Queen d6 immediately responded by Limle. And this is essentially what's happening at the highest level of chess. When you're seeing that your opponent is thinking about something, he's already expecting your next move. The players are not wasting the time.
And the knight comes to f5, not wasting a time, not wasting a beat here. The a7 pawn was hanging and Liam instead goes for counterattack against the d4 pawn. But can you simply trade on c5 and win a pawn? Can you go pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn next if you're Alexei Sarana?
That's a very good question. Or do I take the pawn on a7 right away? Because I think the big difference between these two moves that we're discussing right now is maybe the pawn structure for black changes. So Sarana, I think he is going to take this pawn, because otherwise you don't take on c5. There you go. Your idea is happening, Tanya. He grabs the pawn. He's going to worry about things later. And I think also his key defensive idea is to meet black's d4 with knight e4, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn. That's why black slides back the queen to d8.
Absolutely. He comes back preempting that knight jump, because now you're down a pawn if you're Liam. So all your hopes, all your eggs are in one basket, and that basket is called the d5 pawn. That pawn needs to start marching up the board for Liam.
And so does white. White is also advancing his pawn, and we might enter some race situation, except that white has an extra pawn at the king side. To be honest, I'm not even sure how relevant it is at this point, because white has this extra pawn, let's say, on h4, which protects the king. But both players have their passed pawns, and that's why probably the position is about balanced. And the clock situation also suggests that the players are having about equal chances, 4 minutes for each player. Things might change dramatically in the next couple of moves, though.
To me, to my eyes, artists, it again feels like, yes, it might be dynamically balanced, but with two humans playing, it's a position where anything can happen, because you've got these two passes, right? Black can continue marching up the d pawn with tempo right now, while white has this a4 passer, and it's not going to be easy for either sides to be accurate with this much time on the clock. The knight jumps to e4. It's targeting that c5 pawn now. Black needs to take a decision. Do you push c4 or do you go for d3?
Yeah, I mean, you can do either of those things. I mean, you can play d3 immediately. I think also what could make the biggest difference of this position is the king's safety. Because when we look at the position as a whole, the white king is sort of safer. I mean, there's simply more pawns in front of it. The black king is not that safe because it's barely protected by the queen on d8, which guards the pawn on f6. It's disconnected to the final rank. And basically, that's what's happening. Both players have their passed pawns, but the king's safety most likely is the reason why white has the better chances. But we'll see in the time scramble.
I love what you just pointed out, and I think that is absolutely key. With little time on the clock, the players who are trying to defend their king with no pawn shelter in front of it definitely have to be feeling uneasy. I love this last move, by the way, by Liam. He just simply goes for that knight on e2, and it's not very easy to find a good square. You have to retreat either to c1 or g1, and both don't feel like happy moves to make.
Yeah, maybe knight g1 indeed makes the better impression because it guards the king a bit better. Bishop e7. Black is trying to disconnect the white queen. Knight f3 is a very easy move, improving the knight. And white is just about to botch the a pawn forward. Also notice that these two knights, Tanya, they're taking care of the d pawn for black. It doesn't go anywhere. If black plays d3, d2, as you can see, the d2 square is twice contested by the white knights. And this is the reason why white...
Whoa!
There's a blunder?
Can you not take the bishop on
Queen
e7,
e7!
knight takes pawn?
Queen e7,
Isn't that just...
Queen e7,
Yes.
It's over. Wow. And that's it. Serrano is going to do
look
it.
at Serrano.
He's up 2 pawns.
He just realizes it. Serrano just realizes what just happened, and he knows he's close to this. For Lei Kwang Liam, what a huge miss, but I have to say he stays completely calm and composed on the camera right there. He stops that a-pawn from moving forward, but white completely winning endgame. In a knight and pawn endgame, famously very close to king and pawn endgames, an extra pawn is a decisive factor.
Yeah, this was such a beautiful tactic. Basically a two-mover, but things can happen. I mean, both players been having a very long day, and I mean, Serrano was definitely having the better position already before. It looks like he's gonna do it. Looks pretty fantastic, in a great shape, and just something about this format, Tanya, I suppose, that makes him to play his best chess. Because again, to remind you, the viewers, last year Serrano made it to the finals of DreamHack, where he lost to the eventual winner, Alexander Bortnik, who busted out earlier today. But this year he is about to make it to the grand final again. What an amazing consistency.
Incredible. And with no pressure off him, because he's already punched his ticket to the Esports World Cup. So it's all about just redeeming himself for what happened against Bortnik last year. He's up 2 pawns against the former World Blitz champion, Lei Kwang Liam here, Alexei Serrano. A matter of technique, but he's got to be... And also, add to that matter of technique, he's also up on the clock. It's Liam who's struggling there as well.
Yeah, I just do not see any ideas for black here whatsoever. White wants to put the knight on d3. I just play out the pawn majority at the king's side. And Limle knows it. He knows that his opportunity is gone, because at this level, you don't really get second chances. White can repeat the position a couple of times, then put the knight on d3, then use his extra 2 pawns at the king's side. But of course, Serrano is not going to afford to make any unnecessary mistakes. He already saw what happened to Christopher Yu earlier today when he was completely winning against Aravind, relaxed a bit early, then bad things happened. You take some notes from this, and you pretty much promise this will never happen to me. I'm pretty sure that Serrano is going to win this flawlessly.
And he's playing pretty flawlessly. I completely agree. He plants the knight on d3, now eyeing that c5 pawn, which is going to be dropped once the king moves forward, attacking the black knight. No attack on f2 once that knight moves away. Knight takes pawn coming in next. One by one, all of Liam's pawns are falling, and I won't be surprised if we're going to see handshakes any moment.
Yeah, it looks like it. I just do not see how black can continue here. I mean, of course, in terms of the tournament situation, you have to play it for a while, but all the pawns are falling apart for black. Then the kingside pawns are also easy targets. Now white is up 2 pawns. Now there's 3 pawns already. And nice game by Serrano overall. I'm
Fantastic
really
technique.
impressed. I'm really impressed.
from start to finish, ever since Liam got that c5 in, he traded the right pieces, played the endgame to perfection, picked up the pawn. When tactics appeared, he was super sharp to capitalize on it, found the queen sacrifice, a brilliant one, went into this endgame and is playing it out flawlessly. Knight g5 attacks the one of the only two remaining pawns on the board. Black has to find a way to push them forward. He does it, but now the g6 pawn incredibly weak and the knight finds its way to pick up that one. You could also just simply defend your own pawn and knight e5 coming in next.
And I think he's going to play it out until the very end because he has nothing to lose, because you can always hope that your opponent will flag or he's going to miss some stalemate, but at this level it pretty much never happens. I mean, what we saw in the game of Aravind against Christopher Yu, it was such a exception. I mean, it's like 1 in a million chance, basically. There you go. Finally, Sarana wins his game. Lim Le resigns. What an amazing victory by Sarana, once again securing his ticket in the grand final of the DreamHack Atlanta.
And there it is, all smiles, Alexei Sarana, a very well-deserved victory against the former World Blitz champion Lei Kwang-Liang, who had quite a run of his own, but this match did belong to Sarana the Piranha, as he's known, super sharp at the right moments. And for a second time in a row, Alexei Sarana finds himself in the DreamHack final. He was the finalist last year in Dallas. Will he change the storyline in the grand final, this time in Atlanta against Arvind Chidambaram?
Yeah, superb performance, and you were right, Tanya. You called it. You mentioned before the start of the match that Sarana is a small favorite. To be honest, he played fairly impressive, even though in the very first game of the match, it was Lim Le who was pressing a bit. There was this crazy time scramble, but ultimately the game finished in a draw. But this game, it was all about Sarana, his amazing skill. And I feel also in the past couple of years, he has essentially evolved as a very, very strong player. He's always been a very good player, but right now he's part of the elite, part of the 27 count ELO club. So he's exactly where he should be right now. He's among the best.
Absolutely. And it just feels like he really shines, Arthurs, in these formats, and you can tell how much he enjoys it. He's had this incredible experience from last year. He's bringing it on to play, and this year playing without the pressure of making it to the Esports World Cup, because that he's already done. And now it's all about going for big glory.
Yeah, so let's check the current bracket of the tournament, because we have one more match to go. And as you can see, it's the grand finale of the DreamHack Atlanta. It's going to be Alexei Sarana, who just defeated Lim Le against Aravind Chidambaram, the winner in the match against Andrei Yesepenko. So these are the two best players of today. They're going to battle it out. Who is going to take down the top prize of $15,000 US? Of course, these players already have secured their tickets in the Esports World Cup later this year. So it's Aravind, Alexei Sarana, Lim Le, and Andrei Yesepenko. They have punched their tickets to the main event of this year's strongest tournament, but we have still one more match to go.
Yeah, and what a fantastic storyline has been for Arvind Chidambaram as well, right? Moments, seconds away from being knocked down to the elimination bracket by Christopher Yu just a couple of hours ago, survives that, turns it around, then goes on to beat Sarana, but only to play him one more time in the grand final. For Sarana, this is a bit of a grudge match, coming down from that upper bracket, being thrown down into the elimination bracket, losing in that Armageddon. Will he get his revenge? Will he win the big chunk of $50,000 today? Quite a good paycheck.
That's a very big question. I suppose we are going to find it out very soon, because I hear that Anna is about to join us in the commentary booth. So I'm going to step out. I'm going to wish you having best of luck for this amazing final. It was... Sorry?
I'm not gonna let you leave so early and so soon.
Why?
Before we go into a break and switch up with Anna and bring on all the predictions, I have to ask you,
I thought I'm done.
the DreamHack? Who takes the DreamHack Atlanta? Who is going to be our champion? Not yet, not just yet. You gotta give me a name before you go.
Well, it's hard to say, but the way the tournament has been progressing, I think it might be Sarana. I don't know, maybe I'm influenced by the last match, how he defeated Lim Le, because before this matchup, I thought that Lim Le is a small favorite. and the way Serrana outplayed him in this final game, I mean, he just understood the position a bit better. Like, he might be the favorite. But again, do not underestimate Arvent. We saw that he was having a lot of emotions earlier in this tournament. Like, he felt that he was very, very lucky, and that's probably an understatement against Christopher Yu. He was dead lost in this Armageddon game, and then the American Grandmaster just blundered. And maybe now he's actually feeling some sort of relief that he has nothing to lose. Either way, I think I'm going to go with Serrana, that he might be winning this tournament, but essentially these are two worthy finalists here, Tanya.
Fantastic. So hot take by Artis here that Serrana takes it. We find out on the other side of this break, chat. Don't go anywhere. Huge final coming right up. And DreamHack Atlanta comes down to this moment. It is time for the grand final. It will be played against Arvind Chidambaram and Alexi Serrana. And to take you through the ride, joining me is my good friend, commentator par excellence, Anna Rudolph is back with us. Anna, we've set ourselves up for such a dramatic clash between these two players. What a storyline they've had in Atlanta.
It's absolutely insane. This event has been such a feat to host, to follow. I was watching while I was on my break, just having dinner and watching you and Arthur's on the TV screen because I was like, this needs to be on the TV. I'm going to cause this. I'm going to watch it as a proper spectator because chess is a spectator sport. It's at DreamHack Atlanta. It's on the esports main stage. And both of these grandmasters are through to the Esports World Cup. But who will win the $15,000 first prize depends on this final grand finale. And Tanya, how cool of a format is it that they already faced each other, but now this is a rematch, sort of?
And that's what I love about double elimination bracket, that you could lose, but you still have one life remaining. There's always the comeback story, which is built into the bracket right now. And Alexi Serrana has done just that. From the elimination bracket, he gets a chance at a grudge match against Arvind for a big prize fund of $15,000 right now. All being decided, they will play a best of two to start with. If Serrana wins their first best of two, an Armageddon will be the definer and the decider. And to begin, we've got the Queen's Gambit declined on the board. The center completely liquidated once Black picks up the c5 pawn.
And it's just about to happen while White is finishing development on the king's side, ready to castle just now. But the bishop is hanging at the moment, so you need to deal first with that hanging piece and then manage to castle to the king's side. The Queen's side is still legal as well, but since there's no pawns on the c-file, that side, that flank is a lot less optimal in this position.
And I will also add to that even though it feels like the position is completely simplified, like you said, Anna, White still hasn't castled, does that now. There's still a little bit of edge, a little bit of poison left in the position. White can start moving the Black Queen away with the B pawn moving forward. Eventually, the rook's coming to the central line. For Black, the long-term problem is the light squared bishop. That D7 bishop often struggles to come into the game. The moment you move your knight away, the White knight jumps to the center of the board. So it's not easy to find activity if you're Black here. White's piece is just slightly better placed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, all the rooks have come to the open D and C files, but White's pieces are more active, so slight pressure on Serrana. Aravind here contemplating also what to do next, because all the pieces that now have been developed, and Black probably should also address what's going to happen with his piece setup and those minor pieces, the bishops, the knights. We see a bit of a regrouping attempt here and offering a piece trade by knight e5.
I like that choice by Serrana. He wants to vacate that c6 square for the bishop. That's where you really want to land your pieces on. He's trying to get some pieces off the board. Knight takes knight, the queen recaptures, centralizes itself. The rooks are beautifully placed. So Serrana doing everything well so far with the Black pieces. Let's also point out that both these players already have esports organizations backing them. For Arvind Chidambaram, it's Seoul, and for Alexi Serrana, recently signed up with Fanatics. So you really want to fight for your teams as well. Power dynamics at play here before the big one, before the Esports World Cup.
Definitely. It matters so much. They are both wearing their jerseys as well. It's a huge pride for the teams that two of their players made it to the grand finale, and both of them will be at the Esports World Cup as well. But who is going to prevail here? Will it be Sarana's experience since he already was in the finals last year? Or will it be Arvind Chidambaram, who still hasn't lost a single match in this event?
And he was so close to doing that against Christopher Yu. But sometimes the stars just align for you right now. For Alexis Serrana, will the stars align this time in Atlanta? Dallas was a heartbreak for him last year, losing out in the finals when there was only one spot to make it to the Esports World Cup. He lost against Botnik, but he's got all the chances to redeem himself. He's already booked his ticket for the main Esports World Cup, and now he's fighting for championship again. H3 is small move, just making sure there are no back rank problems if you're white in this position. I think for Serrana, one plan could be to double up on the D file, rook d7, rook d8.
I like that plan, and I think we'll be seeing those rooks getting doubled on the open file. The bishop on c6 is very well placed, so it's better to use the d file for the rooks. And as for white, it's still yet to be determined how he's going to make progress. We see the evaluation bar actually favoring a little bit black's position, but still very level position, very close to equality.
Ooh, and look at that. Now Serrano's thinking, and finally he does make a decision. He slides the queen over to g5 from the other side of the board. So he's hinting at a kingside attack. Notice how g2 is tender as well, Anna. The queen and the bishop lined up. Suddenly ideas like knight h5, ideas like h5, h4. So immediately Arvind Chidambaram, he falls back into defense, brings the bishop back to f1.
Very smart choice to free the g3 bishop, even if you don't want to move it immediately, but just to make sure there's no tactics, there's nothing going on with that threat over the g2 pawn, and no longer there's a pin on the g3 bishop.
You also want to try to trade off the rooks on the d file right now. Arvind does. He does feel that he hasn't gotten much out of the opening. If he's able to bail out of this one, there is a buffer that because he stayed in the winner's bracket, in the upper bracket throughout, you know, the first match, even if things go completely wrong, he will have a second chance, Arvind Chidambaram. Meanwhile, Serrana has got an uphill task. He's got to beat Arvind twice in the grand finals to take the championship in Atlanta. He simply slides the queen back to a5.
Is that a slight hint at maybe the draw is not a bad result, or is he having a different plan here with the queen going back?
At least it hints at it. That show me your mindset right now, Arvind. Are you willing to go for the repetition, or do you want more in this position? And Arvind says, I will trade the rooks off first, and eventually jumps with the knight to d5 to b5. If you trade, white gets the bishop pair in an open position. If not, bishop c7 is a big threat, forking the queen and the rook.
Yeah, and black has to deal with that threat. As you mentioned, if you take on b5, that does give up the pair of bishops. So most likely, I would predict that Serrana will step out of that double attack, the bishop coming to c7. You might want to move the rook to d7, for instance, to guard the c7 square. That's one way to deal with the threat. But it just starts feeling like maybe white will have some squeeze, some pressure. Queen to d2 is a more active move. I like this choice a lot more because it's attacking the c1 rook.
It's definitely the more aggressive choice, right? You bring in your queen. This queen, however, was also needed to defend a7. So Serrana taking some risk here. The queen can be chased by the white rook. And then it's not so clear to me, how are you fighting against bishop c7, the pawn on a7? How do you keep everything defended after a move like rook to c2, hitting that queen on d2? And I wonder if he's looking for counterplay then on the first rank. Alexis Serrana always choosing offense over defense.
It's very instructive. I would love to play more like this. You know, I'm looking at the defensive moves, but what's more natural to Serrana, I think, is really educational. Go for the more active move whenever you can. Counterattack instead of being passive.
Meanwhile, Arvind Chidambaram doesn't allow any tactics by keeping the position intact, offering a trade, offering to go into an endgame right now. Serrana would usually prefer to keep the queens on the board for all those active possibilities, Anna, that you mentioned as a player, but I don't really see a good square with a7 on pre as well. He trades, brings the rook forward, pins the bishop on f1. Knight takes pawn. What does Alexei have in mind for knight takes pawn?
I think that's the question Aravind is analyzing too, because there was a slight moment of like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, the pawn can be picked up and it attacks the c6 bishop. Yes, the rook on d1 is pinning the f1 bishop, but there is no immediate way on capitalizing on it. Is it something like bishop to e4 to try to bring the bishop to d3, even if it allows the rook check on the back rank, but black is just really active and that pin is so difficult to get out of?
I completely agree. I think it's just incredibly terrifying to take your knight all the way behind enemy lines, too far from home, no way home probably after that. Ideas like bishop e4, bishop d3, ideas like knight on that square e4 and knight d2, taking advantage of the pinned bishop on f1. I do not believe that Arvind has the time or the heart right now to go after the a7 pawn with the bishop on f1 being pinned. He's got to find a way to free himself on the first rank. Whoa, he
takes the pawn, he's going for it, and the evaluation bar saying that no, you cannot take the pawn, that was a poison pawn. Black is down a pawn, but this attack is huge on the back rank, the pin, threatening bishop to d3. Aravind's idea is that with the rook on c3, he's guarding the d3 square, but look at the reaction of Serena, knight to d5.
Knight d5, it's attacking the rook right now. The only way to keep the game going would be to put the rook on b3 to defend against that bishop slide over, doubling down on the bishop to f1. But Arvind, he reacts, he hates something about rook to b3. And I believe it would just run into bishop c2, bishop d3. You just chase the rook away from the third rank and you're winning a piece. Alexei Serena just calculated one more move than Arvind Chidambaram in this entire sequence. And it was this knight jump, getting rid of that rook defender, and Arvind cannot believe he missed it.
He cannot, you can tell on his body language that he is now noticing the blunder. As you have mentioned, it was one more move that he had to see, that this rook cannot stay on the third rank after rook b3. The bishop will kick that rook out with bishop to c2 coming right now. And once the rook leaves, it's bishop to d3. Unfortunately for Aravind, even rook takes b7 is not a big deal because the black bishop is guarded by the knight on d5.
And you could choose to do this any way that you want right now because bishop c2 is in the air. There are more attractive moves right now for Serena and he plays one of them. He first attacks the knight on a7. This is so incredibly smart. If you go knight b5, then bishop to c2 is incredibly strong because the rook on b3 suddenly doesn't have any squares to go to. Alexei Serena is playing this out to perfection. He set up a trap and he executed it.
What a dominant position, and bishop to c5 with now this bishop d3 capitalizing on the pin. All of those ideas that you have mentioned, Tanya, and the rook getting trapped on b3 were so instructive. What we're going to see now is that black will take this bishop on f1 and white has two pawns to try to compensate for the piece, but with black's pieces being so active and the pawns are not very advanced, it shouldn't be enough for a bishop.
And I'm going to give a shout out to our co-commentator, Artis, who actually mentioned that Serena's performance today has been so impressive to watch that he would put him as a favorite against the guy, Arvind Chidambaram, who's been leading in the winner's bracket. So that was quite a hot take. And Alexei Serena seems to be proving Artis right now. You know, you pick up that bishop with a check, then you realign your pieces, you defend that f7 pawn. I don't believe the 2-pawn compensation will be enough. In fact, black, with the minor piece in the rook, will start setting up checkmating ideas against the white king.
Yeah, that white king is not safe, not even in an endgame. All the black pieces are so active. This was such an instructive idea to pin the bishop on the back rank, not care about the pawns on the queen side, but just get the bishop in with knight d5 being missed by Aravind and that the rook couldn't stay on the third rank. Huge blunder by the Indian Grandmaster, who is now trying to see how to have some kind of a chance, some kind of a miraculous way of saving this game.
It's not going to be easy, Anna, to find that. 2 pawns for a piece just does not feel enough as the rook does take the bishop. And now the big question, do you simply take time out and defend the f-pawn, or will Serena find something more aggressive? It's incredibly tempting to start threatening ideas on the king side. Eventually, you want to put your bishop on the e4 square, eyeing the knight, the rook, x-raying the knight and the rook, and also targeting g2 in certain positions. If I'm black, I would just play f6 right now and keep everything under control.
I like your idea a lot. Why give up that pawn if you could just push f6? Also guard the e5 square so that the white knight cannot jump there and be annoying the d3 bishop. It makes perfect sense. And while playing f6, you also might want to push e5 later on, restrict the bishop on g3 even further.
And Serrano does have an extra few seconds on the clock in a completely winning position. Arvind Damram does need a miracle to save this one, but Anna, we've seen miracles happen plenty today.
We have seen even bigger miracles, and one of them happened in the game of Arvind Chidambaram himself when he faced Christopher Yu in a completely winning position, more time on the clock, winning position, only needed a draw, relaxed too early, celebrated too soon, and blundered in one move against Aravind when Aravind was already basically getting knocked down to the loser's bracket. He managed to save that game, never lost a game since, and is now trying to hold with a piece down against Sarana.
Well, with no increment, you want to keep fighting, and Arvind is doing just that. He's threatening to pick up a third pawn. A bit of a head nod there by him. Feels like he believes there is counter chances, counterplay in this position. And once again, there is no time increment. So if we go down to bullet territory, anything can happen. The first question, how do you defend e6? What defense? Serrano just knows how to attack. He puts pressure on that white rook. Once it moves away, you can start pushing that e-pawn. e5 coming up next.
I like that he never really thinks about defense. It's always about how can I counterattack. I'm taking notes here.
It's incredibly instructive to watch Serrana's games. He's always looking for ideas of counter chances. And right now, it's the counter chances needed by Arvind. He plays the rook to the 8th rank. Knight takes pawn, still a threat. Serrano just needs to make sure that he can keep those extra seconds on the clock. He shouldn't let this become a time scramble.
Definitely not. Making sure that you have time advantage when there is no increment. We have seen how many times time scrambles have turned the tables in this event. So it's definitely crucial what you're highlighting, Tanya, that he keeps his time advantage. And while we are talking about that, he actually is sinking into a bit of a longer thing here.
He does eventually make a decision. I wasn't really seeing another way to defend that pawn, and Arvind going on the offense hits the black bishop, forcing it to retreat. But which way are you going? Don't put it on a7, lining up your own bishops. That would have been big trouble. Instead, attacks the rook. And Arvind putting pressure on the bishop on a6.
Yeah, there's still some practical chances for Arvind, and he's gonna try everything he can to stay in the game. Those two pawns would love to run, but you cannot push b5, that square is guarded, and if you push the a pawn, then the b4 pawn falls. So this is a bit of a problem for white here, that you have those two pawns to try to compensate for the piece that you lost, but you cannot advance them.
And he continues to make sure that's the story. Alexei Serrano here in this position stops a4, stops b5, because a3 is tender now. And as your winning attempt, if you're Serrano right now, you want to start pushing h5, g5, h4. The pressure on the right flank still remains. So once he clamps down on the other side, he'll start pushing his own pawns. But look at that. Arvind is saying, you can take the a3 pawn, but I'm moving forward with my b pawn next. And Serrano doesn't rush, lines up the rook.
Really instructive. There is no a4 or b6, so he just brings the rook where it belongs, and once the bishop moves away, that pawn will be really difficult to hold on to. e4 to chase the knight away from the center, but knight e7 jumps away by threatening the rook.
And that move, a rook sliding over and not picking up the pawn, was actually very accurate, because Arvind was setting up some traps. If Serrano had gotten greedy, the b pawn was about to move forward, and there were tactics in the position. So Arvind trying, but Serrano super sharp. He stops b6 now. Also puts pressure on the knight on d8. If you move away, the black bishop is ready to step away, opening up the black rook to attack the white pawns. Bishop c2 now would come in with a double attack. You're losing b5 and you're losing e4.
And that would be huge. Also, the fact that now, how are you going to hold on to that b5 pawn? And that's the hope of Arvind. That's the most advanced pass pawn. But the b6 square is guarded by black's bishop, and you can't really hold on to the pawn other than pushing a4. That would be the dream if both the A and B pawns start going up the board hand in hand. H5 by Serena.
Very interesting. So Serrano wants to potentially push the G pawn and start threatening H4 as well. But like you mentioned, the lifelines that Arvind has in the position are those 2 pawns. And they're slowly but steadily and surely marching up the board now. As Serrano suddenly realizes he's under a minute, it's bullet territory. It's anyone's game now. Bishop C2, attack C4, the first mistake.
And in the heat of time pressure, anything can happen. Suddenly this game could be a 3 possible result position again because of the low time, no increment. Pieces are falling. The pawn has just been grabbed.
Unbelievable. He loses that E4 pawn and he's back with the big advantage. And now Serrano, a huge threat. H4 coming in, defends his own bishop. Rook lines up. But is that going to help you? Can you just push the pawn? Push that H pawn. He does it. Where's the bishop going? It's going out off the board.
It's being traded for the D6 bishop, but there was no time for it. He takes on G7 instead to play now Rook G4, attacking both of the minor pieces of black on the 4th rank. Temporarily, it is 2 extra pieces, and maybe not temporarily, because the knight on E6 is hanging too.
You've got to run away with the knight, as he does. The E pawn moves forward with a check. Watch out. And you block it, E3, Rook H1, checkmate, game over. The Rook is sliding over, there's nothing you can do.
And the relief on Serrana's face, that huge sigh of relief. Alexei Serena wins the first game with the black pieces, heading into this best of 2 match with a win. From black's perspective, that is a huge start for Serena. He will have now the white pieces, but as you mentioned, Tanya, he needs to win this match twice if he wants to win the event, since he's coming from the loser's bracket. Aravind hasn't lost a single match. He's got a buffer of getting an extra Armageddon, has basically that extra advantage. But will that matter? Seeing the form of Serena, I think he's really confident that he can do it. He can win it twice if he needs to.
Serrano is a man on a mission. He starts with the final boss being to get to EWC, finishes that up, and then the side mission becomes the main mission for him. He wants to now win the whole thing. He wants to redeem what happened last year. He wants to end Atlanta on a high note. And the fire run, he's on a speed run right now at this DreamHack, taking down players one after another. What a performance he had against Lei Kwang Liam as well, just in the round before this one, and takes the lead here. Needs only a draw in this game with white to force the decider Armageddon.
Incredible run for Alexei Serena and for Aravind Chidambaram, of course, as well. What a huge event this has been. He has been the only player until just the game we have witnessed. He has been the only one that has been just completely in control of all the matches. Even the one where he was about to go down against Christopher Yu, he managed to save it miraculously.
Aravind Chidambaram here representing Team Seoul right now alongside Nihal Serene. And it's a big moment for this team because they've already got Nihal in the Esports World Cup. Aravind will be their second player to fight it out amongst the big guns. Meanwhile, for Serena with Fanatics, he is doing everything right as well. Aravind has to win this game to force a tiebreaker. Again, because Aravind has been in the winner's bracket throughout today, even if he loses this first set, this first best of 2 match, he will have another chance. The players will play one Armageddon, which will decide the winner of DreamHack Atlanta.
That's huge that he's got that extra buffer, but from what we have witnessed, Serena just doesn't care how many games he needs to win to get it done. He is a man on a mission, and so far the game is really under his control. Slightly better position from the opening, going for this very classical setup and pushing the queenside pawns. That's where white has less pawns, but we call this the minority attack, where you're trying to create weaknesses by pushing your queenside pawns, essentially trying to get to black's position, opening up files and weakening that structure.
A very thematic plan against the Carlsbad pawn structure. That is what Aravind is playing with on the left side of the board. You want to go A4, B5, or even rook to B1 and get that B5 in. As you said it, the minority attack. It's 2 versus 4, but you use those 2 pawns to break open the left flank. Serena doesn't rush with it. He's also setting up potential e4 break, and that's the other thematic plan. Once e4 comes in, there are so many trades in the position, Anna. Mass trades happen, and all Serrana needs is a draw in this game to take the first match.
So far, he's definitely on the way to get that deserved win or draw. He has been very much in control of this match, but even then we will see an Armageddon. And as for Arvind, I feel like he's looking for all possible chances. I think he wants to earn that Armageddon no matter what. He wants to earn it with a win. He doesn't just want to get it as an extra bonus.
Wow, and you can see it on the players, just the endurance, the fatigue taking its toll right now. What a day of chess they've had playing against some of the best grandmasters in the world, each match stronger than the other. And it comes down to how grueling this format is, as we see some trades, a change in pawn structure right now as Serrana's queen lands on c4. But this is the imbalance that Arvind was dreaming for. It feels like a good knight versus bad bishop scenario is what we're going to get. The black knight will have a free hand to jump around, while the white bishop has got no clear targets to attack.
It really is something that Arvind, I think, is celebrating partially. Not too much celebration, but he's enjoying his playlist and he's enjoying this middle game where the knight, as you mentioned, Tanya, will land on d5. What a spot for that knight, while white's bishop is looking okay on that diagonal, but is actually shooting in thin air. There's no targets for the bishop.
Absolutely. That's the biggest problem in this position. But how big a problem is it really? And is it going to be enough for Arvind to give him that winning chance, that winning shot right now? Because let's also point out that white doesn't have any structural weaknesses. Look at that. Arvind wants to set up the rook against the white king on the g file, try to get h4 in. He's just trying to be sneaky about things, building up a potential attack here. Always watch out for h4 now. Bishop takes pawn, queen takes pawn. The g2 pawn is pinned. h4, a big threat right now.
It is a huge threat, and what can white do about it? You better watch out for that king and try to step out of the g file so that the pawn on g2 is not pinned anymore.
And he does just that, Anna. He needed to get out of the way so that h4 no more is a power move. And black needs to find a way to threaten that, to set that up. Meanwhile, Serrana doing everything he can to try to get as many trades as possible.
The trades definitely favor him. This is very instructive too in a defense, especially if your king is under attack. Try to trade pieces. Try to trade the queen if you can. That would be the most dangerous attacking piece. And if you can get rid of the queens, your king will suddenly feel somewhat safer.
And Arvind doing what I see so many top grandmasters do, when they've got this position, it's hard to make improving moves. They make these little moves with the idea of just passing the ball to your opponent. You want your opponent to burn the clock. But I think this favors Serrana because he has a clear plan. He wants to double up on the C line and double down on that C6 pawn. So perhaps giving this extra time. Also notice how the pawn on h5 is being x-rayed now. The black knight doesn't have free jumps anymore. I think this was a costly move. King to h7 for Arvind Chidambaram.
It might have been too cool and too much of a waiting move. Because of what you have already highlighted, the rook's getting doubled on the c file and pressure on the queen side. What can black do now? Arvind doesn't have a follow-up plan. As you said, that was a waiting move, but if you don't have a follow-up, if there's nothing concrete going on, you'll just have to end up dealing with white's pressure on the queen side.
Absolutely. And it just feels like now you've got all these weaknesses, Anna. The white rook can line up on the open C line, the open B line. Queen B7 is a big threat. If the queens come off the board, the endgame's got to favor white with all the weaknesses that Arvind has. So Arvind says, I don't care about the pawns anymore. I'm going for the attack. He brings the queen forward. Again, the idea is to get h4 at the right moment. That's the plan. Meanwhile, Serrana going all out on the other side.
Interesting, he doesn't even want to take the pawn, at least not immediately. He brings the queen to the 7th rank, attacking the pawn with yet another piece. Now doubled rooks for black, holding on to that pawn, but it's 3 pieces of white attacking it and only 2 defending. Queen c8. Serrana doesn't really want to take it, but wasn't that a mistake? Look at the evaluation, Bartania. Has he blundered?
That's the big question. And if it's a blunder, it has to be around the move h4. You can divide the board into two halves. You've got all of white's mages on one side and all of black's on the other flank. It's like the white king is completely naked, has got nobody, none of its friends around. And I have a feeling that h4, bishop takes pawn, ideas like rook h6 line up against the h3 pawn. Maybe some potential sacrifices on g2 as well can be extremely dangerous. Anna, is that the point? h4, bishop takes pawn, rook takes pawn.
Wow. That is huge. The idea being that if the king takes that rook, then the rook on e6 will be moving away with a check, picking up this queen that has just moved to c8. So the main point of the tactical pattern is this hanging queen on c8. Not easy to see it because right now you cannot move the e6 rook away with a check. It looks like it's impossible. But after h4, he does. He found it. h4, huge move for Aravind. He's back in the game, and not only back, he is possibly winning now. This position is really difficult for Sarana to play.
Arvind Chidambaram had been setting up h4 for the last 10 moves, bringing the rook out, bringing the queen out, bringing the other rook forward, pushing that h-pawn, and this was the moment he was waiting for. One inaccuracy by Sarana. As Sarana realizes, it dawns on him that the queen on c8 is hanging. Look at that, he threatens a checkmate in one. Queen h8, don't pick up the bishop. And he does, but with the right piece.
With the right piece, because that gives the g6 square to the black king. What a position. Both of them threatening back-to-back huge wins, winning of a queen or a checkmate pattern. And now rook takes g3 so that the black king has somewhere to run to. King to g6 now.
No time to pick up the rook on a g3. You would give a check with the queen. You would pick up that pawn with a check, and it all works out in a black's favor right now in this position. Pawn takes rook. You could also just simply capture that pawn back, basically boxing up the white king in a kill zone with nowhere to escape. And Sarana continues to put pressure, but these are one-move threats, Anna.
These are one-move threats only, and that's the biggest problem here, that your bishop is gone. And now you're counting on these patterns where obviously checkmate is a really cool pattern and it's a huge one to threaten. But once black deals with those threats, for instance, plays queen to f6 to guard the g7 pawn, then what will white do? The moment you take on g3, the rook, black can take back with the pawn and threaten back rank checkmate.
And you'd be forced. The only way to fight against that idea would be to slide your own rook down to c1. And maybe that's what Sarana's relying on. I'm going to win material. I'm going to come to my defense, but the problems don't stop there. Arvind Chidambaram leaned in, locked in. He will end up winning more pawns on the board. It's not easy to pick up the rook right now if you're white, but if not, you're just down a piece. Black is just about to retreat that rook, and that'll be game over. Good or bad, Sarana has to pick up that rook.
That's his only chance, indeed, the only move that keeps the game going. I think he will end up calculating it all the way through and realize that he really has to go for it. He has just captured, and after pawn takes, black is threatening checkmate in one, the queen coming down to the back rank, so white has to defend the back rank. Now the pawn is being captured by knight takes e3. Black has so much compensation for the rook. It's a knight and plenty of pawns.
But it's still a fight. It's not over. Yes, it's plenty of pawns, but right now the black king feeling a little bit of the heat. Maybe if you can land a check somewhere. Not easy though. I agree with you. This looks like a crushing advantage, but not completely over yet. At least white's king isn't getting checkmated right now, Anna.
It's not. And black's king doesn't get checkmated either. I really like that the knight might come back to f5, by the way, to guard the g7 square and free up the black queen. So then you could just start marching the e-pawn, first of all, once the knight moves away, and also queen takes d4. All of those ideas, suddenly black's pieces will be free and active, and the knight on f5 will be such a stable piece to guard the black king.
I take everything back. I think knight f5 is just game over. I love that move for so many reasons. You know, your h4 is hanging, your d4 is hanging, no coordination for white. The e-pawn's moving forward. You only have one single check with h5 if you're Sarana right now, but the black king continues its march. Instead, whoa, look at that. Sarana chooses another square in the bar. relaxes a bit. It went all the
Oh,
way
it
up.
jumped a bit back and then it changed its mind. Now it's saying, "Oh, this is all fine. No one cares about the check. No one cares that the pawn on G7 will be hanging. Apparently, this is still all fine."
Well, Serrana's not
Wow.
going to be feeling fine right now. I mean, Arvind Chidambaram needing a win to equalize the match, to take it into Armageddon. It looks like he's super close to getting that done right now. He's got a big threat of knight. That's actually a beautiful checkmating idea in this position. Bringing that knight to f2. There's only one square the white king has. You can give a check on h3 then, Anna, sacrificing your knight, opening up the pass to the queen. It's a little bit difficult to follow, I know, and we can't make arrows right now, but huge threats on the board against the white king, starting with knight f2 check.
That's indeed the case. And it's so funny how after pawn to h5 check, I believe black just wants to move the king to f5 so that when white takes on g7, it doesn't come with a check.
Absolutely. And then you take on g7, you know what comes with a check will be one on h4. The queen sliding in, that will be absolutely game over. So white has no time to get greedy in this position. King f5, if it was to happen with a pawn check, yes, you can give another check with your rook sliding over to c5, but the black king just continues marching up the board like it's no one's business. King f5, king f4, king e3, king of the hill.
He's definitely winning in King of the Hill. And I think he's also winning in classical, normal chess that we are witnessing here. But what a brave king it is. It's inspirational.
The king just defends itself because white's rook and queen are tied down at the corner of the board, not able to coordinate the attack against Arvind's king right now. Serrana trying to find a way to at least set up a trap, set up a trick, to find a miracle, to make it happen somehow. But I don't think that exists. And also as a player who's on the chase, who's down a point, you're so incredibly alert right now if you're Arvind Chidambaram.
This has definitely been Arvind's game, and he is there in the winner's bracket for a reason. He's the only one who hasn't lost a single match, and he's fighting so well in this game to make his way back in the match. Rook e1 is the choice of Serrana, but there's plenty of good moves here for black.
You could think about pushing the e-pawn. You could think about giving a check on f2. Maybe other moves as well. The problem that I find with a move like rook e1 is not immediately threatens anything. So it feels like not much has changed. And black has one more move to set up things. So why not just continue pushing that e-pawn forward?
I like your idea a lot. And also the knight checks that you have mentioned earlier, Tanya. It's very much on the cards again. Knight f2, knight h3 check. That knight is untouchable.
Exactly. White will be forced to do a yo-yo dance with the king on g1 or on h1. And whoa, I completely forgot about that pawn. There was a third option in the position. You know, Serrana's just going all out greedy here. He picks up that pawn and now, Arvind is going all out greedy here. He picks up the d4 pawn, knight f2 now, Anna even a bigger threat. And the king, of course, just being very chill about everything.
So chill. And rook f1 check, counter check is knight f2 check.
Whoa.
Now, luckily that knight is pinned. Otherwise, knight h3 would be winning the game on the spot.
But there's been a huge blunder here. Because look at the bar. The bar says that Serrana's absolutely back in the game after king g1. The knight is trapped there. Black's king is in the open. There is a lot of counterplay that white has. White is threatening to take the g7 pawn next. Queen h7 is a threat.
Wow.
Arvind has just bungled this up.
He must have gotten a bit too into the depth of these lines because it was winning, but not with this move order.
He pushes that pawn. e2 is coming in. Is this the moment Serrana captures on g7? He does. He goes rook takes pawn. Now queen h7 is a massive threat on the board. Where is Arvind's king hiding? He keeps marching up. White is about to give plenty of checks now. Can Arvind's king survive the check storm?
What a crazy game this is. King of the Hill has been won by black, but when it comes to the safety of this king, this is not over. You're so right, Tanya, that Serrana is back in the game. And a reminder to our viewers, he won the first game. So he is the one here who is trying to win this match by staying alive in this game with the white pieces.
And Anna, I'm really struggling to find what Arvind's ideas are here because yes, you can go back with your king right now, but f7 can be picked up as well. Arvind is 2 moves away. Whoa,
Look at the bar! Look at the bar!
F5. It's a huge blunder and it's missed. Serrana misses the moment
Rook
of opportunity.
G4. Oh my god, rook g4 would have... Rook g4 was a huge move, apparently. Oh, goodness
That
me, the
was-
rook sacrifice. It was missed by both players.
And that was just either black loses the queen or was getting checkmated. Rook g4, just not a moment you want to miss if you're Serrana. But he does it. He didn't pause. And look at this. Arvind is right back in the fight. King g1. You can't repeat if you're Arvind. You need to win this game.
And how do you win it? The evaluation bar is showing complete advantage for black, but it's not that simple. Now, after rook e5, it's back to equality. It's an absolutely crazy game with just seconds left on the clock for each player.
This is completely crazy. White has to find the only move, which is a queen retreat to b3, and he does it. Alexei Serrana finds the only way to stay into the game. He brings that queen back. The black, it was to stop the idea of e2. e2 would be met by queen f3 checkmate, so he needed to play queen to b3. The black king tries to slide over. White continues to fight against that pawn moving forward, but you can do it. Can you not go e2 here? He first brings the knight back, threatening the pawn push.
Makes sense. Now the king goes away into the corner. The check brings the knight back. Maybe he will push now. e2 is on the board indeed.
The king goes back, and now how does the queen? And look at this, beautifully played right now by Arvind Chidambaram. He blocks the check by giving his own check. The rook slides over, attacking the queen. The king's about to go back, hitting the white rook. Everything is hanging. He
The
doesn't do it.
evaluation bar again, and only 12 seconds left for Aravind. 19 seconds for Serrana. Everything is going to be decided in this time scramble.
7, 6, make a move, Arvind. You have
Needs
to
to
play.
move.
You're about to
Move.
get flagged. Make a move. He gives a check. He's panicking. He doesn't know what to do. And Arvind doesn't have time
Goodness
to win
me.
this game. He's about to get flagged. He's about to lose. And that's
Goodness
it. Alexei
me.
Serrana takes the first match. What an epic battle. This one is turning out to be an absolute roller coaster. As you can see the relief on Serrana's face. He takes the first match, takes it to the Armageddon, which will decide the champion of DreamHack. And he is all smiles.
Goodness me, what an epic finale that was with lots of ups and downs. The evaluation bar was dancing in the time scramble, and now we're gonna see a final Armageddon. That is because Aravind has been in the winner's bracket the whole time, hasn't lost a match until now, so he has this extra advantage that he needs to be beaten one more time. If Serrana wants that title, they're gonna bid now for how much time they are willing to give up to have draw odds with the black pieces in the Armageddon game.
It all comes down to this format. It's called the Armageddon because it is the most destructive. We will have the winner today of the DreamHack being decided on this one coming up. How low can you go is the big question when you bid for the time factor here. For the black pieces, it will be the one who bids for less time. And Anna, we've seen how important the clock is. What are your predictions?
It has been around 7 minutes and 30 few seconds in the previous bits. So I'm curious if any of these players will try to go for the same strategy. It also depends on how much do you want the black pieces. Do you prefer maybe having extra time as white and having to play for a win? Now, in this match, both games have been won by Serrana, but this second one, honestly, it was anyone's game in the time scramble. And even in the final position, Aravind's position is winning, but he didn't have time to finish the game. There is no increment.
And I want to just remind everyone of the storyline between Arvind and Serrana in the previous matchup that they just had in the winner's bracket, in the winner's final, where they had 2 draws in the best of 2 and Arvind beat Serrana in the Armageddon. So it all comes down to that format one more time, but this time with a lot more on the line. This Armageddon gets you $15,000.
$15,000 on the line in this one single game, Tanya, and we'll be about to see who has won the bid. I feel like from the body language, it seemed that Aravind will be playing with the black pieces, but we'll wait for confirmation on how much time the bid was for each player. Again, a reminder to everyone that in Armageddon, white has more time, starts with 10 minutes, but black has draw odds. So in case of a draw, it is going to be as if it was black winning the game and winning the title. So this is it, the final clash, the grand finale between Aravind Chidambaram and Alexei Serrana. Serrana coming from the loser's bracket, that's why he has to win one more time. Aravind Chidambaram has been doing so well in this event, but he has essentially lost 2 games now to Alexei. Who is going to win this final game? Aravind will have the black pieces, we are being confirmed, and he bid for 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
which means Serrana starts with the base time of 10 minutes on the clock and the white pieces, but must win. A draw means that Arvind Chidambaram takes the DreamHack Atlanta. On the other hand, for Alexi Serrana, extra time on the clock, but needs to win at all costs. Given the way he's been playing so far, 2 wins against Arvind, I think he's got to be feeling hopeful about his chances. He knows the clock time really matters in the scrambles. And look at that, Arvind trying to calm himself down. He's up-talking himself. He's getting ready for the final game. He knows he needs to just play his heart out. It all comes down to this moment.
It all comes down to this one final game, and the bid was actually really close. Serrana bid for 7 minutes and 59 seconds, and Arvind has bid for 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Both of them were close, very close in time, and I just cannot really praise these 2 players enough for the determination, the effort, the endurance. They have been playing for such a long time already in Atlanta to make it all the way to the grand finale, and they're bringing us this final showdown of an Armageddon game where the winner takes the first prize of $15,000.
And we're down to the grand final reset with Arvind Chidambaram having the buffer to lose that first set. But it all comes down to this, and it's a crazy line of the Queen's Gambit decline. And now you've got the first moves coming in already. A completely whack position this one is. We see a long castle here by Alexi Serrana playing with the white pieces. 10 minutes to boot and 7.5 minutes left for Arvind Chidambaram. Where is the king safety for black? Do you need to go longside castling as well? But where's the path?
That's a good question. How to get there once the queen needs to move, and that's what he's doing right now. Arvind, queen to g4. So next move, he could also develop his bishop and get the king to the queen side.
He's setting that up. Bishop f5, long castle. The king needs to find itself safe there. A completely crazy pawn formation as well that we're seeing right now. It's 7 versus 7, material balanced, but everything else is in asymmetry. Black has got the bishop pair, Arvind Chidambaram with the bishop pair, the pawn structure, a double pawn on the H line, a double pawn on the E file. This is going to be a fun battle.
I think this is a great opening choice for the Armageddon. When you have to play for a win with white, at least have a crazy position. So in terms of the opening choice, I feel like Serrana is in a good position. What I am not so happy about is his time management, because he is taking quite a long thing here. He started the game with 10 minutes and his time advantage is slowly but surely evaporating.
That is not a good sign when you've got result odds, when you have to win, and a draw just means your opponent takes the entire championship. You need to put the pressure on the clock. But I think Serrana realizes that the nature of the position, the characteristic of the position is such that if he's precise, chances will come. He plays a passive move after a bit of a long think there, defends that G pawn, probably threatening to go H3 next to fire away the queen. I'm expecting a bishop development by Arvind.
Bishop to f5 seems very logical to develop and also attack the queen at the same time, getting ready to castle queen's side. You can also place that bishop on e6. And yeah, it looks a bit passive, this rook g1, unless it's with the idea that you mentioned, Tanya, that those pawns will start marching, h3, g4, start pushing the pawns and attacking on the king's side.
Just feels like momentum has now been favoring Alexi Serrana. Though he lost their first encounter in the winners bracket final, you know, the 2 wins that he's just had against Arvind have been dominating to see. Just the time scramble, the control on nerves, finding these checkmating ideas, super impressive. This one promises to be a big combative tactical battle as well. He does go bishop f5, queen lines up against the b pawn. Is this the moment that you castle? You defend that pawn, and Serrana, ready with his response, comes in with the knight to d4. Now with the idea to start attacking the black queen, which needs to stay connected to the bishop.
f6, interesting. Arvind is trying to get rid of that central pawn of white immediately, but this is a slight inaccuracy. The evaluation bar is showing that white's position is becoming more favorable. I wonder if there's anything concrete or it's simply not the right approach in this moment. It feels like Serena has some chances now with the knight constantly attacking the f5 bishop. The queen has to hold on to that bishop. If you start attacking the queen with a move like h3, the queen has to stay holding that bishop. It has to go to g5 or g6. And maybe there's some follow-up with g4 or e6, something with the pawns. There's going to be a bit of an issue, I feel like. And I think we're about to see this. h3 is on the board. The queen goes back. g4.
I love it. Great call there, Anna. You can't really take it down twice. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. F3 would just win the bishop on the spot. So with that, the g4 pawn indirectly defended. And Serena puts pressure on Arvind. You know, you move the bishop away. The f pawn's about to move forward as well. Things are starting to look very shaky in Black's position.
Yeah, where do you place this bishop? He goes to d3, but it just looks a bit fishy. That bishop is not very well protected on that square. With the discovered attack, if the knight jumps away, the queen has to stay guarding this bishop because of the rook on d1.
He's relying on the trick of getting that bishop to c4 to attack that queen to b3 if he gets the time to do that. But that's the big question. Will you have time? Does white go f4 or is there something tactical? I don't believe knight takes pawn would work at the moment. It feels like once the dust settles after rook takes knight, the e5 pawn would also be hanging. I like this approach. He keeps all the threats intact. He makes sure that there are no trades in the center, pushes the pawn, a huge asset in white's position, the pawn on e6.
That's a huge pawn. It's a pass pawn 2 squares away from promotion, and it's also helping in the attack against the black king as it's taking away the crucial d7 and f7 squares. I think this is what f6 was about in terms of a mistake or inaccuracy. It has given white the chance to not trade the pawn but push it further.
And look at that, Alexis Serrano is now going for it. He brings the queen forward, threatening knight takes pawn. Always watch out for these sacrifices with the black king stuck there. Knight takes pawn is something that Arvind has to spot and stop immediately.
So how do you deal with this threat? Do you move the king out of the c-file? Do you move the bishop? What is it that black needs to do here to keep everything safe?
Not an easy question to answer, which is why Arvind's clock is under 5 minutes right now. I like the idea of maybe just sidestepping with your king to b8, Anna. You also keep a7 overprotected. You're sidestepping any knight takes pawn coming in with queen takes pawn eventually as a check. But Arvind's got to be feeling the pressure right now. You know, it feels like in a must-win game as white, this is a dream position that you have. A pawn on e6, an attack against the white king, the imbalances of the minor pieces.
Yeah, it's still such an incredibly complex game. It's a pair of bishops fighting against a pair of knights. The e6 pawn is a huge asset, as you have already mentioned, being a pass pawn that's also taking away crucial squares. So black goes and plays rook to d6 to guard the pawn on c6, prevent those sacrifices, and also put pressure on white's pawn, and potentially in the right moment take the knight on d4 to get the pawn on e6.
I like that approach. A defensive move that comes with an offensive attack as well. Rook d6, the ball's in Serrana's court now. How do you keep playing? Do you just simply retreat with your knight? If you're Serrana, you want to keep the pressure on. You want to force Arvind to use up his time. You want to try to keep the e6 pawn alive. Maybe he goes f4 as well, could be an idea. And another point is that now e6 is indirectly defended because you'll always have...
Rook takes g6, because if you take the rook, then his bishop takes e3. The king has nowhere to go. You need to sacrifice the rook back with rook d2.
But I thought f5. I thought that was the whole point of playing f4 here. So let's just break that down a little slowly. Knight takes rook, as Anna's pointing out, is met by bishop takes pawn, and suddenly the white king is under fire, as well as the rook on g1 is hanging. But the point of f4 was always to get f5, and what's the move for f5?
Oh, it seems to be that the queen will then get to that diagonal, attacking e3 with queen g5 or queen h6. The e3 pawn is the key, because once you take the rook of black, as long as I get to capture on e3 with a check, the king of white has nowhere to go with the d3 bishop cutting the king. That's a crazy idea.
That is stunning. That is absolutely stunning. He's taking advantage of the fact that the rook on d1 is overloaded. You need to block the check on the diagonal with rook d2, but then the g1 rook hangs f5, simply slide the queen over, put pressure on e3, and you sidestep any forking ideas. And this is when it dawns on Serrana that the entire idea of f4 does not work.
What an incredible tactical pattern, this rook sacrifice, multiple rook sacrifices, because you're sacrificing the rook to the knight, you're also sacrificing it to that pawn fork f5, and it doesn't matter what piece takes it, f5 is on the board, but now the queen will appear, but potentially on g5 or h6, attack the e3 pawn, so that then no matter how your rook is hanging, you're gonna be down a full rook, but that check on e3 is a huge move.
But the big question is rook takes bishop in this position as well. And you have to be sure that after that rook takes pawn gives you enough counterplay and that we're seeing that line being played out. He's ready with his response. The king moves forward, defending the rook on d3, also sidestepping any checks from the black queen right now. I would be very tempted to simply snap up that rook on d3, pull that king out further. But do I have a follow-up as black here?
That's a great question, and this is what both players had to analyze earlier. It's such a crazy, messy position with just a few minutes on the clock for both players. Is it going to be about the rook coming to the e-file to get that final piece of black into the game? Is it about the black queen getting into the camp even further? We see rook e8 on the board, but the evaluation bar says this wasn't the best.
Well, it had a nasty threat on that e3 square. So the white king simply preempts it and steps back. The thing is, there's still so much pressure. And for Arvind, he's under 3 minutes now on the clock. He's down a piece, but he's got 2 pawns in compensation for that. So there is a lot to play for. He attacks the knight on d4, which is pinned to that rook on g1. Not easy to move it away. You might be forced to defend it with one of your pieces. Rook to d1 might be the only way. Ooh, don't play knight e2, Anna. That runs into rook takes knight.
Ooh, very, very beautiful tactical pattern you're pointing out, Tanya, with the queen hanging at the end of the day with that pin over the 4th rank. So white has to be extremely precise here. Rook to d1 seems to be the best and only way to guard everything.
Does it? And he picks up a 3rd pawn, but it's apparently a big mistake right now. The white king moves forward. A huge mistake.
But mistake. King b3 apparently is a huge mistake. Knight takes c6 was a move for white instead of the king move. And now after king to b3, where's the win for black?
Not easy to spot, but there's a knockout move in this position. And he doesn't find it.
e3. Apparently, had he gone to e4 with the rook, sacrificing the rook again was the key move, because the white rook is also hanging on d1 if you were to capture black's rook.
That would have been stunning. Everything a white pinned in that position. The 1 step too forward with the rook. Arvind Tamram just 1 step ahead in this position. Had he gone to e4, he would have won the tournament. Anna, that was an absolute knockout move right there. But the game continues. Rook d2, queen f4, threatening some rook jumps, attacking that rook on d2. Watch out for every piece that's undefended right now.
Serrana has survived that incredible moment, as you highlighted, Tanya, with the rook going just 1 square too far, but this is still so difficult from white's perspective. He does have more time on the clock, that's good, but how do you proceed? How do you move white's pieces? Everything seems to be all tangled up. You're up a piece, but black has all the attack.
And look at this being played out. The nature of Armageddon. Arvind can continue to repeat because a draw means he gets the championship. Serrana has to find a way to keep the game going.
How can he do that? He goes back to d2, now the king coming to c2, and black simply starts pushing his h-pawn. That's a passed pawn running.
Because everything's under control. The white knight on d4 is pinned, so you never have to worry about knight takes pawn as a threat. The queens get traded off. White just doesn't have any firepower in the position. All of the pieces on the left flank, so black down a piece, down a minor piece, just doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. He's just going to march the h-pawn step by step till it reaches the queening square. I'm not sure who's stopping that. The white queen can't move, the knight on d4 falls. The white rook can't move, the knight on d4 falls. The knight on d4 can't move, the queen gets traded. Rook takes knight, actually loses that queen on a4. You don't have moves.
This is terrible. It feels like the only move for white is to move the king. But what do you achieve by that? He has moved the king back to c2. Maybe now he's going to continue moving back to d1 if it's safer there. But this is still such an insane position. And you highlighted how white's pieces, none of them can actually make a legit move that would improve the position. If anything, you can only worsen your position.
And it looks like that's what he's done. He comes back with the knight, and this is a big mistake in the position. Anna, there have got to be tactics. I'm looking at rook takes knight already as an option. If you take it with the knight, the queen on a4 is hanging. You take it with the rook, the knight on d4 is hanging. Is rook takes e2, rook takes knight just game over for white?
This must be it. This must be it. And again, it's about the rook sacrifice and the white's piece is tangled up. It's on the board. Arvind Chidambaram is going for the rook sacrifice. Now he takes the knight on d4. Black has a bishop and plenty of pawns to compensate for white's rook. Picks up yet another pawn with a check and now moves the bishop back to e5 to start supporting his passed pawns. There's 3 passed pawns for black running up the board.
That's 4 extra pawns on the board right now. There is absolutely no universe in which black loses this game. And look at Sarana. He knows it. He realizes this, that this endgame, and especially Arvind, needs only a draw here. I don't see any miracles in the making. What a comeback this has been by Arvind Chidambaram.
Huge comeback. What an insane game to finish off DreamHack Atlanta, the grand finale between these two fighters. It has been an incredible battle, back and forth, sacrifices, patterns everywhere, and you can see that Serena has unfortunately had enough. This was the final game. Arvind Chidambaram wins it all in DreamHack Atlanta. He is your winner and qualifies to the Esports World Cup, as well as for Serena, of course. We see the handshake. The runner-up of last year is the runner-up of this year as well.
And what a fantastic battle this has been. But in the end, it is Seoul's Arvind Chidambaram who takes the championship for Alexei Sarana. Another heartbreak, another final, a complete roller coaster. But Anna, what a fight these two players put on in their road to the Esports World Cup. The EWC qualifier champion, Arvind Chidambaram.
He wins it all, takes home $15,000 representing his team Seoul. And the second prize is $7,500 that goes to Alexei Serana, who's representing Fnatic here. Both of them will be playing at the Esports World Cup this summer, trying to beat the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen.
Unbelievable. It's going to be Arvind Chidambaram, Alexei Serana, Eyasipenko and Liam Lay in their road to EWC at the DreamHack Atlanta, who leave with a ticket for the Esports World Cup. The bracket is done, the tickets are booked, and the next stop for these 4 players is the world stage.
The world stage that will be definitely welcoming Lek Wanglia as well among the esports players, because I believe he's the only one who hasn't been signed yet. And oh boy, everyone will be knocking on that door. Everyone will want to have Lek Wanglia as well representing their esports organization.
What a fantastic day of chess this has been, Anna. Just such a big fight between the players. We started with 36 contenders, so many incredible, strong grandmasters. It's been a story of celebration and heartbreak. And I think for Alexei Serana, it's been a little bittersweet. Yes, he won the big pie. You know, he got into the Esports World Cup. But I think somewhere in his heart, after everything that happened in Dallas last year, being so close, going into that grand final, taking down Arvind Chidambaram in that first set, bringing it to the Armageddon, and then that dream collapsing, you got a feel for Serana right now.
Definitely. After those 2 wins, I was really sure that he had it. And the Armageddon, anyone could have won that final game. It just goes to show, with all the nerves, the fatigue, they have been playing for hours and hours. And this has been such a crucial, epic finale. We've seen drama, time scrambles, up and down, mistakes here and there. Rook sacrifices. Level will have a feast with his recap. And oh boy, we had such a blast here, Tanya and Arthur's as well. What an incredible event DreamHack Atlanta has been for chess as well.
Absolutely. I mean, huge congratulations to Arvind. What a fantastic performance. You know, just taking down Serrana twice today, maintaining himself in the winner's bracket from start to finish. That one opportunity, one window of opportunity that he was given against Christopher, you being on top of it and then never letting the championship slip. So completely deserving. I think Team Seoul, super proud of their players. Nihal Sareen in, Chidambaram in. They've got 2 of their fighters into the Esports World Cup. We finished the day with 4 of them. And before we wrap up, Anna, any final thoughts from you after this, well, absolutely emotional roller coaster of a ride?
I'm just so happy that we have been here in the first row seats, and I hope that our viewers, I hope you guys have enjoyed the event, because this has been such an exciting one to follow. The format, the time control, the players, everyone has delivered and more. We have seen so many Armageddons. I think we couldn't have wished for a better grand finale as well. And these gentlemen here on my poster, they are waiting for their opponents. Magnus Carlsen already at the Esports World Cup. We have Alireza Firuza there and Denis Lazovic. Hikaru can still and should try to qualify. He's the 4th one here who still hasn't made it. Hikaru is not in yet, but we do have 4 players from DreamHack Atlanta who are now in the Esports World Cup. What an event, Tanya. Thank you so much for hosting it with me and for your energy, even though it's very late in India.
You know, no such thing as too late in India for chess. I mean, this has been fantastic. And I think Indian fans are super excited to see Arvind Chidambaram. You know, he's a player, Anna, who for such a long time was sort of under the shadow of many of the players from the state that he's from. He's not a young grandmaster. He's 26. You know, it's the time for the youngsters. But in 2025, he's had his big breakthrough year, Arvind Chidambaram. So I know it means a lot to him to win this tournament and take his Team Seoul into the Esports World Cup. Chat, this has been awesome doing it with all of you, watching all the action unfold. This is chess at the biggest esports stage, as chess will take center stage one more time in the World Cup later this year. It all happens in August. And it's been awesome doing this with you and Arthur's calling the action. Chat, we'll be back with more. See you soon.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered